All right, good evening, everybody. Today's Tuesday, March 22nd. The time's 5:30 p.m. We're here for the work session of the Coppell City Council. We do have a quorum present. I'm calling the meeting to order. We're going to be convening into work session, and we are in the second floor conference room. First item on the agenda is citizens' appearance. Did we have anybody sign up?
No one signed up to speak.
I'll forego the reading of the details there. We're going to move into the main core of our business tonight. Thanks everybody for being here. We're expecting this to be a fairly long meeting, so if anybody needs to take a break at some point, let us know. Let me know. We'll recess for a few minutes. Item A is a discussion on the value proposition, and Mike is going to be taking the majority of this. But after going through the slides, it dawned on me that what we call it is, we call it a value proposition. Every company I've ever worked for has used some version of this, and sometimes they'll call it Six Sigma, sometimes they'll call it total quality management, sometimes they'll call it, best value. But it's a way of finding a way to make a decision that takes many different factors into account. It's a complex decision process, and it gives you the best value for all of the constraints you've got on an equation or a problem. And it was reassuring to actually see the slides, and I had to put it in context with what I've been through at work before. As we've been doing this for years, and it's the way that the city, our staff does business. And it's just important for us as the people that are setting budgets for them to understand how they come to make their decisions. So, Mike?
Yes, I'm not really taking the lead in the conversation. We have with us Rick Robinson, who is with Ramsey Consulting. Rick joined us from what I could tell, it looks like about 2011, so that was before, Mayor, you and I were on the council and serving as deputy city manager.
It was before everybody that was here.
That's right. So at that time, spent some time with council. They determined the best total solution would be our value proposition, and that's how the council's moved forward. And then in 2018, I think it was, so before several of you were on the council again, Rick came back and went through this with council at the time, and the council reaffirmed at that time, again using that same value proposition of best total solution. So knowing that we have new council members and that it's been a few years and there's been lots of things that have happened in that time frame, just felt it was really important for this council to be able to weigh in on this value proposition question. So with that, Rick, I turn it over to you.
Outstanding. And thank you, Mike. And thank you all for allowing me to be here. Yes, it was around 2011. We did a 2-day strategic planning session with council. And it was very involved and detailed and rigorous. And just one portion of that retreat was the concept of value proposition. So what I want to do is kind of put it into context and talk a little bit about leadership and why leadership's important, and what are the roles of a leader, kind of so we can see where this value proposition thing fits in, this idea fits into the bigger scheme of things. And then I'll look at the strategic planning process we used in 2011, and where does value proposition fits in with that. And then we'll talk about what is that concept and get the definitions down and get more clarity around that. So instead of 2 days, we'll spend, for my portion of it, I would imagine it's going to be about an hour. So just kind of get a gauge for it, but we'll see where it takes us. So first question I'm going to ask is, does leadership matter? And the answer is yes. Everybody agree? I hope so, as you are all leaders. So why does leadership matter?
Know where we point the ship.
Know where to point the ship. Why is that important?
Because we all need to, if we're going to accomplish a goal, we need to all march in the same direction. We need to go the same way.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah. So From our perspective, leadership matters because of this model right here. Every organization comes into existence with an initial set of goals in mind. We call that the Horizon 1 set of goals. And you work really, really hard, and you get to that Horizon 1, and you do your little happy dance, you say, oh, I made it. But then you look up and you say, oh, wait, there's more. We can get better results, whatever those happen to be, whether it be citizen engagement or revenues or employee engagement. Whatever that happens to be, we can get better results in the future. Now, what is it you suppose that gets you from Horizon 1 to Horizon 2? What's the major driving factor that determines whether or not you get more or better results? So there's basically two types of questions I might ask. One of them is rhetorical. This is the other kind, whatever that is called. I'm not sure what that is.
Well, leadership certainly helps.
Absolutely. There we go. Leadership is what's going to get us from Horizon 1. So this is why leadership matters, because you want more. If you don't want more, you don't really need strong leadership. You can just bumble along doing what you're doing, getting what you get, and the economy goes up, you get better results a little bit, economy goes down, you get a little worse results. Leadership only really matters if you want more, if you want to achieve greater things. And so the question then for every organization is, do you want more? And in the last 25 years of doing this kind of work, I've run into two organizations that said, no, we're good. I'm happy. We're happy where we are right now. So what do you suppose happened to those organizations that tried to stay here? Yeah, you can see this little dip, because everybody has competition. And if you try to stay where you're at, the competition's going to come in, they're going to erode your margins, you're going to have less instead of the same. And hopefully you'll wake up in time to say, yeah, I guess I do want more. The other reason there's a little dip here is that what got you here is not what's going to get you there. So in the short run, you might have to retool and take a little step back in order to ramp up and get to the next level. So our model is pretty simple. We look at it as the Horizon 1 results you're getting, those are your current results, and those are being delivered by the way you perform. So the things that are on this side of the equation are all those things that you measure and that show up on a scorecard or key performance indicators or measurement systems. Things like revenue, expenses, it's all the end of process stuff, employee engagement, citizen engagement, all of that good stuff. And that's being delivered by your performance. And the things on this side of the equation are your people, your processes, your technology, your structure, your controls, your culture, your organizational capability. All of that taken together is delivering those results you're getting. Now, if you want better results in the future, if you want those results to improve, the question then becomes, can I keep this side of the equation the same and expect to get better results? And the answer is no. What does that sound like? To keep doing the same thing over and over and expect to get better results is insanity. And unfortunately, by that definition, everybody in this room, including myself, at one point or another, we've all been insane. For me, it's usually some sort of weight loss program, so this time it's going to work. So if I want better performance or better results in the future, I'm going to have to change something on this side of the equation. I may need different people or people with different skills or different processes. I may need new technology or a different structure or controls or measurement systems. Something's going to have to change over here. A couple of things to point out about this model. One is you see the arrow goes from left to right. So your current performance is leading to current results. Up top, the arrow goes the other way. And the reason being is that before I know what I need to change, I need to figure out where I want to go. And this is what we do with strategic planning. So when we got together in 2011 to do the 2-day strategic planning workshop, we were figuring out what we wanted that to look like. And once I know what I want that to look like, then I can determine what needs to change over here. So if I want small incremental changes, I don't have to change a lot. But if I want drastic changes over there, I'm going to have to change quite a bit. Now, what is it you think, because there's a lot of energy that keeps us on this bottom line. Why do you think it's so hard to move up to that top row? What is it that keeps us down on that bottom line?
You've got to change.
You got to change. All right, and what do we know about change?
And well, the status quo is very comfortable.
Yeah, excellent. I love that. This, as a matter of fact, we call this your comfort zone. Because it's doing what you do, it's getting what you get, you're comfortable, you're used to it. And if I'm going to ask somebody to change, I'm going to, by definition, ask them to be what?
You gotta take risks.
You got to take risks. So I'm going to ask them to be
Different.
uncomfortable, right? And none of us woke up this morning and said, I'm going to see how uncomfortable I can make myself today, right? So if I'm going to ask them to be uncomfortable, I need to tell them a great story about what that future looks like. They need to believe that the future is so much better than our current state that it's worth the pain of change. Because I think people, we all say that people are resistant to change. And I believe that's true, but I don't think that's a fault on the people. I think people recognize there's no growth without change. But by the same token, there's no growth without pain. And the reason that we don't want to go through the change is that we haven't been told a story to where it's worth it. If I'm going to go on a diet and exercise program, if I go to the gym and I'm not sore, I'm probably not doing myself much good. But if I'm going to go get sore, get sweaty, and not eat and drink the things I want to eat and drink and go through all those sacrifices, I have to believe that the future is better enough that it's worth it. That I'm going to feel and look so much better that it's going to be worth that pain of change that I went through. Does that all that make sense? All right. So that in a large part is why leadership matters. And that's why we have so much trouble with change, is that we don't tell a good enough story. And part of the reason why we struggle with change is that we focus on this side. We tell people what they need to change rather than focusing on this side and telling the story of what the future looks like. For instance, if I told you guys, all right, everybody in this room, I need you to go home right now, and I need you to pack a bag, and I need you to set your alarm for 3 a.m. What's your response to that?
Why?
Why? And who are you? And this is a little bit creepy. And why would I want to do it? Now, if I said, look, we've got a client of ours that has a chain of hotels in Hawaii. And what we've done is we've negotiated for the rest of the week, we can all stay for free. But the plane leaves at 5 o'clock in the morning. Oh, by the way, you can bring your families with you. And we've negotiated with all your employers that it's going to be paid time off. And we can cover all of the value proposition issues in about an hour, and you got the rest of the time to play on the beach. Who wants to go? Nobody?
We're going right now.
5 in the morning. Right?
Gotta get up at 3.
Now, at that point, I can ask you, what do we need to do in order to make that happen? You can say, well, I probably got to go pack a bag. I got to set my alarm for 3 a.m. I got to do all these things. But instead of focusing over here on what I'm telling you got to do differently, we focused over here on what does the rest of this week look like? What does that future look like? What's the case for change? Why is this valuable? And we told a good enough story that most people are like, yeah, let's do it. I'd like to go, especially the way the weather's been the last couple of days. So, all right. So we said leadership's important. Because it's going to help us get from Horizon 1 to Horizon 2. But what are the roles of the leadership? We've identified 3 distinct roles, and Kevin mentioned one of them. What are the 3 roles of a leader? What do you got to do first?
What'd you say?
I don't even remember what I said.
Get vision.
Yeah, well, you got to set direction, and vision is a big part
That's
of that.
what I said.
So you got to, so you got to set direction. So you're coming up with a set of strategies on what's going to get you from Horizon 1 to Horizon 2. And once I have that direction set, then I have to execute against it. I heard it attributed to Ben Franklin that a vision without the ability to execute is an hallucination. So, and most of us have hallucinated. In addition to being insane, we've all hallucinated a little bit too. We've got these great ideas and we can't execute them. Now, if that is a Ben Franklin quote, it's my second favorite. My favorite being, beer is proof that God loves us and wants us to be happy. So, you got to set direction, you got to execute strategies, and then the third role of a leader is to engage and inspire your people. Now, what do we want them engaged and inspired with? And notice it doesn't say motivate. Because the reason it doesn't say motivate is they're already motivated. If they showed up to work, they're motivated. Motivation has the same root as the word motor, motion, locomotive. It's all about movement. So if they're moving, they're motivated. What we need to do is engage and inspire them. And what do we want them to be engaged and inspired with?
You need to communicate the goal of where your direction is taking you.
Outstanding. We want to be relevant to the futures, this top line, right? We want them bought into this future results that we're trying to achieve and be excited about going there with us. We want them excited about going to Hawaii. So, all right. So there's levers that we can pull as leaders. Setting direction is all about strategy, then execution is all about structure and infrastructure and controls. And when we talk about controls, these are key performance indicators, measurement systems, dashboards, all of that kind of stuff. Anything that gives feedback to the people that are getting the results. And then engaging and inspiring is all about the organizational culture that you create and your organizational capability. But all of that is dependent upon strategy. I can't have a relevant conversation about any of the rest of this until I know what direction I'm headed. So just as an example, something simple like structure. My sister used to work for a corporate relocation company, and her client was ExxonMobil. And she called me one day and says, hey, we're thinking of going from 3 managers in the department to 2 managers. And I said, okay. She goes, well, you know a little something about this, right? And I said, well, a little bit. I said, I tell you what, buy me lunch, I'll tell you what I think. So I picked a really nice place for lunch. And then waited till after we ordered. I said, show me what you got. And so she put 2 org charts down. One had 3 managers on it, one had 2 managers on it. And she said, do you think it'll work? And I had to give her the standard consultant answer. Does anybody know what that is?
Depends.
It depends. Doesn't matter what the question is, if you don't consult, we'll always tell you it depends. Now, to be a good consultant, you got to know what it depends on. So what did that depend on? Will it work? Well, it depends. What's your strategy? What business problem are you trying to solve? She said, well, we really haven't talked about that. So, okay, well, go for it. I mean, if you don't know where you're going, it really doesn't matter what your car looks like. So it can't tell you if I have the right structure until I know what your strategy is. Structure follows strategy. Do you have the right controls in place? Are you measuring the right thing? The answer is, it depends. It depends on what your strategy is. Do you have the right culture in your organization? I don't know. What's your strategy? Do you think Walmart and Nordstrom have the same organizational culture? Which one's better? Well, hold on to that, because we're going to be able to answer that here in a little bit when we talk about value proposition. Because value proposition is a key element of that strategy. And it's maybe the element that most organizations miss or are missing, which is making it hard for them to make decisions. Because this whole structure of the strategic plan, what that does is develop a lens to look through. Because there's lots of really good ideas out there, but not every good idea is a good idea for you. And how do we tell which ones are the good ideas for us? Well, a big part of that is this concept of value proposition that fits right here in an overall strategic plan. And as I mentioned, it's what most organizations, or a lot of organizations, I think are missing, and it gives you a lot of confidence once you do have a value proposition, because it drives everything. And it's an anchor. So when we talk about value proposition, we're talking about the concept that comes from the work of Tracy and Wiersma in a book they wrote called The Discipline of Market Leaders. And I love the title because it's all about discipline, because it's not rocket science. And The Discipline of Market Leaders was a very popular book, and I even like the subtitle's even better. Narrow your focus, choose your customers, and dominate your market. So for most organizations who are trying to be everything to everybody, it says, look, we studied the good, the great, the build, the last type companies, and those organizations that survive and thrive year over year have a laser focus on delivering value in a certain way. They're not trying to be everything to everybody. As a matter of fact, they're saying, look, you're all welcome to shop here, but we're not trying to appeal to you. This is our demographic. And they dominate the world appealing to that group. They said there's only three. You could either be best total cost, you can be best product, and when you see this best product, think best product / service, and think innovations. These are the innovators. Or you can be the best total solution. And we'll talk a little bit about some key elements of each of these three, and we'll define them. Best total cost is when I strive to achieve the lowest cost position of product and service support. So it's not just the purchase price. It's purchase price, maintenance cost, disposition cost, residual value. All of that gets factored in. That's why Toyota is the best total cost company. They're not going to be the cheapest car, but they strive to be the lowest total cost of ownership. Their motto is variety kills efficiency, and every time I see that I think of Henry Ford and the famous quote about the Model T. You can have any color you want, as long as it's black, right? And you think about it, you know, we tend to think, okay, well, you'll get a price break from buying more of that color paint, but then, you know, you've reduced the complexity of your operation significantly. There's an example here, okay, Walmart automatically comes to mind. And we tend to think that Walmart is lower priced because they're so big. And I'll tell you, you know, Walmart is so big because they're efficient. They're not efficient because they're so big. Size does not breed efficiency. I mean, all we got to do is look at the federal government and we can see that. So Southwest is a great example, though. This variety kills efficiency. Does anybody know how many planes Southwest flies, different kinds of planes?
One.
I think it's still true. And it was one configuration of that plane forever. And you think about, okay, well, that drives your procurement costs, right? Because all I got to do is pick up the phone and say, build me another one. But then you start thinking about stocking parts for maintenance. And you think it's about training your mechanics and training your pilots and current training on your pilots and your flight attendants and crafts and your services and all of that. Think of all the savings that Southwest has been able to engender as opposed to, say, an American Airlines, which flies, anybody know any planes? I think 13, 15, something like that. McDonald's. McDonald's isn't the cheapest hamburger in all their markets. What McDonald's innovated, though, was a way to drive down your cost of acquisition. What did McDonald's have before anybody else did back in the 50s? I don't think any of us, very few of us were around then.
Milkshake.
Well, no, a lot of them had milkshakes.
Was it the
But
process?
the corner drugstore had a milkshake, right? But you had to walk in and sit down, right?
It was a
What did
walk-up.
McDonald's have?
It was a walk-up.
The process, right?
The drive-through, right? The drive-through. I don't even have to get out of my car to get a lousy hamburger. I just go up, talk to the clown, tell him what I want, drive to the next window, pay for it, and I'm good to go. So just kind of shows that there's different ways to innovate that's going to drive the total cost of ownership down. And there's a fundamental element of quality that goes with best total cost. Because if it's cheap, then it's not the best total price. Notice Yugo's not on the list. Anybody remember Yugo's? I actually saw one the other day. It's not running, but a realty company I live in Highland Village, and a realtor up there bought one and painted a sign on it and parked it in the parking lot. And I'm like, that's a Yugo. But I remember in the 80s, mid-80s, when Yugo came on the scene, they were $49 down and $49 a month. I don't remember how many months it was, but I don't think the car lasted to the end of the note. But then you start thinking about what your time is worth standing on the side of the road waiting for the tow truck. And, you know, the residual value. Anybody know the residual value on a Yugo? No, it's less than that. He said zero. You know, it was, I think he had to pay $250 for it to take it all, to haul it away. So, yeah. So there's an element of quality here, and you'll see that in all of these. Best product and service. These are the innovators. These organizations build a better product where the customers will pay a premium. Their motto is they're going to cannibalize their own success. By that I mean, let's just look at Apple as an example. When Apple was, think about the first iPad. They're selling them for $500 a pop. They're selling as many as they can make, and then they launched iPad 2. They're still selling iPad 1s for $500 a piece. Now they're going to sell this iPad 2 for $500 a piece, and the iPad 1 they're going to sell for $300. So they stole sales from themselves. Why would you do that? I mean, when I was in business school, they taught you the, you know, the growth curve, and then right about the peak, you want to launch your next product. But they're still on the upswing, and they're launching their next version of the product. Why would you do that?
So you can sell services to them.
Well, you can sell service.
That's Apple's plan.
Yeah. But the other thing is, if I don't steal sales for myself, what happens?
Somebody else will.
Somebody else will. My competition's, I'm going to give them a foothold. And that's why they kind of cannibalize their own success. Excellent. So, so we say these invention after invention, and then I'll show you a company that has, they may have a second product now, but for most of their history they had one product. Anybody heard of Gore-Tex? All right. Anybody know what Gore-Tex makes? Wes?
They make a variety of industrial products.
Well, they may now, but historically they had one. What is their one product?
Well,
It's a mesh.
It's a mesh fabric. It was
It goes
originally-
into a fabric, right?
Wasn't it originally a medical implant?
I don't know if it was originally. I know that they did a pivot like in the late 2000s, like 2008, 2009, where they used it to filter blood. They used this mesh product because I'm guessing they've got a group that says, how else can we use this product? What else can we put it in? Because if you go to an REI or you go to Bass Pro, it's in all the foul weather gear and the boots and the shoes and all this other stuff. Because they take this mesh and they put it into a fabric which creates a waterproof bond. Yeah. So I find it an interesting example in that this is all about innovation. So it's whether you're innovating different uses of one product or you've got a dozen different products that you're innovating or services, it's all about kind of cutting edge thinking. Microsoft is a great example. I mean, yeah, a lot of people are like, oh, best product, not really. But what did Microsoft innovate that kind of changed the way we used and interacted with a personal computer?
The operating system.
The operating system and the suite, right? So, you know, whereas before they didn't have the best word processor, and they didn't have the best publication software, and they didn't have the best spreadsheet program, but they had a suite to talk to each other, which was better than all the different elements, even if you went, even if those might be better, a little bit better. Intel, I mean, you can't buy a computer and get it home. There's a faster chip out there. So, obvious example, and we've already talked about Apple. And then the last value proposition is total solution. And total solution is where we're going to solve the broader problem. I'm not going to give you what you asked for. I'm going to give you what you need. And I'm going to expect to share a little bit in the benefit, right? Their motto is solving the broader problem. They are, and they strive to be customer intimate. So some examples of organizations that deliver on this. UPS. So UPS, one of their kind of regional salespeople noticed that one of the clients was shipping a bunch of boxes back and forth to a certain location. And if it happened to be, if it was FedEx that had this client, FedEx would have figured out a way to save them money on their shipping back and forth. But UPS went in and started asking questions. And UPS says, actually the company was HP, and they said, what is this facility that you're shipping stuff to and from? And they said, well, it's a repair facility. They said, well, is that something that's part of your core business? And HP's like, no, we hate it. It's just a real pain in the neck. So through some questions and discussions, what happened was instead of figuring out a more efficient way or a cheaper way to ship packages, UPS took on the outsourcing of this repair facility. So I don't know if it's still true, but for a long time, if you had an HP product, you had a problem with it, you called the number, and somebody in brown shorts answered the phone. They sent you a UPS box. It went to a facility in Tennessee where somebody in brown shorts took it out of the box, fixed it, put it back in the box, and sent it back to you. Never touched an HP employee because UPS solved the broader problem, which was the need for this repair facility. IBM Global Services, the stories they tell are that, in the early days, they would come spec your network needs and they would source it with the best available product for you, whether or not it was an IBM product. So they weren't really pushing the IBM tags. And then Nordstrom. Nordstrom is an example of solving the broader problem. And I have a friend of mine, actually he's a former boss, and he had a business meeting, but at lunch he dragged his tie through his suit. And he happens to be colorblind. So he was going to this meeting and he happened to pass a Nordstrom. So he pulls into the Nordstroms and walks in with his suit on, with no tie, and he goes, the guy met him at the door and he goes, I need a tie. And the guy, most of the places I stop, they go, they're over there. But this guy says, come with me. So they go over this big rack of ties, and the guy looks at him and goes, is that the suit you're going to wear the tie with? He goes, yeah. He goes, are you going to need this tie for, is it business or pleasure? He goes, well, it's business. He goes, is it a sales meeting or a project meeting? He goes, it's a sales meeting. He goes, are you meeting with a director and below or a director and above? He goes, it's a vice president. I'm meeting with the vice president of sales. The guy reaches over and he goes, here's the tie you need. Now, the guy didn't even ask if he was he didn't even know he was colorblind. But he was trying to solve his broader problem. He was trying to sell him the right tie, not just a tie. Because if it's just a tie, you're going to go to Walmart and it's $10. If you're getting the right tie, you're going to Nordstrom and it's significantly more expensive. Does all that make sense? All right. So those are the three value propositions. Do you have any questions about that, or do everybody got a pretty good feel for the difference? All right. So the second part of that, all right, so value proposition as we defined it is how I'm going to choose to deliver value to my customers, right? Value proposition is how I'm choosing to deliver value. Either I can do it best total cost, or I can do it by innovating, or I can do it by solving your broader problem. The value operating model is how I organize internally in order to be able to do that. So if I'm going to deliver value in a certain way, I've got to organize my whole, or put all my different functions in my organizations together in a way that enables me to deliver that. All right. So there's a corresponding value operating model for each value proposition. Now, if I were to tell you these are all Olympic gold medalists, right? So they're all the pinnacle of their field. But one of them's a marathon runner, one of them's a gymnast, and one of them's a weightlifter. Do you think you could tell me which one was which? And of course you can. And the answer, why, if I ask you why, the answer would be
They look different.
because they look different. And why do they look different? Well, their whole being has been around delivering value in a certain way. The marathon runner has never eaten 17 eggs for breakfast. And the weightlifters never run 20 miles in a training session. Now, 20 miles is good exercise. If you run 20 miles, that's a lot of exercise, right? Is it good exercise for a weightlifter, though? No, it'd be detrimental to what he's trying to achieve, right? And the same would be true of the gymnasts. They're probably not going to run 20 miles in a training session. So everything about what they're doing, their diet and their exercise, is all geared around delivering in their value proposition, if you will. And the things you've got to align are your culture, your org structure, your core process management systems, and information technology. All of that has to be built to deliver value in the way you're choosing to deliver it. All right, so, and we'll see why this is so critically important here in a little bit. But for best of total cost, the value operating model is operational excellence. For best product, it's product leadership. And for best total solution, the model is customer intimacy. And occasionally you'll see people use the value proposition terms and the value operating model terms interchangeably. But there's an important distinction here. The value proposition is how you're going to choose to deliver value. The model is how you're going to have to organize in order to do that, in order to be able to deliver value that way. This is how I'm going to deliver value by my innovation, and I've got to organize everything in order to be able to deliver that. And if I'm going to be best total solution, I'm going to have to be customer intimate. I need to know more about how my customers operate than they do, and I have to build my whole organization in order to be able to do that. All right, so we've gone through all of these, or a lot of these examples, so I'm not going to repeat myself. But operational excellence is delivering acceptable product and service at the lowest possible price. Remember, variety kills efficiency. We talked about all of these. FedEx is another example of a operationally excellent. Toyota is operationally excellent. What's the Toyota luxury brand?
Lexus.
Lexus is operationally excellent. They're our best total cost company. Because they literally wrote the book. Shigeo Shingo, who was one of the leaders at Toyota, wrote the book on operational excellence and how do you do that. So what it is that every market segment, they're trying to be the lowest cost, total cost of ownership at each market segment is what they're striving to do. Product leadership, innovation, generating invention after invention, applying them in useful commercial products. We've got Cortex, Microsoft. Sony's a great example of a couple of things. One is a company that was the innovator and a company that lost its way and lost sight of its value proposition. So if you think back into the 80s, think of 1980, 1981. What's that product that everybody had to have?
Walks.
Yeah, the Walkman is the one I was thinking of. Yeah, not everybody had to have a Betamax, because obviously most people didn't buy a Betamax, even though the Betamax was a superior picture quality and a superior product to the VHS recorder. Now there's some fatal flaws that Sony made with kind of the marketing of the Betamax, but the one I'm thinking of is that the Walkman. And the reason they came up with the Walkman is their chairman had two passions. And you can probably guess what his two major passions were. One was music, there was walking, and he wanted something, I mean, up until that time, if you wanted to take your music with you, you had a boombox on your shoulder and you were walking around, right? So he wanted something about the size of a paperback book that he could take his music with him, and that's why they developed the Walkman. And then everybody had to have one. And they were always kind of the innovators in that way. And then you flash forward to the mid-90s, and they became a fast follower. They looked and they saw Palm. Everybody remember Palm, the personal data assistant? Everybody had to have your Palm Pilot. And they said, there's a lot of money to be made in those. So they came out with a PDA, and it was better than Palms, but nobody bought it, because if you were going to buy one of those things, you'd buy the Palm, right? And then they looked at MP3 players and said, okay, a lot of money in MP3 players. And they have an MP3 player. You might know what it's called? Of course not, because if you're going to buy an MP3 player, what are you going to buy? iPod, right? And then they had tablets, and they got into computers, and they did all of these things, but they were like chasing instead of leading. And they've got a story in the book about cannibalizing your own success, about Sony launching, putting the final on the marketing launching of their second generation digital video camera. And the floor above it, they're finalizing the design of the third generation, and then the floor above that, they're already working on the fourth generation. So they're planning this obsolescence. They're stealing from themselves. Texas Instruments is a good local example of an innovative company. Right? So these companies swing for the fences. These are risk takers, and they hit a lot of home runs. Think about what were the Texas Instruments home runs? Calculator. And what made the calculator possible? The chip, right? So they came up with the integrated chip, which is really where they made hay. But then they became kind of a follower because they got into personal computers and they got into this, and they struck out really bad on a lot of these other things. I don't know if we considered the DLP technology they came up with a few years ago as a home run or a strikeout, because I don't know what the final verdict is on that. But they'll continue to swing for the fences and try to hit that big home run, because that's what the DNA of these organizations is all about. And then Total Solutions is all about customer intimacy. It's all about having superior expertise in the underlying problem, change the way my customer functions in a fundamental way. We talked about UPS and what that's all about. Nordstrom's, Johnson Controls is a good example, etc. All right. So you got a good feel for value proposition and the corresponding value operating models, and I think you guys got excellent. So a couple of questions. This is the full. Can you do more than one? Because one of the first things people do is says, yeah, we want to do these two.
Can't do them both well.
Right. Yeah, so there's kind of some fine lines here, and because things can get a little bit blurry. So to be clear, in the book they say no. The book says the companies that excel, the companies or the organizations that excel, the organizations that really achieve year over year this remarkable success, choose one in which to excel. Now, some of the caveats around that is you cannot totally ignore the other two legs. So you're going to pick one that you want to really pursue, but the other two you've got to be good enough at. Right? If I want to be customer innovative, I want to deliver a total solution, I can't charge whatever I want. There's just a certain bandwidth within which people will pay for anything. Right? And that range is determined by the market. So if I can't get into that market, I might be at the upper end of that range, but I got to be in the range. Otherwise, nobody's buying it. I don't care how good it is. Does that make sense? Right? And I've got to have some innovation. I've got to have some sort of product differentiation. So this is what I think is really kind of where the rubber meets the road in this whole concept, is that there's threshold levels in each one of these in the value proposition that every organization needs to achieve. I don't necessarily have to be operationally excellent, but I need to at least be operationally efficient. That's why every organization out there, I don't care what your value proposition is, every organization has cost-cutting initiatives. And a lot of times they're going to call it operational excellence. But it's not. It's really striving to be operationally efficient and to get to the threshold level. I may not be the product leader, but I need to at least have some product or service differentiation. And I may not be customer intimate, but I need to at least be customer responsive. This is the price of admission, is to get to the threshold level in all three. And then you pick the one that you want to rule the world at. and that becomes your value proposition. So, in 2011 and then again in 2018, you guys chose and reiterated a value proposition. Does anybody know what that is?
Customer intimacy.
Customer intimacy, right? So your value proposition is to be the total solution. Value operating models is to be customer intimate. So that's outstanding. So hopefully through this little discussion, there's a deeper understanding of what that requires and what that means. And Kevin, I did notice that you were taking some pictures. I'm happy to share these slides if you guys want them. Mike's got them, and he can distribute them.
I am not stealing anything that he is doing.
Maybe it'll post.
It's nice to have notes. Thank you for sharing.
All right, so you guys feel pretty good about it?
Can I ask one question, and maybe
Yes.
too abstract, but you have the 3 different areas, and obviously if you focus on one more than the others,
Right.
you're going to limit your population, right? I mean, you shrink your potential customer, right? I mean, is that a fair
Yeah,
assessment?
as a matter of fact, in the title, they say narrow your focus,
Yeah.
choose your customers, and dominate your market.
Is it, in your opinion, are any of the 3 focuses, is there one that limits more than the other? And I guess I keep going back to like the Nordstrom example. I guess I feel like their population would be, that one, there are fewer people willing to pay for that customer intimacy than a lot of the other things. I'm just wondering, are they all relatively equal? Does that make sense? I mean, do they?
Yes, I'm going to give you the standard consultant answer. It depends. Yeah, because you can look and see it's different in every market, right? So you're absolutely right. You look at it as if you look at all people, consumers of retail. There's the market for what Nordstrom is delivering is less or smaller than the market for what Walmart's delivering.
Yeah.
Right. But if you look at gasoline, companies spend millions of dollars trying to differentiate their gas from other gas. But where do you buy gas?
Usually the cheapest.
Well, if it's on the right side of the road,
Oh, yeah.
it's not just the price, it's the convenience,
Yeah.
right? So it's that total cost of ownership that's where I buy gas. And I have a friend who will go to the least expensive gas within a 15-mile radius, and he spends more in his time in researching it and driving there and driving back than in my mind, he's saving in the gas. Yeah.
Okay.
Does that?
Yeah. No,
And that's part of how you pick a value proposition is you look at the population and you look at what they want, right? You don't want to pick a value proposition nobody cares about.
Yeah.
And that's part of the definition of value proposition is it's the things people expect to receive and for which they're willing to pay.
Well, that's what I sometimes struggle with, like with the Southwest American are the good example that clearly Southwest hates variability, right? I mean, and they've been very successful at it. And sometimes you scratch your head and think, well, why does American do what it does? But clearly American is very successful at what they do also. And I guess it does have to do with Southwest is very selective about what markets they go to, where that's going to work, whereas American is broader in their outreach, international or whatever.
Yeah, so Southwest is basically saying, do you want to get away? And American's saying, where do you want to go?
Yeah.
And there's places you can't get on Southwest. I'm sure there's places you can't get on American too, but there's fewer
of them. Yeah.
Yeah, and some of the times you look at it, and I'm wondering if there is a kind of a cohesive value proposition, even in some of these large companies like American Airlines. And nothing against them. I mean, I've been a big fan of theirs for years, but I know that sometimes they have some of the planes they fly are simply because there was a relationship with whoever was the president at the time and the people that were trying to sell them airplanes.
Yeah.
And that's just how it just, I don't know that it was part of a strategic initiative or not, because some of the planes they fly just don't make sense.
Yeah.
Because they carry fewer passengers and they use just as much fuel, which really doesn't seem to make much sense.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
but that's all the things you want to factor in, right? So when you're thinking about picking a value proposition, you want to say, well, what is your population you're going after? What customers do you want to choose? And how are you going to appeal to them? And is there enough of them?
Okay. Thanks.
Awesome. So, I've been doing training and development for 25, 30 years now. And so I've come to realize that up here in my brain, it's genius. And when it comes out of my mouth, it's not so much all the time. So I always like to do kind of just a gut check to make sure what I said resonated and that equals what you guys heard. So I have a little quiz for you. And this thing is going to take 5 minutes, 6 minutes. And I'm going to tell you how it can take 5 minutes, right? So if you look across here, there's columns, right? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns, and they correspond to the elements of the value operating model you have to align to deliver value in a certain way. Now, there were items under each column. And if you look at those items under each column, you might appear that they are grouped. Those bullets are grouped. And you might assume that the groups go together. And if you were to assume that, you'd be correct. And how many groups of bullets are there under each column?
3.
3. And how many value propositions are there?
3.
So you might assume that there's a group of bullets associated with each value proposition. That would also be a correct assumption. All right? So you don't have to do each bullet, right? You just do the groups. And if you figure 2 of them out, the third one is the other one. So what I want you to do is just kind of go through each group of bullets and just label those either total cost, best product, or total solution according to the value proposition that would be associated with it. Now work in columns and not in rows. It'll be a lot easier that way. Any questions about, is it clear what I'm asking you to do?
right, so I think most of you have been able to take a stab at it. If you're still working on it, it's fine, because I just want to go through this and debrief as a group. So we'll just go through it quickly, just see what we got. So client, field-driven, variation, have it your way mindset as a culture is an example of total cost, best product, or total solution.
A total solution.
Solution.
Total solution, excellent. And there's a little clue for you if you want to self-grade. Anytime it says client, that's going to be a total solution, because total solution is totally focused on the customer. It's totally focused on externally, whereas total cost is all focused internally. Or the majority of the focus is on how do I improve my processes and how do I do better at this, and whereas total solution is all about how do I better serve my customers, how do I learn more about them. Concept and future-driven experimentation, out-of-the-box mindset, attack, go for it. When is
Best product.
best product, discipline, teamwork, process focus, conformance, one size fits all is
Total cost.
total cost. Excellent. Organizational. So this is more organizational structure, ad hoc, organic, and cellular, high skills abound in loose-knit structures.
Total solution.
Total solution, I think.
Actually, that one is best product.
Best product.
Best product. Because, oh, here's the hint. Entrepreneurial client teams, high skills in the field. Now, it's total solution and best product are kind of organized similarly, but where best product is around product line and products, the total solution is about customers and clients. So it's kind of a loose knit, but it's focused on the customers. Whereas total cost has centralized function, is a high skills at the core of the organization, rather than out in the field. Core processes, client acquisition and development, solution development, flexible and responsive work processes is total solution, excellent. Product delivery, basic service cycle built on standard, no frills, fixed assets. Total cost. Invention, commercialization, market exploitation is
Best product.
best product. Management systems, decisive and risk-oriented, rewarding individuals' innovation capacity sounds like
Best product.
best product. Command and control, compensation fixed, the cost and quality, transaction profitability tracking,
Total cost.
total cost, revenue and share of wallet, driven, rewards based on partner client feedback, total solution. Integrated low-cost transaction systems, mobile and remote technologies,
Total cost.
total cost. Yeah, it's interesting when you look at information technology, because if you look at Walmart, right? So Walmart, they have products on the shelves that they never touch. So it requires their vendors to be a total solution provider, whereas Walmart can be a total cost provider, right? Because the vendors know more about what's going on the some shelves in Walmart than Walmart does. They track the inventory levels and they restock it at certain levels and all that good stuff. Person-to-person communication systems, technologies enabling cooperation and knowledge management. These two are the most common that get flipped. So this is best product. And customer databases linking internal and external information, and knowledge bases built around expertise as total solution. All right. So anybody get all of them?
Negative.
Negative. All right. Anybody get most of them? Yeah, awesome. Hopefully you did. But what I find is it helps me see where you guys are at and what you guys got, and it also helps you kind of solidify your thinking around these concepts, just to make sure that we're all talking apples to apples, because that's one of the major things in doing 20 years, 25 years of strategic planning work with folks, is just getting everybody in a common language is huge. Because when you come in, usually you're talking all over the map, and you're using the same terms in different ways. So it helps if we have a common language, so at least we know what we're talking about. So even if we disagree, we know we're actually disagreeing and not just semantics. All right, So that's that one. So we talked a little bit about that, but because you asked a great question, you know, which value proposition should we choose, basically? Isn't it going to be too limiting? And that's one of the things you want to take into account. And, you know, when I first introduced this to cities, I've been using it for quite a while with for-profit businesses and nonprofits. I was working with Addison, and Ron Whitehead was the city manager at the time. Some of you might remember Ron, who's one of the greatest people I've ever met. But anyway, we got to this point in the process, and I asked Ron, I says, like, all right, I ran him through it, and I said, I'm not sure how applicable this is for cities. And Ron said, well, I'm not either, but let's introduce it to the council and see what they think. And they loved it. They actually felt it helped them make decisions. Anybody want to guess what Addison, this is back in 2008 anyway, so what their value proposition was?
Total solution.
Good guess, but wrong.
Best product.
Huh?
Best product.
Best product, the innovators, right? So if you look at the way they do festivals and, you know, how they're a little bit unique, right?
I thought that, but yeah, I can see
Yeah.
that, because that's when they were doing a lot of like their Taste of Addison and.
Exactly.
They were, yeah, innovating a lot.
They're such an outlier
Right.
compared to the other communities in the area, so
Mhm.
kind of makes
That's-
sense.
That's when we came up with like, around that time, correct me if I'm wrong, like Oak Fest. And we were always thinking about like what Addison was doing and then what we could do to fit our community,
Right.
but have something like that.
Yeah, and that's what happens a lot of times. And then sometimes we want to look at it and go, we really don't want to chase after Addison because that's not our value proposition.
And that was it, right? We were like, we're not gonna be in Addison.
Right.
But what can we do that's similar to that fits our community needs?
Excellent, yeah. So, outstanding. So, and what are some of the impacts? What are some of the consequences of selecting a value proposition?
You have to defocus on one of the others at least.
Right, yeah, so you're going to have less emphasis on certain things, right? So if you just look at total solution and total cost, right? And you're looking at Nordstrom and Walmart. And one of the cities I was working with, one of the things that helped them realize is that they were trying to run a Nordstrom and pay Walmart salaries. So,
You end up having to say no to something, right? I mean, you
well, you always do anyway, right?
yeah, yes. But you usually can fool yourself into think, I'm gonna do everything for everybody. And this probably makes you be more selective. Saying, well, that just, at the end of, I mean,
Yeah.
you say it, however you say it nicely, it doesn't really fit. It doesn't fit what we're trying to do.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's
It's making
not.
me uncomfortable also.
But yeah, and that's what I love about the subtitle, and it can be problematic for cities, you know, because it says narrow your focus, choose your customers, and dominate your market. Because when I choose who my customers are, choose who I want to appeal to, I'm also choosing who I don't want to appeal to. Nordstrom has made a conscious choice not to try and appeal to Walmart customers. Now, are they welcome to live there, or not live there, I mean, they're welcome to shop there? Absolutely. As long as they remember to wear pants that day, they can go into a Nordstrom and shop to their heart's desire. But they're not sitting around at Nordstrom going, we need more of the Walmart shoppers in here. Walmart's not going, hey, we need the Nordstrom shoppers here, how do we get them? And if they ever start doing that, that's usually when they have their downfall, is because they're losing focus, and that's what the benefit of this whole concept is it provides focus. Questions or comments? Yes, Tim?
Just want to say I appreciate the exercise because I think conceptually when we looked at it, this actually puts a little bit of form around it. So I very much like to understand, like, what does this mean? You know, like, so I appreciate the exercise, so thank you for that.
Well, you're welcome, and the thing I like about it is that, please hang on to those, because as you're going through and making decisions, it will tell you, you know, what the different elements of an organization looks like to deliver on a value proposition. And since you picked one, it'll tell you what your kind of your focus needs to be. Yes.
Yeah, it was interesting. I went down each one of these columns and picked out what I thought was appropriate for our city, and I arrived at total solution. I mean,
That's awesome.
it's crazy.
That's outstanding.
Maybe that would have been a better way to start this one.
Well, we got there anyway. Any other questions or comments? Outstanding. Well, like I said, I really appreciate y'all having me back. It's been 4 years, so a lot of new faces. And anything I can do for you guys, I'm going to hang out for a little bit, but anything else I can do for you guys in the future, just let me know. Yes.
Could we go back to the first slide
Yeah.
where we're talking about our... Yeah, there we go, with the results slide. So, if we're happy with the way the city is running and all the services and everything we're delivering, but we want to do it in a more efficient manner, is that actually a different future result?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the things
It's
on
not
this
just
side...
changing the performance.
Yeah, so the things on this side of the equation are the things that are end of process, the things you can measure. Like, so revenue, actually expenses, for a business, cost of goods sold is one of these things that are a result of how you're performing. So your efficiency is a result of how you're performing. So how you measure that in your man hours or costs or dollars. So that would be a different a result that you're trying to achieve. And then once you know what that looks like, then you can say, what do I have to change on this side of the equation in order to get there?
Thank you.
Could you go back down toward the end of your presentation where you had the three?
Beginning, yeah.
Sorry, you'll let him go first.
We're going to ask you to go somewhere in the middle next.
This one?
Yeah, could we have a discussion on if we followed each one of those as a city, what the city would look like?
Sure.
So what, we know that we're headed in the customer, or in the total solution area. What would it look like should a city follow? Maybe Addison's a good example on the best product. What would a city look like if they followed the total cost?
Wes, how much time would you like to spend on that? No, I mean serious, because I have an idea of a nice little exercise we could do that would take probably 20 minutes.
So I think we're here. What's that?
Nothing. I said, we're here all night.
Brianna.
Yeah, we're here all night, according to Brianna. So,
I'm kidding.
so
Here's one of the things we could do. I could split you guys into 3 groups, and each group could brainstorm what it looks like if you pursued that value proposition. I'll give you each one of them, and then share that with the rest.
Okay, I think that'd be worthwhile.
Okay, outstanding. All right, so here's what I'm going to do.
Where are you going?
I'm going to split you into 3 groups. So I'm going to have you number off from 1 to 3.
I do what I'm told.
Ones are going to be operationally excellent. They're going to be total cost as a value proposition. And you're going to envision what the city would look like if that was the value proposition you wanted to pursue. 2s, you're going to be the product and service leaders. You're going to be the best product, the innovator, and you're going to envision what the city of Coppell would look like if that was your value proposition. And 3s, you're going to be total solution. Is it clear what I'm asking you guys to do? Okay.
3's
So we'll
just
start
easy.
here.
1.
Yeah.
And remember your number.
Yeah.
Right over here.
2. These are
Yeah.
2. 3.
I'll remind
1.
2,
3.
One.
One, two, okay. So one's get together, two's get together, three's get together, one's your total cost, two your best product, three your total
Sorry
solution.
for that one, I am.
I think you're, what, are you two?
I'm two.
I'm
Are
one.
you
not
playing?
participating.
You're three. One.
1, 2, 3.
Lower.
I say one of them.
Here we go.
You're not playing? But we needed that number visible.
Yeah, we needed 3 threes.
We're going to the,
Can we have another
we're going to the dais. Let's take over.
We can take, I can take a group over in our offices, and then the training room, or somebody will take
We'll hang here then.
one of the groups to the.
Okay, we'll stay here.
All right, so I'm going to ask you guys just to spend like 10 minutes and brainstorm all the ideas you can think of what the city would look like with your value proposition.
Not me. I'll come over.
Okay, cool.
I think it should be Don.
Mark's in charge of it.
Actually, it's on you.
Just do it.
Because you only had to be missing one.
Other conference room.
But I'll let you do it, so.
Hi, I'm sitting in the chair.
Don't worry.
I mean, I wish I knew where my.
Are you just going to write status quo and just?
It's like, the city's already doing it. This is what
I don't think any of us have full.
Okay, bingo.
Okay. So we are. Okay. So do you,
It's a good one.
so do we want to, I guess how do we want to tackle this? Do we want to look at it from like a department or like city services that are offered? Or how do you want to,
The reason they were able to do that is
I was thinking from a standpoint of like, if we were doing. Oh, really? Best in class. We would be, and we would function for like city services. What are the individuals, what do you think? So if we're gonna be total cost, I would use that as operationally.
I think about this delivering efficiency at the lowest cost with the examples like Walmart and things like that. So it's like, you know, if, to me, I think about, I just always have a loss thinking about how do they provide the, you know, products at the lowest, so it's like.
They squeeze their vendors.
They source big, they use vendors' competition against them to drive prices down. So I'm like, I think we could play in that, like Coppell, I don't think we could play because we're not as big as Dallas where a lot of people, you know what I mean? Like, I think about size. I know he said, you know, it's the way you do it and then the size follows, but I don't know. I'm having difficulty trying to put structure around what that looks like. But to me, it's all about driving costs down and trying to do things as cheaply as possible. But that's what I tend to think. Yeah. Is that where your head?
Yeah, I mean, I think that some of the things that citizens have become accustomed to would have to change. Water or pick up on, you know?
Yeah. No,
Core hours cut, I mean, it would be similar to what we had to go through almost during COVID, you know?
Yeah.
Although we never got to the point where we, you know, trash pickup once a week, but I think about all those things, you know, that there's only
I think they're the only ones that.
only one way to pay your bills, and it's to come here to this window and drop off your check.
And like reduced hours. Sorry, let me go grab my computer.
Because, you know, we're trying to accommodate a lot of people by doing online bill pay, you know, setting new kiosks.
and all that costs money.
Yeah. I mean, so that's getting over there to that total solution side. So you get away from that, I think you really have no choice but to lose the quality of service that you're delivering.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like, you know, from our police and fire, right? So, you know, I tend to think of like, maybe is it extending the life of equipment, you know, like trying to, you know, driving it past its usable years just to try to save money.
Yeah.
Or like, you know, so I'm thinking like, I even think about like reduce training for our police force and stuff like that. You know, like you meet like minimum requirements because you're trying to drive that cost down, right?
Right, and then also, we're trying to maintain that ISO 1 rating.
Oh yeah, the class 1.
Yeah. And, we could easily be a 2 or 3. I mean, I've got clients who, that have buildings out in, just name any small city out in the hinterlands that they're ISO 2 or 3, and that's just the best the city's going to do. I mean, we want to be able to, in that sense, we're almost delivering best product,
The daytime population is so much bigger.
So, I mean, like you said, you're cutting training, longer periods for the.
I'll say reduce maybe specialized training for police, because we have to have them. We were talking. Mark brought up a good point about like, would we be able to maintain our ISO Class 1 rating, because we're talking about investing in a fire station. If they come back and they determine that we can't maintain that because of those times or whatever, that would be a cost-cutting measure. We could leave our fire station where it is and probably be okay, but we wouldn't have that rating. I think that's, we're talking about maybe like for the police force, and maybe you don't do as much specialized training, like maybe we don't have, because I know we contribute to.
We do contribute to the SWAT team.
Yeah, exactly, and
We've
things
got
like that.
we've had officers that like rotate in and out for SWAT. We would be able to do that.
We also talked about like further extending maybe the like our equipment costs for like fire and things like that.
The fleet, yeah.
Our fleet, yes. Thank you. Words are hard.
Sorry, no, you're good. That's my contribution to fleet. I think I go to maintenance. I think of like we would be doing a lot more Band-Aid type repairs instead of some of our bigger infrastructure repairs because of the cost. I think of like reduced hours in some of our facilities.
And that's facility, that's fleet as well. That would probably all be reduced.
I think of some of our fees too. Not fees, but we're able to, I hate to say this, like eat a lot of cost in some areas. Like our fees are relatively low to surrounding cities. And you think about like, if I'm not mistaken, if when we're talking about fire, like if fire takes you to the ambulance takes you to the hospital, like we don't charge people, and not all cities do that. And we're able to do that because it's kind of like an amenity, but there are just costs that we incur.
How would reduced? I'm trying to figure out how to phrase that. I know you said amenities, but maybe like
There's services. I mean,
yeah. Like maybe I'm trying to think like things maybe that aren't as apparent to the public, or how you could phrase that. I think one thing that we might want to think about is what would be the benefit of going total cost, because I think we could sit there and like say, well, we reduce this and this, but what would be the benefit? Would it be lower taxes?
That's what I was thinking.
I mean, because I think we need to look at it from both sides as well.
What are your thoughts overall, Mark, if you think about like just in the area, your specialized area that you're in the infrastructure architecture space, like as a total cost city versus customer service? Kind of what are the pros and cons in that space? Because that's a large cost area for us.
Yeah, well, when we look at rebuilding these roads, like we're looking at a pavement section that is going to last 30 years. We could go back in with something that would cost less with a 15-year lifespan But, that's not a good value or a good use of the taxpayers' money because you have to go through
Yeah.
this in less amount of time.
So you're saying we could maybe reduce our costs by maybe putting in a 15 or 20-year road, but if we spend a little bit more and put in a 30-year road, because that reduces all the expenses of putting in the road and honestly even hassle to citizens and stuff like
You
that.
guys good with another couple of minutes?
Yep.
We've solved everything now.
Okay.
Yeah, we're,
No, that would be fine.
Well, you got another couple of minutes.
Yes, sir.
no, we're good, thank you.
That makes total sense. And so-
Yeah, and I think that, a lot of the studies that we're doing on the infrastructure and the storm and the sewer to try to identify where the issues are rather than waiting to the breaking point.
Mhm.
We've got a plan for how to attack those and get them on a scheduled repair cycle.
We're good.
The opposite of that would be just kind of wait until it has to be.
Breaks, yeah.
Yeah.
This way we can actually be proactive and plan ahead.
Yes. And,
It's too much, too much.
let's try this look at this.
I think he got me hooked up, so I just wanted to make sure that he wasn't waiting on me. Okay.
Sit in the same seat, watch the same thing.
What else other than lower taxes
What's that?
would be a benefit? What else would be like
I'm trying to think.
for total cost?
See, 'cause I was trying to think, like, maybe you have lower taxes, but we even talk about, like, we might even have an increase in smaller fees, because if we lower the taxes and stuff, some of these things that we absorb, we would have to pass those on to the citizens, so, that's obviously like a downside of it, in my opinion, but I don't know, like, people may look at that differently.
I know that second group is there.
Well, and I wonder if you,
Other group, is it?
it's not positive, it's negative, right?
Okay.
You lose the appeal
Middle
of
door.
Do you need
living in a
them?
small
You need my
community
key to get in there.
like ours. I mean, people come here.
Thank you.
and
I
there's
just
a
want to
certain
give them
level
a
of
heads up.
Right.
So would you lose that appeal?
One thing we might lose the variety of, like, programs and activities that we have, because if we're trying to drive costs down, I think that some of the reasons why we're able to provide so many different things is because, we do have extra money for those types of things, so, but, like, kind of leaning into what you said, is if we didn't offer that variety, would we be less attracted to our customers, the citizens?
One size fits all mindset.
Maybe even thinking about, like, one size fits all just made me think about, like, our diversity initiatives. We have such a wide variety of people. If we weren't, makes me wonder if we weren't as responsive to changing demographics and things like that, would we be as attractive, or would people just move in and would they, because I think, like, you eventually hit a critical mass where enough people move into an area where they're like, well, we're just going to come in and take over. We're just going to run for all the offices, and we'll just do what we want. I kind of go to that mindset, and that is because is the city doing a good job in showing that it's a diverse community that's accepting of people, but you have to have funds and programs and stuff like that to do that. So I don't know if that's a very narrow way of thinking, like this is the only thing that might happen, but.
I can hardly wait to see how many words you put on a file to 5 to your plan.
I've got a lot.
She was raised on
It's really impressive.
I know, I felt it, I kept thinking there was more than one, I was trying to like,
I decided to leaf through it. Second time, you know, took me 2 hours to leaf through it. It's not really a leaf.
You know, we should have spent our time under the stairs going through that.
Yeah, we sure
Getting
did.
Allison.
That was a foolish waste of time.
It
You
was.
called her? Thinking we were gonna get hit by a tornado.
I had you like right there, I could.
That's right.
When we're down here in the.
I'd have just got, I'd have just, you'd have just put me out.
Are they really?
I had a captive audience. Should have.
Yeah, you really did.
I should have.
We could have talked about water.
We could have.
I know, I ate my fries, I skipped my salad.
So you're leaving.
I did that too, I kinda ate some chicken.
You volunteered, and I said I agree
But I
with
ate some.
What are you, 3?
All right, if we could settle back in,
Yes.
we'll put a bow on this discussion.
That's where we are.
This is,
I want
You're
to, I
seeing
can
it.
hardly wait. I can just hardly wait.
you're seeing it right here. Right?
I ate that level.
We're about as tired. We were. Yeah, a few minutes ago. Were the rest?
I think,
Go for it. Not here, go for it. You know,
was it Bijou?
That's correct.
Brown's right, I think it's Bijou's missing. And like so. Yeah, we were just kind of figuring out like, I felt bad right when I was really nice place.
We have,
Yeah.
Joe, please stop talking.
I think it was Bijou.
Hey, I heard a rumor, Kent, that there was,
actually,
we thought it was 2 lots
talked
down
about
there
when
in
you got
one.
12.
Uh-huh.
Mark, we talked about you.
Oh, great.
On the
Oh, bad.
property out at the lake.
It's terrible. I hadn't heard that. Brought back memories of when you first landed in 2013.
Yeah, so I don't care what it is, just give me the.
All right, I think most of us are back. Let's get settled in. Which group was, group 1 was total cost?
Yep.
All right, so raise your hand if you're group 1.
Mark,
Mark, put your hand
Mark.
up.
put your hand up.
All right, so that's group 1. What would the world look like that's different with that value proposition? What did you guys come up
Kevin
with?
has a whole list.
I wrote a list. So we kind of thought about like that things might go back to the way they were kind of during COVID, where we would have like reduced hours for minis, because when we think about total cost, we're trying to be as efficient as possible. So, you know, we lose some of the variety that the city currently offers. So things like maybe reducing trash to 1 time a week, limited payment options for our utilities. So like the fact that you can pay online in our kiosk and stuff like that. Maybe you'd have, you know, we think about that one size fits all type of model. So here's one type of way to pay for utilities. We even brought up, because we're trying to save costs, no fire station relocation that we've been talking about for a couple of years. So that would put our ISO Class 1 rating in jeopardy for that. We talked about maybe police department having reductions in specialized training. You know, so it just kind of hit those bare minimums, you know, kind of stuff. So we talked about trying to extend the life of our fleet. So would that involve more maintenance on the other side, because we're trying to extend vehicles longer? Also for facilities as well. If we didn't do replacements and stuff, would we incur more costs on things like that? Reduced amenities and an increase in smaller fees that the city kind of absorbs, because we're trying to be that, you know, be very customer responsive and stuff. So we try not to feed people to death, but so that may pass those on. We did talk a benefit though, is we might be able to reduce taxes a little bit more on that, but obviously there are a lot of things that we need to consider on that. Mark brought up something about, we're going through a lot of road reconstruction projects. So if we went for we might be able to save money by doing like a 20-year road versus like a 30-year road, but seems like a short-sighted solution to saving money now versus trying to look long-term. And then maybe a reduction in city programs, would that be less attractive to our, the diverse citizenship that we have here, so would that make us less attractive and people start moving away? So that was kind of the hit list that we put in. Guys, do y'all have anything to add to that?
I think the only other thing is, I think that we do a lot of study of our infrastructure so we can know what is in line to be repaired rather than just sitting back and wait until it fails. We have to schedule maintenance, and we have a long-range view. So I think that if given the costs associated with ongoing repairs and improvements, it adds cost to the model. But I think long term it makes sense rather than always being in crisis mode. You have a water main break, every 6 months somewhere in the city. So.
Any questions or comments for the total cost group? Let's give them a round of applause. Well done. Best product and service, product leadership, the innovators, which is group 2. Raise your hand if you're in group 2.
Cliff.
Awesome. So tell us what that looks like from y'all's perspective.
Well, first of all, none of us were quite as eloquent as Group 1, so our, we're gonna be a little bit more brief.
Shockingly, we spoke a little long, my bad.
Best product, it took us a while to get going, but when we really looked at it, the best way to describe best product is what's the next newest, shiniest object. And that was kind of the way that when Cliff finally came up with that, or when he came up with that was kind of like, that's exactly what we're talking about. A couple of the characteristics of that is you minimize the amount of citizen participation. You rely on your internal expertise, so you are the leadership of the city, whether that's council or staff, is doing what they think is best because that's what they're being told by the seminars and all the experts in the field. Risk is okay, so you're going to end up making some mistakes along the way and paying for those. You're going to try a lot of new stuff and see, you kind of throw it on the wall and see what sticks. And one of the examples we came up with, is this is going to be Mark's favorite, we would be far into mixed-use development if we had followed that model. Because that is the shiny new thing that was out 5-10 years ago, and still that would have been introduced here if we had been following this model.
Excellent. Yeah, that's an excellent example. And you're absolutely right? So when we talked about organizational structure and culture, right? So we talked about the total cost that we saw, very internally organized, very much internal focus on our own processes and operations, and about the total solution and the being customer intimacy, very externally focused on our customer base and who our customers are, et cetera. The best product is a mixture of those two. So you're kind of pulling a little bit in from what people want, but then you're also very much focused internally on what do you want to do? What is the cool thing
Yeah, exactly. We would have a much thinner 2040 plan.
Yes. Yeah. Excellent. All right. Any questions or comments for Group 2? All right. Well done. Give a round of applause. All right. The Total Solution Customer Intimate Group.
I'm going to let them.
Group 3.
Yeah.
You volunteered.
No, this is.
Where's your
So
list?
this is-
You don't have anything written.
Yeah, we don't have.
Oh, dialed in.
So this is what Coppell has tried to do, and I think in a lot of ways we have done this well. We try to stay connected with the community in a lot of different ways. And I even take one of the examples I think Mike had thrown out. once again, it's sort of trivial, but let's just talk about code compliance. The way we approach code compliance is we're not about just raising a bunch of fees or collecting a bunch of fees. We're not about beating people over the head, to try to get them in compliance. We're trying to work with people so that we are all sort of cohesive in what we're trying to accomplish and what direction we're trying to go. And so we work with people to work through some of the different code violations that might come up. So I can see how we try to be close to the people. There's even a trivial one, this may be Kim's world, but so I hear there's a slot on the kiosk out there to collect paper checks. Is that what
just for you.
Is that just for you?
Old timers.
I guess I see that as sort of I guess I see things like that as sort of, it's for a segment of the community based on feedback that we got, and so something is being done to try to just address that.
Right.
So we are trying to be as close to the citizens as we can. I would say a couple of the challenges that we come up with is when you go down this total solution path, though, it's easy to start spilling out into trying to be all things to all people. And I think at times Coppell can sort of get caught up in that mode also, because, just like we've talked earlier, the fact is you can't be everything for everybody.
Right.
And so there are certain projects or initiatives that we sometimes chase that probably don't fit in as well with what Coppell is as we would like. We still try to go out there and accomplish them and address them, but that can be a challenge sometimes in trying to find that total solution for a segment that, that Coppell probably doesn't work as well for.
Right, yeah, so in a lot of times, your value proposition isn't going to determine necessarily what you do, it's going to determine how you do it.
Mm.
Right, so you're all going to communicate, right? You have to communicate certain things. From a total solution, you might communicate the same thing in 8 different media, right? So it's on the website, and then you're going to text it out, and you're going to put it in the water bill, and you're going to do it, maybe call everybody individually. There's so many ways you communicate things, even though they're probably going to come back and say, well, you didn't tell me anyway. But if your total cost, you just put it in the water bill, and it's just like that's
all you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just like I said, because most cities are going to have some similar things. Every city is going to have to do certain things. Every city is going to have median work that needs to be done. How you go about doing that is going to be dependent on your value proposition, how you're going to deliver value to your community. Does all that make sense? Any questions or comments for the customer total solutions group? All right, let's give a round of applause. So, back in 2011 and then again in 2018, it was affirmed that you guys were pursuing a best total solution value proposition. Is that where you guys are still at? Anybody want to entertain a different one? Is that one that's working for you guys as the city of Coppell?
I'll venture to add that I think our customers, our citizens, expect that type of response from us collectively. And I know that there's other elements in the product, or in the other areas, the total cost and the best product, that they also want. But if you had to put it into a scoring matrix, they really want that customer responsiveness, the customer intimacy, which is the total solution.
Yeah, so maybe you've got elements that you have to get and you have to maintain. The thing about this operational efficiency, that's set by the market, which means your competition and the customer interacting determines what efficient is. And it's not set, it's not static. It's constantly moving closer to that operational excellence. Does that make sense? What people are expecting for their dollar is constantly growing.
Product differentiation by the same token. These threshold levels were set by the market, and they're constantly moving. So what you're describing, Mayor, is it may be that they're wanting you to maintain operational efficiency and product differentiation and really pursuing that customer intimate delivery. Does that make sense? All right, so do we want to just kind of do a hand vote, or?
Well, you
So,
know,
I mean,
when I look at,
This is, go ahead.
when I look at kind of the intermediate of each one of these value propositions, I mean, I think that is where we want to be. We want to draw a circle right around all of those three right in the middle.
Yeah.
And, you know, not necessarily go to one extreme. I mean, obviously, the further you get away from the center, the more you are leaning towards a particular way of thinking. And I don't think that we necessarily want to subscribe to best product or total solution or total cost. I think it's somehow I think it's got to be a blend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it is always a blend. So what you describe is the circle right here.
Yeah.
That's the ante. That's what every city, every organization's got to get here. And some of them are struggling to get there. Once you're there, though, then the ones that are going to excel are going to pick a leg to be the best at. But yeah, Kevin.
So when I hear, you know, total solution, and what I think about is, you know, the staff when they bring us, you know, like, here's a unique problem that this person is facing. Like, you know, there could be the cookie cutter response, like this is how we always handle this particular problem. But I think the staff already does a great job with trying to make sure that they do the most amount of good for the most amount of people, and that tends to pull towards that total solution path that we're already on. But I do think about, I mean, we've had a couple of challenges in our community that has forced us to be operationally efficient. So I tend to see us leaning more to that right, kind of top right kind of thing, where we're really trying to do that. But I think about product differentiation as well versus going down into product leadership, where, you know, new programs are being introduced, you know, regularly. We're trying some things, maybe not on the grander scale of like an Addison, if you will, but I think we are dabbling in all three areas. But I've definitely seen that pull recently since I've been on council with even like our Rule 3.334 about we were forced to be operationally efficient, you know, just because things that were done to us. So I like that idea of total solution in the sense that we're trying to, you know, look at a problem, you know, and try to figure out the best way to solve that problem. It's going to be the best for the most amount of people in the community. So I like that path, but obviously leaning heavily into operational efficiency and doing what we can to offer those different products and services and things like that. So I definitely think we're taking elements from all three, but I like leaning into that total solution. I think it's going to do the most good for the most amount of people for the longest amount of time.
Well, I'm in agreement on the total solution. I think that's what makes, you can find all those options in the Metroplex, I'm convinced, in cities. All three of those options you can find. And my personal opinion, I think what people love about this is it is a community. I even look at and I don't know if this is planned or not, but I even look at the number of community spaces that we have, of places where just people can gather for different things, whether it's the senior center or the art center or the parks. I think that's huge into making a community and sort of a total solution for what this community wants. I mean, we're right in the middle of this enormous metroplex, and it feels very close-knit, I think. And I think that is unique, relatively unique, among cities in general, but even in the metroplex. And so I think we we have a good offering for people who want to be in sort of a close-knit community like this. Because you can certainly find all the other things. I mean, we talked about Addison or wherever. We can find all these other options somewhere. So I think we are a good offering.
Other comments? Does anybody feel strongly about a different value proposition that maybe should be pursued?
Does that mean it's time for you to talk?
No,
Oh, okay.
I'm good with that. I mean, I can play devil's advocate all day long, but no, I'm good with total solution.
So, if I'm hearing our general direction is to continue the way that we've been going, we're definitely not gonna ignore operational or total cost. I mean, that's kind of at the core of what we do. I've been very happy with the product differentiation, if you want to call it that. You know, we've got some wonderful examples of that. The Biodiversity Center is one that comes to mind. But we don't live in that world every day. So I think that's a good example of, you know, being in that area, but we're not living there. That's not our primary focus. And I still come back to the customer intimacy is kind of where our citizens expect us to live. You know, when they come in and ask Sarah or Ashley a question, you know, they're expecting to get an answer that day. And that's kind of the way that we operate.
Excellent. Any other questions or comments?
Well, I believe Mark just asked me, hey, do I have any comments? So I'll make comments. I believe we arrived at the total solution is based on a survey we done with the community, correct? I think 1,000 participants were answered the questions. When was the last time we did the survey?
It's 2018 or 19? When?
18.
18. We're getting ready to go back out with a community survey this year that was budgeted, so go for it, yes.
So I thought that was based on that. Is that correct?
I didn't think
No,
so.
it's based on y'all's, what y'all as a council has said, this is the direction that you as a council want us to go in.
When was that? When?
2018 was the last time we had this
We
discussion.
had the same thing, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I wasn't part of that.
You-
I don't
No.
know.
What year did you get elected to the council?
18.
Okay.
So
18?
think
It was in the summer of 18.
you were here for that.
Okay.
But
It was over at the Life Safety Park.
Yeah, and we had the same conversation, and it was a similar exercise, and then we all talked about something similar, right? Where do we want to be? Which I think that's why it was really helpful to do that again, right? Because as a council, we need to agree on where we want to be, so then staff can go and implement in that same space, right?
Yeah, so my point was, if we do another survey, we may get a different feedback from the, residents, more participation than 1,000 people, so that we will have more inputs, which direction we should follow, instead of having 30 minutes discussion today. So we'll have more inputs.
Well, maybe that's for another discussion, because I don't know that the survey provides any information that necessarily addresses the direction that you as a council, I just don't know, because I haven't seen the questions, I don't know what they're going to be. If that's somehow some kind of way to ask that question to the citizens, because you'll have an opportunity to provide input on what the citizen survey is, that's the best I can tell you. The value proposition is not a specific, has never been a specific question on a survey, put it that way.
Yeah, it started with that 2011 strategic planning session, and it's part of, value proposition is part of this just definition that the way you're going to define what your city looks like in the future.
So that's what they did. They came up with a vision, and they came up with, part of that was the value proposition to help guide that conversation.
And it was in concert with 2030. Now that you have the 2040, which you didn't have in 2018, so you have the Smart Board and Ford, and you have the different things that are being worked on and direction that's coming from there that y'all been having input, that hopefully you've been thinking about as you've been having this discussion tonight about future results, because those are the things that you're talking about. And those are the things that we will, through the 5-year forecast, through the budgeting process, through the council work plan, right? So that's the lens that we take a look at as far as best total solution. So that's why the conversation's extremely important. We said, I gave you examples in there, the Magnolia Park process. There was a least expensive way to go about it. There was a more expensive way to go about it. And we had a lot of public input. We came up with the best total solution for the community that was more than the least expensive, but it wasn't the most expensive.
But I thought we decided because it was equal cost whether we went up, because we still have to go ahead and do the
When we first started the process, before you were on council, it was about less than a $500,000 solution.
Well, but I'm saying at the end of the day, it was because we still had to address the erosion, and the cost was going to be same.
And that fits with the best total solution.
So,
because drainage wasn't part of the original project.
But that should have been. What I'm saying is...
Well, no, we came to you and said there was an alternative way to do this. We can address the drainage in a different way. Again, I don't want to...
That's not what I heard that day, just to be sure, because if there was an alternative way to address the erosion, that would have cost a lot less.
No,
that wasn't the option.
What I'm saying is the drainage, when it was first started talking about, was being dealt with separately. All that was coming forward to the council was an alignment for the trail.
I understand that, but
right.
But then
drainage was never talked about.
But then the question also came up with how do we deal with the erosion on the south side, even if we put the...
And in that conversation, it was determined to go ahead and combine the drainage with the trail.
So what I'm saying is, you make it sound like we decided to go with a more expensive route, even though there's a way to address both issues somehow at a lower cost.
I'm tying the total best solution to, it took time. We walked our way through it. I'm just using that as an example.
Yeah, I'm just, because that...
If you don't think that's a good example, okay, that's fine.
Well, because you make it sound like there was an alternative option that was a lot cheaper, but we decided to go with the expensive one, but we were actually presented with whether we went the top, and it wasn't the same.
Again, I started with, when we first presented the trail, there was a less expensive solution that was just the trail.
Right.
Stop there. That's where I'm stopping. In terms of, we came up with another solution. We continued to work through the solutions.
So if we took that alternate route, we wanted to protect our investments, so we had to do things to prevent the erosion. So there was a change of scope that was a better solution, although more costly, which allowed us to provide what the citizens wanted, but it also addressed our concerns about losing investments of our money in infrastructure.
No, I get it. I'm just saying that anyway, it's going back and forth, but either way. Okay, fine.
Mark?
Bijou, I just wanted to, so your constituents put their trust into you to make these kind of decisions, to whether it be, total cost or, best products, whichever one. I mean, and I don't think that a survey on this type of approach to how we do business is something that we would necessarily get an answer through a survey, and they're looking for your leadership to make these hard decisions.
So the purpose of the survey is what? What is the purpose?
It's just, I think, customer satisfaction, basically, I'm thinking.
The surveys can be a bit frustrating because we'll ask a question and when we ask the question, then the people that actually go out and do the surveys will ask the same question multiple ways to make sure that they understand the answer. And so it ends up being a rather lengthy process for us to get the survey done. And we're going to do that later. But the basic questions that we will ask is the citizen satisfaction with the city.
Right, the leaders made a decision and staff executed. Are you happy with that?
It doesn't get that specific, but yes. I mean, it's basically, are you happy living here? Is there, that's basically the tenet of the questions.
Yes, sure, we make the decision and staff executed. We ask the customers, which is our residents, are you happy with the decision we made? So if we stick with total solution, hey, are you happy? So that's why I was asking when was the last time we did the survey.
Yeah.
We get the feedback from our residents. So last time we had 10,000 people participated out of 41,000. So what is the best way to engage more people to get more feedback is what I was thinking in my head.
But, question, so we've done a lot of surveys in the past, right? And I guess maybe I'm trying to understand too, I don't know of time, I think it's always important to get feedback if we can get it. It's usually been difficult. So I guess I see the survey and the decision here as different, right? So as Mark mentioned, right, this is all about how do we want to function going forward? By all means, if something comes up in a survey, Bijou, that would be, where all of a sudden everyone's saying, we don't feel safe, or we feel like we're not getting the best customer service when we go to the core, or whatever it might be, right? Or water services are terrible, right? Or something. I'm kidding, Kim. But then that's a call out, right, for us to fix that. But I think the way we're looking at this too, and the way we looked at it 4 years ago when we had this conversation was as a council, how do we, where do we want, where's the value for us, and what do we want, how do we want to function as a city, right? If it's cost, then we need to go down this road and do the things to be a total cost type community. If we want to be total solution, it looks like this. If we want to be
Best product.
the best product, and it looks
Yeah.
like that, right?
Yeah,
And so,
part of it, and I don't mean to interrupt.
No, go for it.
I apologize. The thing about it is that if you were to ask the customer,
Yes.
what do you want? What do you think the customer's going to say?
everything
Yeah, I want you to do all three, and I want you to do all three.
at low cost.
Yeah, and they'll say that until you start going down that road of going to the low cost, and then they're like, but I want this too, and then you're like, well, you can't have that at that cost, because it can't be done. And they're, but I want it. Well, we all want certain things. It's more of what they've come to expect, right? So it's a way we're going to deliver value that your customer expects to receive and for which they're willing to pay. They're like, this is good value for my money. So that's really kind of the question that would kind of approximate that is, do you feel you're getting good value for your tax dollar? Which is always an interesting question for me because, look, city taxes are the best value that you get, the best bargain that anybody gets. And I will challenge you that 98% of the people have no idea what they paid for their city taxes. I mean, the 2% may be very vocal, but I mean, I don't know. I know I pay property taxes and I know I pay this big number and I know most of it goes to the schools, but I don't know what my city's portion of that is. And I don't know what the tax rate is because I really don't, it's less than a cup of coffee every day. right?
Don had a comment or question.
On the total cost, just to recap that a little bit, total cost does not always mean least cost. Is that, in that
It's
correct?
total cost of ownership, yeah.
So, have
It's
you
not
seen,
cheapest.
have you seen cities that excel at that tenant?
I've seen cities that are really good at it.
Okay.
But even those cities won't pick best total cost because they don't want to be associated with the Walmart of cities.
Okay. Because I
Just
got
to
to
be
thinking,
honest with
because I'm like, I'm just making stuff up, but Beltline, total cost is gonna, I mean, most efficient is gonna be shut down Beltline for a number of months, and we're not doing that.
Please stop.
But I'm saying but that's not, feasible, or it would not be acceptable.
Right.
Even though it would be
For
most.
instance, Carrollton was an example of a city that was really good at operational excellence.
Mhm.
Had a lot of focus, Carrollton and Farmers Branch to a certain degree. But Carrollton, I think, decided to go with Total Solution as the value proposition. But they're very strong in operational excellence. They had staff members totally dedicated to that functionality.
Okay, I was just trying to think through how, that one seems more challenging for a city.
You know,
If you
a lot
want
of people look at that and say that's the easy one. That's actually the hardest one to pull off. I mean, you think about all the companies that are out there and how few of them are trying to be the low-cost provider, the best total cost provider, and it's because it requires a discipline and rigor that the others don't necessarily require. Okay. Other comments or questions?
Well, thank you very much.
All right, so is this helpful? Are we in a good spot? I'll look at Wes and Mike and.
Are you in a good spot?
I'm in a good spot. I think it's actually up to the 7 sitting here. Are you guys in a good spot?
Total cost?
No. Shut down.
No, I'm kidding. I think Total Solutions is the approach we need to stick with. I think it's yielded very good results, and the city's on the right track.
Yep.
Outstanding.
Yep.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
thank you all again for allowing
Yep,
me
that's,
to
number
come
4.
share some
Yep.
stuff with you.
That's what I was looking
Again,
for.
hopefully it won't be another 4 more years, but anything I can do for you guys, let
Thank
me
you,
know.
Rick.
Okay.
Give Rick a hand, right?
Give Rick a hand.
Thanks, Rick. Yeah.
Thank you.
Rick, I tried to clap for you, clap for us. But
That's okay.
Just check over.
So, does everybody, was our little exercise big enough break for everybody, or does anybody need a break now? 5? Okay, we'll recess for 5 then.
I think at this rate, my item will go on at 5 o'clock this morning.
Something's got to give here.
I need to pick up the pace, Cliff. We'll be cross-eyed by the time we get to 9.
You don't see me voting for 20 more minutes.
Well, no,
The head hit the table.
it was a very custom solution.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I understand.
I've had one of each. Legit. I've had one of those and one of those.
I mean, that's nice, but that's not really gonna help for as long as the project's gonna take.
That's mine, I do too.
And he gets to.
Well, I have to
I don't know, like, for my type of business, because it's more of a destination not in that particular corridor, you know, like down here. I don't think it'll affect us as much.
Yeah, because drive-by's not that important.
But like a convenience store, it, to me, I feel like that'd be huge. I feel like that could be big or something.
Well, it was, I mean, I appreciate you calling, and I'd say, what are you talking about?
So the time is 7:42, and we're going to reconvene in the work session of the Coppell City Council. Item C on my schedule is an update on the city's compensation plan. Justin.
Good evening. Having a little technical difficulties. We have whatever happened. So I'm here to talk about an update on the compensation study that we're doing. Mark Holcomb, who is with our consulting group Evergreen Solutions, is stuck in Atlanta. He was supposed to be here in person, and he's got the bulk of the slides, so I'm trying to get him connected. So give me just 1 second.
I'm here, Justin. Can you hear me?
I can. It's like different intervention. Great.
That was weird.
He's here with all of us.
So that's Mark.
Hi, Mark.
So again, as I said, the purpose of for me being here tonight is to give you an update on the city's employee compensation classification study. And then we're just going to take you through detailed about the process and sort of go from there. Thank you. So goals for tonight: provide an update to you on the employee compensation study that we started back in February. So that's, and Mark will go through that process of what they've been doing, what work they've been doing. Introduce Evergreen Solutions as the city's vendor, so that was Mark. And he's going to walk you through the purpose and the methodology that they're going through, and then also have a conversation at the end of his presentation about market comparators and competitors, and so the differences between those two and how they fit into the study. So we are, as I said, conducting a compensation classification study that basically consists of a review of the current compensation plan, and that's, think about the compensation plan as basically the pay schedule, what we pay our employees, and the classification piece of that is the hierarchy between positions and relationship between positions, so as well as our benefits. So we're looking at that. As I said, Mark will talk in more detail about their processes and their procedures that they go through during these studies, but typically do a full-blown study like this every several years, I guess is what you can say that. And what that is we're looking at every job in the organization. We've asked for input from every employee in the organization to kind of tell us what they do so we can refresh and get a good understanding of what's going on in the organization that way. In the interim, we typically do every other year an interim study. It's not necessarily a full-blown study, but it keeps us in check with the market. So the timeline of the study is such that we'll be able to consider any financial impacts that the study the recommendations may have for the upcoming budget process. So,
Can I ask a question? How did we arrive at these cities?
Mark's going to talk through that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, nice segue, thank you. So as a part of the project, we're assessing the current market, which will serve as a benchmark for our salaries and benefits. And so leveraging the expertise of Evergreen, we've developed this list. And so they're going to talk, Mark's going to talk through that here briefly, as soon as I get through. So just real quick, as to kind of prep for Mark's conversation with you, this is a heat map of where all of our employees live across the Metroplex. So it kind of gives you an understanding of where we're distributed. That's a little better uncluttered. It doesn't have the counts on it, but kind of see, this is pretty much where our employees live. We have some outliers, mostly the fire department. But, so the list kind of, as you say, Councilmember Hill, it kind of informs, you know, this is where our employees live. They could go to any one of these cities to work. And so, but Mark will talk through that process with you. So I'm going to turn it over to Mark, and I'm going to be advancing the slides for him. So Mark, I'll hand it over to you.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you all having me today. Judging by the reaction when I first spoke, I can't tell exactly what I sound like. Is this okay volume-wise? Are you ready to speak up or be a little bit quieter?
Perfect. Perfect.
It works.
It's okay? Okay, good. Well, thank you again so much. My name is Mark Holcomb. I am the project manager from Evergreen Solutions, who will be leading the engagement on our side. If we skip to the next slide, I can go ahead and start talking about a little bit of an overview of what we're going to discuss today in my presentation. We will start with the study goals and the project phases. So those two things really set the outline of the overall compensation and classification study that we're going to have. It helps to align expectations and really understand what our goals are as we go through the study. We will talk, in the third slide, sort of those initial results. We do have, or the third bullet, we do have a little bit of feedback that we've heard from employees when we came on site and conducted meetings with employees. And then we also have, sort of the first, deliverable that we've been working on is when we go into the market, when we go look at the market comparators that we're going to have, we will have a list to share with you tonight that we've developed with the help of HR and city leadership. And then I'll be happy to stick around as long as needed for questions and answers. So with the study goals, there are two main things that we want to keep in mind throughout a comp and class study. The first one is to review your current compensation and classification systems for internal equity. So when we reference internal equity, what we're referring to is the way you compare positions within the city of Coppell. So if you've got two different employees doing basically the same job, and maybe they have some different tasks as well, but they're working at the same level of leadership, that their jobs are similarly complex and they have similar decision-making autonomy, you would expect those employees to have similar compensation ranges available to them. On the other hand, if you look at an employee as compared with their manager or their supervisor, you would probably expect the manager or supervisor to have a higher range of compensation available because that employee has the additional leadership, complexity, decision-making, et cetera, in their job. And so those are comparisons that we're going to make and keep in mind throughout the study. We do want to maximize the levels of internal equity to the extent possible, but of course, we all know, especially in a very competitive labor market like we're in right now, external equity is incredibly important as well. So external equity refers to the same comparisons. If you look at a person performing a job here in the city of Coppell and somebody else performing a job at one of the other organizations that we'll talk about in a moment on the list that we have, would you be paid more or less or about the same if you work in the city of Coppell versus somewhere else in the market? And so we want to have a good understanding of what those comparisons look like internally and externally, and we'll keep those both in mind when we produce recommendations. It is not as simple as saying, well, the pay in the market, averaged out to, starting pay of $45,000, so we have to place, this employee at exactly $45,000. We will take into account the market. That is obviously a very important piece, but we'll also consider internal equity to make sure that the market recommendations aren't causing compression, aren't causing any issues in terms of relationships between positions inside the city. And so we do keep that in mind with all of our recommendations. As we move on to the next slide, I will talk to you about the project phases now. And so the project phases, this is a high-level overview of the steps that we intend to take. Obviously, there's plenty of detail within each of these different phases, but I'll talk to you about some of the main points of emphasis we'll have throughout. Phase 1, outreach, that phase has been completed, and so we went out on site, we met with employees, we spoke with HR, we've collected data from the city, so we have all that data basically that we're looking to collect right now. Sort of the transition between phase 1 and phase 2 We do have employees right now filling out job surveys. And so as soon as we get that information in from employees with those job surveys, as well as the supervisor reviews of those job surveys, that's going to allow us to move fully into phase 2. Phase 2 is when we're going to start looking at your internal structure, look at the way you do things now, review the information provided to us by your employees in those job surveys, and really help us understand, again, what's going on right now in the city. Are there things we notice right off the bat that we might want to recommend a change to, just based on best practices that we've seen in the market? And then that'll lead us into phase 3 as well. So phase 3 is going to be the market analysis. So the external analysis of your compensation, classification, and benefits, as Justin mentioned. So with that external analysis, we're going to talk to you today, as I mentioned, about the benchmark, the target organizations that we'd like to compare against in the market. We've got some recommendations there for who we believe the comparison should be with to help us understand that comparison. Where do you fall in that market? Do you have particular jobs that are positioned further behind market, or maybe some jobs are market leading? And we'll talk about that and share some individual results with you at the end of the study. Phase 4 is going to be the solution phase. That's where we're going to wrap things up. We're going to come forward with some implementation options. We'll work directly with HR and city leadership on those implementation options to really find out, again, what is the option that best fits the compensation philosophy that you have at the city of Coppell. So it's again, not just, hey, here's the cheapest option, not just, hey, here's the option that, is the absolute best, gives the employees the most money, is the total, the highest cost option. We want to find an option that fits what you're trying to do, that makes sure it addresses all the needs that we have, but that is also something that you'll be able to sustain and support going forward. We will tie everything up with a report. It'll be a written report that we'll provide that will explain what we did and what we found. We will also do a presentation, again, in a public setting like this, where we'll actually report on our findings to you all and tell you exactly what we found. With the internal analysis that we have already started, again, we have started to look at your structures, your systems, the information that has been provided by HR. I'll start with a little bit of commentary about your current compensation systems, and then I believe we'll move on to some comments made by employees at the outreach meetings that we had. We do see right now, and it makes a lot of sense too, that Justin was just sharing, you all have done these compensation studies. You have done these adjustments in the past, and your system that you currently have does reflect that. You do have logical progressions of pay grades, you have consistent range spreads, where employees basically can move up through the grades, and you understand when an employee starts here at minimum, that they'll actually move through the range over the course of their career. And so you've done a good job administering those systems. Now, that looks at the internal system only. It does not consider the market. So when I say, again, that you're doing a good job moving people through and that you have a consistent structure, that doesn't say anything about the market competitiveness of the system. We're going to look at that in the next step. So as we move forward to some of the comments that we received from employees, we did have, again, a number of positive comments shared by employees. We did have some concerns shared as well throughout some of the groups. And so some of the high-level takeaways that we had here, the number one thing that was mentioned, and it's actually the second bullet on there, is probably the culture. Employees over and over again mentioned the culture of leadership, the appreciation they felt from working here at the city of Coppell, versus some shared, I used to work at a different city and I came here, and I had heard about that reputation of leadership, of culture, from outside. That's why I wanted to work here. Some people said that they had lived here, and then they said, I lived.
You're up, Justin.
Some people say they live here. Mark, can you hear us?
Well, he was crushing the presentation. That was great.
Appreciation by employees for the benefit system there. I think some, sort of the stereotype is the public sector employment is going to give me the good benefits. But I will say, across the country with the organizations that we do work with, That's not always the case. So I definitely think you deserve to be commended that employees have that appreciation there. We'll find out in the market survey exactly how competitive, if there are any gaps in the system. But for your starting point, again, employees appreciate that very much. Some of the concerns employees did share, though, and these are two of the big ones, and they do align with what we're looking to do. I think sometimes employees, they know why we're there, we've explained it to them, and so they say, yeah, those are the things we're worried about. The first one, the reward system, that deals more with compensation. So employees saying, if I'm doing a great job, I deserve to be compensated for that. If I'm providing value for the city, I deserve to be compensated for that. I want to be in a system where I know that the work that I do is going to be appreciated and rewarded. And so you did hear concerns from employees about compensation. Across the country, we're hearing more and more from more entry-level employees. At the bottom of the pay scale, we did hear some of that here as well, where some of those entry-level employees had more of the concerns to share than the employees further progressed in the pay scales. The last thing that we had that I want to highlight is there were some concerns about job titles. There were some concerns where people would say, well, I don't know that my title really represents what I'm doing. It's sort of vague and generic, and I'd like to see a little bit more specificity, to really explain what I'm doing versus versus a broad assortment of duties that may not capture my actual role here. So you did hear that, as well as a desire for some career laddering to allow for some career progression. So some employees said, well, I'd like to have a level 1 and a level 2 and a level 3 so that I can promote and actually move through the structure throughout my career. So those were a few of the things that we heard. We will be looking directly into those questions and concerns that employees had. Those are two of the main, obviously main objectives of our study. So I think there's some good alignment there, which is definitely good to hear. The next slide I want to talk about, and probably one we may spend a little bit more time on, and maybe even if we advance past it, we'll come back and pull it up if we have any questions that we want to address during the question and answer phase. But I'll start here by just sharing. This is the peer list. I believe it was shared as an attachment or as a separate handout, so I think you all may have seen these cities before. We did include a couple metrics that we looked at, but what I first want to start talking about here is the reason that we selected these peers and a little bit about comparators versus competitors, because it was important for us to make sure that both of those types of organizations were represented here. And so I'll start by talking about comparators. I think comparators are sort of easy for other people to understand sometimes. When you start looking for comparators, you say, okay, we want to find another city that looks like us. Maybe a city that has the same departments, the same population they're serving, maybe a similar size budget. You typically would expect your comparators to have a similar structure, not an identical structure, maybe a similar structure. They'll have similar departments and service offerings, and they may need similar things that you do from the market. So those comparisons, I think, again, are pretty straightforward for everybody. I think one of the things I want to emphasize is in this labor market, in this tough labor market that everybody's competing in right now. You're seeing turnover, across the country in lower level jobs, professional level jobs, that we haven't seen. The competitors become more and more important to look at in those labor markets. So a competitor is essentially, there's a couple bullets there that we can talk about, but essentially what it boils down to is competitors are the organizations near you that can take your talent away from you. And so they do, to be a competitor, you typically think they would have to be geographically close to you. Think back to that heat map that was shared earlier on. When we talk about geographically close, well, we're talking about geographically close to the city of Coppell, but think about where some of the employees live that are actually working in Coppell right now. It's not just that they could leave the city of Coppell and actually go work somewhere else, and it wouldn't be a longer drive. For some of them, it actually might mean they're staying home. They may actually be driving further right now to come work at the city of Coppell. And if a job opens up at one of these competitors, they'll be looking there and thinking, hey, I actually don't have to drive through the traffic in the Metroplex. So that's one of the things I do want to emphasize. But another thing I'll mention is the similar jobs and duties. The organizations that we've selected, we tried to look at, number one, employee feedback, department director feedback, and HR feedback about where are some of the organizations recruiting and actually taking employees from the city of Coppell. But the other thing we did is try to consider those organizations that would have similar jobs and duties. Now, this doesn't mean that every single position, as I said before, not every single position is going to be identical. When you look at some of the larger organizations in here, you do have to have a little bit of a nuanced look at things when you look at some of the more leadership positions. If you have a department director and the other organization, their department is 3 or 4 times as large, that is something to be considered during the comparisons. But particularly for some of the entry-level and specialized positions, an employee is not going to think to themselves, and I'll pick on the city of Irving right there, 240,000. An employee working for the city of Coppell is not going to think to themselves, well, I need a new job, and the city of Irving is paying more, but I'm not going to leave because that's a bigger city, and I don't want to go there. You know, that's not the thought process. The employee is thinking, hey, this job is offering more money. I can do the same things that I'm doing right now, and potentially even do a little bit less in terms of the scope of the job. You might actually not be responsible for as many things. You may be able to specialize a little bit more and do one thing only as opposed to a number of different tasks. And so those jobs, those responsibilities, those duties that the employees could have, particularly in the entry level and sort of the professional and specialized roles, they absolutely can leave and go to these other organizations. So those are some of the things we wanted to keep in mind. With the list that we're proposing, again, we do feel like we have a good grasp on both the comparators and the competitors, and we feel like this list would help us, at the end of the engagement, come back and give you an accurate read on your market positioning and help you address any recruitment and retention issues. I believe we've got 1 or 2 more slides, and then we'll open it up for questions and can circle back. Absolutely. So here for the benchmark positions, again, the benchmark positions are going to be a similar thought process here is we want to select benchmark positions that are going to be representative of the recruitment and retention issues that you might have. We did select benchmark positions, from all levels of the organization, from all departments in the organization, and really to help us grasp and understand all of the positions that you have that you might be recruiting for. When we sample benchmark positions, one of the reasons we want to make sure that we get positions from each department and positions from each level is if we don't survey every single position in the organization, we want to make sure we have a position that is related to each of the positions in the organization. So think about just an accountant and an accounting supervisor and a finance manager. You may not need to to benchmark all 3 levels there. If you benchmark the accountant and you benchmark the manager, you're able to figure out where the supervisor needs to go based on the internal comparisons that we're making with the job surveys. And so that's how the benchmark process works is if we've got positions in a department, maybe you select 4 or 5 different finance positions, and you can place some of the other positions relative to the positions that you benchmark. If you survey, 10 different manager positions, you may not need to survey every single manager in the organization because hey, these managers are working at a similar level. So if we get, market responses from 3 or 4 of them, it helps you understand, okay, these positions should have that parity. So those are some of the considerations we have with the benchmark positions. The benchmarks and targets, again, make up the market survey that we're going to be conducting in phase 3 of the study, which is where we'll be progressing to next. I believe, yep, absolutely. So we are ready for questions now. If you want me to go through anything again, if there's anything I can explain, or if you have any specific questions you'd like to ask, myself or Justin, we're happy to address those now.
Mark, Mark, this is Wes Mays. Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation.
Absolutely.
Could you tell me about, I saw the list of cities. Was that the entire list of competitors and comparators that you've developed, or is the list longer than that?
So this is the list we're proposing moving forward with in the market survey. So this is the entire list that we're looking to survey. We did pull in some other cities that we had heard of. We looked and compared some others, and we actually took those off the list for one reason or another. And so this would be the list we'd be proposing going forward with in the study. But you know, certainly in the Metroplex, you know, there are dozens of additional cities that are there. We tried to select those that we felt gave the best picture of where the city of Coppell is, where you need to be, and who you're competing against. Again, the competition was a key concern.
So do you know offhand how many of those cities are both comparators and competitors?
So you mean of the list that's right here in front of you?
Yes.
So it can depend a little bit. You know, when I explained it the first time and sort of at the high level, it tends to be a little bit more, you know, simplistic at that high level summary. Different departments actually can be comparators and competitors within other organizations. So you might talk to your finance department, you might talk to your IT department, and they may say, you know, hey, you know, we actually do, you know, basically we do the same exact things as they do in Allen. You know, I know they have a higher population, but our department functions similarly, whereas another department may not feel that way. You know, I would say the list is maybe roughly divided into 50% of the list would be about comparators. But I would say probably every organization on the list, at least to some degree or another, is a competitor to you. I mean, if you look at the geographic distance and if you think about that heat map, certainly employees have the opportunity to work in these organizations if they want to. If they desire to leave the city of Coppell, or even if they don't desire, if they see a job opportunity, typically you're not going to have people scared off by driving, you know, 20, 25 miles away. And so I would say most of the list are competitors, whereas probably half of them, I would say, are decent comparators.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Kevin?
Thank you so much for the presentation. We appreciate it. I guess in speaking about comparators, kind of following Mayor Mays, if you could compare or grab 1 to 3 cities that are closest to Coppell in terms of structure, population, things that you've noticed, what might those cities be?
So,
if that's tough, feel free to go to 5. No, just curious.
Yeah, I think, you know, in the comparators, as I said before, you do see sort of some of the difference that, you know, different departments will have actually a different answer there. You know, I tend to think from a holistic view of the cities who are probably going to have some of the similar services across the board. You know, starting with population is a decent way at a high level to look at who are the best comparators across the board. Now, again, obviously, it's not going to give you the perfect view, but oftentimes we'll start with that list. And so looking at Coppell, again, you see a number of cities within that sort of, you know, 40 to 50,000, 40 to 50,000, you know, population list there. So you've got the Keller, the Little Elm, the Coleyville, and you know, Farmers Branch. It's tough, again, to say which ones are necessarily the absolute best in terms of comparisons because it can vary by department. But I think overall the organizations that we've selected do represent the city across the board. I think the whole list that we have there will let us get a good picture of each of the different departments that you have. And I should emphasize, as I've mentioned different departments a couple different times, when we make the comparisons to the market, we actually go at an individual level to match job descriptions with the job description you have currently and with the job surveys that you have currently. So when we return a comparison, it's not based on title. And so I used the accountant position earlier. You know, if we're looking at an accountant, you know, we're not just going to say, oh, okay, the accountant job title fits from, you know, we've got a job title that matches from all of the organizations. We'll actually review and say, are they doing similar things? Are they working at a similar level, yes or no? And so if we find that, hey, maybe it's the same job title, but it doesn't match in, you know, Carrollton, let's say they're working, they're more specialized there, they don't have the same broad, you know, scope of duties that you have here, we would actually remove that match individually as we go through. So position by position, we'd be making that comparison in the survey.
Thank you.
Biju?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. This is Biju. Looking at the heat map, I do see number of employees lives in Louisville, but in the benchmark, Louisville is not included. Any particular reason?
So Louisville, we did look at that, and actually when I came out in person, I stayed in Louisville. That was just, that happened to be the hotel that I had. So I certainly understand the proximity that you have there. Louisville was not one of the organizations that we heard a lot in terms of competitiveness when we came out and we talked to people. And it was actually one I mentioned a couple times when I asked the question to different department groups, different employees, and I said, hey, you know, is Louisville somewhere that is recruiting, and you know, that you're worried about losing employees to? For the most part, it was not something that was mentioned. I think we had that discussion. I sort of mentioned that to Justin as well, and I think that was sort of echoed there. So Justin, if you want to add anything, you can. But I think the thought process there is, you know, that city was not one that we were as worried benchmarking against. I understand, I believe in the past it has been a city you've looked at, but when we looked at the list of the organizations that we wanted to, you know, set the market here, I don't think that was one that there was as much concern across the city as far as competition.
Mark?
Looking at the list, I see that Southlake has been excluded. Is that the same reason?
I think it might be. Let me see if I can pull up my list real quick, the previous one I had, because Louisville I remembered in particular. I am not positive about Southlake off the top of my head.
Because they're about
Let's see if I can grab that.
about the same size, and I consider them a competitor, just or someone to benchmark ourselves against. But that's purely from a citywide perspective, not necessarily an employee perspective. I don't know what they do internally.
Yeah, I believe it was, and I can look a little bit further into it. I'll follow up with Justin afterwards and let him know sort of if he wants to communicate that out. But I believe that was the reason it was excluded is I don't think we had, again, didn't hear that organization as much. So when we trimmed the list a little bit, I think that was one that dropped off.
Yeah, we can look at adding that.
Don?
This may be more for Justin or Mike or somebody, but is this a every other year type exercise, or every 5 years, or was there something specific that prompted the study this time, or I mean, what sort of?
It's the full-blown study is in every 5 to 7 years.
Okay.
The every other year is, we've been doing it the past 20 years.
Okay.
And more than that. That's just how long I've been here, so.
Okay. So we every other year to do a.
Typically.
So is this the full-blown?
This is the full-blown.
Okay, so this is the once every 5 to 7 year comprehensive look, I guess. Okay. Okay, thanks.
And by the way, Mark, if you feel strongly about getting Southlake added, you know, we certainly can do that.
Well, I'm just one person.
Bijou?
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on Louisville. I just want to know if they are paying less than Coppell, and that's why is it excluded from this list?
One of the things we did with the director group internally before this process was we went through and had a market leader conversation. And so each director kind of came through with who they look to as a market leader in their specific fields. And so that's where we added some of the ones like Denton and McKinney and things like that. So Louisville wasn't necessarily looked at that way.
And just to clarify, when we say market leader, so we're looking in terms of expertise. So if I'm in the city manager's office, where are the progressive other city manager office in the Metroplex? So not who's paying the most, but if I'm in finance, where am I who is recognized as running an excellent finance shop? So when we say market leader, that's what we were assessing when we were trying to make those comparisons.
But we are trying to get an average salary of similar position in neighborhood towns. We should know what other cities are paying neighbors to us, right?
Only if they're stealing employees from us, right? Or only if they are a.
Well, I'm looking at the heat map. Number of people lives there, so if they want to go there, it's a chance.
If they wanted to go just to Louisville or something.
They're paying much higher than Coppell. closer to home.
I would say the employee experience in terms of where employees are going, that was part of the conversation in terms of what does the market look like from a competitiveness standpoint when we're losing employees to other communities, where are they going? That's part of the conversation that helped drive that list.
Yeah, I understand, that's one point, yes. But I also want to know similar position, what is paid in other towns like Louisville, so that we have an average salary. Are we paying less or more?
And again, that's going to depend based on a position, right? So some positions may pay more, some positions may pay less.
Any other questions? What's your schedule for this process?
We should have recommendations by May, so as you're looking at the budget process. Hopefully those things will conjoin if there's any recommendations that we want to implement in this budget.
John?
So when you guys said you did the, I guess sort of a survey on different type of level of employees, is that the entire level, different level of employees, or is it just certain part level that you got the data collections from? Did you understand what I'm talking about?
As far as the outreach that we did?
The data collection that you talked about that you have collected from the employees?
Mm-hmm. That was everybody.
That's in all different levels of, okay.
We gave everybody the opportunity.
So does, yeah, thank you. Anybody have any questions on the process that they're going to be following?
Well, I would like to know if there's support for putting South Lake on the list.
Yeah, I do.
1, 2,
I mean,
3.
how much additional time is it going to take if we added South Lake and Louisville?
I mean, drop 2 of them out of this list.
Just
I have a
from
concern on that.
our process, I would say it wouldn't be difficult to add peers. If we need to add a couple peers, we could do that. And I don't think we need to drop anybody from this list either. I think we could add 2 peers without much difficulty.
Just for clarification, I would say that adding Louisville and South Lake is something that we should do because they're immediately adjacent to us.
Absolutely.
And so it's fine to do that.
In fact, previously we had routinely done all 5 adjacent cities anyway. So adding's not going to hurt. I'd be hesitant to take anybody off the list. So if we can add those 2, that'd be a good idea.
So just, he said no difficulties, so just add those 2.
Add 2 more.
Okay. Got it?
Got it.
All right. Thank you very much. Look forward to having you in person next time, maybe.
We will make it happen. Absolutely, I've apologized for the the last minute change, and but I certainly will look forward to being there in person to present our results when we get those back.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. It was great to have the opportunity to talk with you. Hope you all have a great night. Justin, please follow up if there's any questions, concerns. I'll certainly be happy to address anything that comes up later.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
All right, thank you all. Have a nice night.
Thank you, Mark. Thanks, Justin.
All right. Item D on the list here is a discussion with the 5-year forecast, and Ms. Tien is up for the next 3 items, actually. Here we go. So just before we get started, the 5-year forecast has changed a little bit with SB2. We used to do a 5-year forecast that showed at the end of the 5th year we were something at a tax rate of something of 0.99. And it was just because the 5-year forecast showed that growth. And over the course of the history of the city, we've never met that growth rate. With SB2 in place, we're going to be rather limited on that growth rate. So this is going to be a little bit different since SB2 was enacted. Just a little forewarning there. Anyway, Kim?
Yes, sir.
And while she's pulling this up, keep in mind that this is nothing that is adopted, it's just a guide for us and the budgeting department to use as a model going forward. The only thing that we address are our annual budgets on a year-to-year basis. But this gives them a rolling summary of what to look for in the future. Just a tool.
Does this have the Weston Edgar spreadsheet? Is that part of this process?
Yes, I know.
Did you say Weston?
Yeah.
Whatever
We
it's
call
called.
it the Decalator now. It's been modified a lot.
Oh,
Right.
you lost some naming rights.
I did. Damn it.
Good evening. Thank you. Before I begin, I did want to acknowledge Tamara Smith is with us again tonight. She's our budget officer, and she was responsible for putting together the 5-year forecast document. She also works with the assistant directors to go through the process. So I wanted to let you know that she is responsible and in charge of this project.
Is that good, Deb? She's calling you out.
I get someone's for She does a great job. So this evening, regarding the 5-year forecast, I would like to cover the purpose of the 5-year forecast. So why do we prepare it? The process used to create the document, and then an overview of the 5-year forecast timeline. I'll also cover what's in the 5-year forecast and then what's next. So the purpose of the 5-year forecast is to engage, educate, and communicate. The document is even organized into these 3 sections. The first section's purpose is to engage readers as it provides the background for Coppell's story, and it provides the what we plan to do, taking into consideration the Citizen Developed 2040 strategic plan, as well as economic and legislative changes that impact Coppell. The next section's purpose is to provide educational information regarding Coppell's planning and financing and how both align with the 2040 strategic plan. This section provides the how city departments align their requests to this 2040 strategic plan. And then the third section is really our citizen engagement. It's to communicate all of the different ways that the city currently interacts with citizens, and it shares information concerning opportunities for citizens to participate. Then the next area is the process that we use. So the assistant directors, and you're going to hear me refer to them as ADs, they lead the 5-year forecast process with Tamara's facilitation. They determine which requests are included in the 5-year forecast document. Requests are submitted for items such as additional staffing, programs, and capital replacement. The assistant directors developed a prioritization matrix, and that's completed by each department for each request that they submit. So the matrix is then used by the ADs to prioritize requests and then prepare recommendations and even strategies to propose to the leadership team. Finance performs review of performs the revenue projections, and procurement researches pricing for supplies and services that are used citywide. The information is provided to departments to consider when they're preparing their 5-year forecast operations and when they're submitting their requests. And then each department provides not only their requests, but they're also providing the forecast of the amount needed for normal operations. So this next slide provides you information on the timeline for the 5-year forecast. So it's kicked off actually in September with the assistant directors. The assistant directors meet to discuss the prior year process. That includes any suggested changes to the process, And those changes are then included in the instructions that are shared citywide when the 5-year forecast process is kicked off with all departments of the city. Expenditure summaries and prioritization matrices, those are the tools used to submit requests for capital, additional staff, and programs are all due in December. It's important to note that the expenditures requests were due in December. That means that the document you received is based on knowledge we had in December. That knowledge did not include the invasion of Ukraine or a 7.9% inflation rate that we're now seeing, as well as increase in fuel costs. Then in January, the ADs present to the city manager's office. They incorporate the feedback from the city manager, and then they present to the directors in February. Feedback from the directors is then incorporated in the document, and a rough draft is completed for the assistant directors and finance to review. The draft document is then completed in March after receiving any final changes from the assistant directors, and the last step is to present the 5-year forecast to you, the council. And another note that I want to make is that the 5-year forecast is different from the budget in that it's a planning tool, and there's no action taken by council on this document. So what's in the 5-year forecast? It contains the introductory section, which provides an overview of how to read the 5-year forecast. And among other things, it provides a message from the city manager, which contains information concerning assumptions used in the document. For example, again, as I previously mentioned, the departments submit their request and operating needs in December, so economic impacts that have developed again since December are not included. I just need to keep reinforcing that disclosure. The document also contains the financial section that highlights the total revenue projections for all funds of the city. It then provides an overview of each revenue category and which fund receives revenue from that source. The financial section also provides total revenues and expenditures for the general fund, the water sewer fund, special revenue funds, and debt service. This section also provides information concerning the various capital improvement projects identified by staff. And then the capital improvement section also identifies funding sources for the various projects. The third section is the citizen engagement section. It provides statistical information like demographic information, statistical information for the various departments like the number of utility bills processed, number of street miles maintained, and then any awards received by the various departments. It also provides information on various educational programs, community partnerships like the Farmers Market, Keep Coppell Beautiful, and the community gardens. It includes leadership program opportunities, opportunities to volunteer, and opportunities to learn about the city government. This section also provides city telephone numbers and how to stay connected with the city. The document at the end has an appendix section. This section contains various financial policies, historical data, personnel count, and other financial schedules, and a list of acronyms. So next, I'm going to show you some of the revenues and expenditures, just in an overview of our major funds. It's important to note that the information provided are forecasts, which are used to plan for the future and identify potential strategies that can be used to address identified shortfalls as well as determine priorities. So now that I've communicated another disclaimer, we'll talk about the general fund overview. This slide shows the revenue projections for both a rate that increases tax revenue by 3.499% and the revenue based on the projected no new revenue tax rate. The revenue shown for both the 3.499 revenue and the no new revenue amount do include other revenues accounted for in the general fund. So the revenues shown include more than just your property tax revenue. It's sales tax, it's franchise fees, interest income, fines and forfeitures. The expenditures amount includes the amount needed for operations as well as requests that have been submitted by the department. In fiscal year '23, there are staffing requests for community development related to business incubator, if that's a project council wishes to move forward. In addition, there's a request for a code compliance officer for community development and a sanitary or a system administrator by Enterprise Solutions. Other requests include a radio system refresh for the fire department, ALPR cameras for police, a network and server refresh requested by ES, and the cost of a business incubator, again, by community development. Next is the infrastructure maintenance fund, and this slide shows an overview of revenues and expenditures for the IMF. The revenue sources are the quarter percent sales tax, which the revenue shown has been adjusted to reflect the change in the Rule 3.334, and it also transfers from the general fund. The revenue is used for the reconstruction of streets, annual maintenance of streets, sidewalks, and alleys, the maintenance of traffic signals and the city facilities, as well as annual ADA improvements. Next is Coppell Recreation Development Corporation. And this is an overview of the forecasted revenues and expenditures of CRDC. The revenue source, again, is the sales tax, and in this case, it's 0.5%. Sales tax does, again, reflect the resulting decrease due to the change in the Rule 3.334. It also includes forecasted revenue related to the Arts Center. Expenditures include the operations of the Arts Center, as well as requests such as replacing the plaster on the indoor and outdoor pool at the core, weight machine replacements, Andy Brown East erosion repairs, and upgrade to the Thor guard lightning prediction system. So I wanted to stop for a moment to make a comment about the story that the 5-year forecast is telling you. The 5-year forecast, again, helps us identify the areas that we need to address so that we can formulate strategies to use during the budget process to address the identified areas. Some of the strategies that the assistant directors have proposed are reducing the 35% transfer from CRDC to the general fund and moving all of the personnel except for the SROs out of the Crime Control Prevention District and placing those all in the general fund. They are suggesting that we reduce the transfer from the general fund to the IMF to help offset some of the costs that are returning to the general fund. And it's important to note that if those type of things happen, that will slow, the maintenance program for alleys, sidewalks, facilities, and street maintenance. So the crime control, again, this is another fund that receives the 0.25% sales tax. It also includes revenue from the school district for reimbursing for the SRO program. The Crime Control District Fund includes requests in fiscal year '23. That's the only year that they're requesting something over and above operations, and that's to refresh the Criminal Investigation Division interview room and to replace the Criminal Investigation Division vehicle. Expenditures of this fund also include the jail contract as well as the cost of Intact, which is the city's 911 service. And then the Water Sewer Fund, this forecasts revenues and expenditures. The revenues are based on the current rate study, which included the move to the block or tiered rate structure for water. The revenues for sewer are the revenues needed to support the sewer operations, maintenance, and infrastructure projects included in the forecast. And so water and sewer rates for sewer will be examined during the budget process and again in the fall to determine the rates necessary to generate the same amount of revenue, the same revenue level using the winter averaging rate model. And I'll talk a little bit more about the winter averaging in the last presentation that I do this evening. Expenditures include requests for water and wastewater condition assessments and various vehicle and equipment replacements. Expenditures of operations include the rate increase charged by Dallas Water Utilities and Trinity River Authority for our water and wastewater services. It also includes increases in debt payments for the issuance of additional bonds to fund infrastructure-related capital projects identified by Public Works. So what's next? The 5-year forecast basically kicks off the budget process, since the first year in the document is the next budget that we'll be working on. So that means that the next meeting will be the town hall meeting on April 7th. Then we will have the Crime Control and Prevention District public hearing before the regular council meeting on May 24th. June is when most of the budget workshops will occur this year. July we will file the proposed budget. We will receive certified tax values from both appraisal districts. Council will vote on the maximum tax rate to propose, and the final budget workshop will take place on July 28th. So after the budget workshops are complete, the budget becomes council's budget, and it's required to be filed with the city secretary by August 5th. The public hearings on the budget and the tax rate are scheduled for August 9th. And with a vote on the budget, then the tax rate, and then the vote to ratify the tax rate occurs that night also. So once the budget and the tax rate are adopted in August, the cycle starts all over again, and in September, we kick off the next 5-year forecast process. And that concludes my 5-year forecast presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. You're just excited about the next presentations, right?
That's right. We'll get to that water.
The water, that's the last one. Save the best for last.
So, looking through there, total of 2 new employees over the next 5 years? Was that?
Tamara, do you want to recall? There was one in ES, there's one for community development if we do the business incubator.
There's 2 in community development. There's a manager and an administrator, and then the one
And
for
then
ES. So there's 3. The other ones that we're looking at are just pay increases for seasonal staff, but just 3 full-time employees.
Well, plus the dud, right?
Yes, yes, correct.
That's 4?
That's 4.
4.
And so the business incubator employees associated with that would be, if that's council's direction, that we want a business incubator.
Kevin?
Just a quick question. So this is the first time this is kind of being presented, correct? Like this version of the 5-year forecast?
Yes.
When will that be available online for the public to consume? Because I know they're excited about it.
They're excited. Probably next week. It's a draft, and we're still going through and updating it with new information that we're finding. So it'll probably be next week. That's our goal.
Thank you.
Kim, without getting into specifics, I noticed that in the 22-23 budget, we seem to have a peak in expenditures that then leveled out. Is there anything extrapolated for next year that was causing that?
Incubator.
It's
$1 million for the total project in community development, and that encompasses 2 new employees, refreshing a building for the incubator, and other.
Okay, thank you. Bijou?
Yeah, so just follow up on Mark's question. We added 1 employee for Arts Center, which was not approved on the budget last year. Is that including that too?
All right, I'm sorry, can you repeat the
So we added 1 more new employee count this year, which were not approved on the budget. But 4 council members agreed to add 1 more to this year's budget.
So
Is that 2 employee is part of that?
We were given direction that an employee could be added. It will be added, it would be included as an employee count in the budget, and it will be included as an employee count here because they would be an employee that HR would provide us. The HR provides us the list and the employee count. So if it was an approved position, HR would provide that position to us. Well, it was added. It was added, so it wouldn't be shown in the physical document for fiscal year '22 because you approved it during the year, but it will be reflected in future documents.
Anybody else? Thank you very much. How many, 262 pages here?
Yes, 263.
Okay.
But who's counting?
I haven't had a chance to read them all, so thank you. It'll make for some light reading at home. Kim, you're welcome to go on to the next item.
Okay.
And this is item E on the homestead exemption.
Except now that I understand. I'll do the next one. Okay. So this is actually the fun one. It's all the numbers. Yeah.
Don's excited.
Dawn's happy.
I didn't
It's all
get
the
it.
numbers.
It's all the
This is
numbers.
the fun with all the numbers.
I'm excited.
So this evening I'm going to walk you through an analysis of various exemption levels for homestead and over 65 that we prepared. The presentation includes an analysis of exemptions for both homestead and over 65. It includes the impact of exemptions on the tax rate, the impact on the tax bill for both a property owner with the current exemptions as well as a property owner receiving an increase in exemptions. What I noticed when I was preparing this presentation, and as we reviewed and analyzed the impact of the different levels of the exemptions, is how it related to the seesaw that I showed you during the budget primer, and that it really kind of correlates with the seesaw effect slide that was provided during that presentation. I also thought that this involved a lot of math, so I thought it might be helpful to revisit a couple of the math equations provided during the primer a couple of weeks ago before we get started. So this first slide shows again that the assessed property value, so everything starts with the assessed property value, and the assessed property value is determined by the appraisal district. So it's determined by the chief appraiser. From the assessed property value, we subtract exemptions, and the exemptions are set by council. And this determines what our taxable property value is. So from our taxable property value, we divide that by 100 because our tax rate is per $100 in value. And then we multiply that by the tax rate, which is also set by council, to come up with what the property owner's tax bill is.
I really like that slide.
You can thank Tamara. So, and then I wanted to walk you back, and you're going to see the similarities because this slide is calculating the tax revenue, the property tax revenue. And you can see the same green button, only this time the assessed value is for all property in the city. same as the exemption, but this time it's the exemptions for all property in the city. And again, it's set by the appraisal district, the chief appraiser. Exemptions are set by council to come up with the taxable value for all property in the city. We bring it down, we divide it by 100 again, we multiply it by the tax rate, and that's how you calculate your total tax revenue for the city. I also wanted to remind you of the seesaw. I thought the seesaw effect. This is where, as appraised values increase, your no new revenue decreases. If appraised values decline, your no new revenue rate will go up. If they both remain constant, there's no changes in either. And this correlates to the discussion that we're having tonight around exemptions. So the top is really current exemptions, current taxable value. We're just assuming that this is the even playing field that we're starting at. If you increase exemptions, then your taxable value is going to go down. If you, and I know we're not doing this, if you were to decrease exemptions, your taxable value would go up. And so it's the same taxable value is kind of representing your tax rate also. So now we can kind of start getting into some of the analysis that we were doing. And this slide shows you that for fiscal year 22, the average assessed value, so that's what your property is worth before any exemptions, was $432,807.37. A 5% homestead exemption equated to $21,640.37, leaving the average taxable value of a residential home in Coppell at $411,167. And then if you move down, for somebody who's over 65, they receive the homestead exemption plus the over 65 exemption. So taking that same beginning averaged assessed value of the $432,000, we would subtract the same 5% homestead. But on top of that, we're giving them an additional $75,000. So their taxable value is $336,000. So that's for the year that you're in right now. This is based on the values that we were given last July to build the budget that we're in right now. For fiscal year 23, we're forecasting currently, and it's very preliminary, a 5.521 increase in assessed values. So if we take the $432,000, we increase it by 5.521, we now have an averaged assessed value based on the market, based on what the appraisal district and the chief appraiser has assessed, which is based on legislation provided by the state. Properties now are worth $456,702.66. Taking the 5%, of course, it increases a bit because the value increased. So now the average taxable value is $433,867.53. Following it down one more time, we have the averaged assessed value, which is the same as the previous example, and again, we're subtracting the 5% homestead, and on top of this, the $75,000, to get what somebody who had an average price home living in Coppell that's over 65, their tax bill would be calculated on $358,867.53. So it's really, this is what the future analysis that I'm going to be showing you, this is what it's presented on, or what it's based on. And I'll show you, the first slides are going to be about fiscal year 22, and then we're going to move into some projections on fiscal year 23.
Okay. Quick question.
Yes.
You said the guesstimate on the increase is 5.what%?
5.521.
Thank you.
And that's just what the appraisal district is seeing right now. That always comes down, but yep, that's the information we have today, so we're using it.
Thank you.
So I'm going to start with this. This slide shows that if City Council would have increased the homestead exemption from 5% to 10% last year during the budget process, a homeowner's property tax bill would have went from $2,384.77, which is what it would have been today, based on the average valued home that I showed you earlier, to $2,259.25. So increasing homestead only from 5 to 10, leaving the 75,000 homestead over 65, the taxpayer would have saved $125.51 for the year from the city. So this next slide shows what is the impact of that on the city. The city, currently, the appraised value is about $50.6 million. If we would have instituted, we would have passed the increase from 5% to 10%, the city's property tax revenue would have decreased by almost $1.3 million. Next, I took a look at what is the impact on the tax bill of increasing the over 65 exemption from 75,000 to 80,000 if you would have passed that during the budget process last year for this fiscal year. And somebody that's over 65, their bill would have went from about $1,700 to about $1,693, or a $29 savings for the year, for that $5,000 increase. And the impact on the city of increasing the exemption for over 65 from 75,000 to 80 would have been about a $68,009.09 increase. Reduction, sorry, thank you. Reduction in tax revenue. This next slide is showing, we're moving into projections for fiscal year 23. And so this is showing the potential annual savings to a property tax owner. If you did increased it from 75 to 80, would it be about $27? If you took it out and increased it to 105,000 from 75, they would save $162.66 annually. But the impact on the city would have been $64,084, just for a $5,000 increase. If you went out, it would be $384,505 decrease in revenue. This next slide takes a look at what is the impact doing some increments. If you increased homestead by 1%, or if you increased it 2%, 3%, 4%, or you increased it 5%, which would take it up to that 10%. And then if you increased the over 65 in $5,000 increments, what would that do to the tax bill? And so for somebody who's over 65, they're going to get the benefit of both. So they would see a savings of $52, because you have to have a homestead exemption to get the over 65 exemption. Okay. And then if you took it all the way out to 5% and 25,000, it's several $100s. And then looking at the impact on the reduction in property tax revenue, if we did the 1% increase and the 5%, it would increase or reduce revenues by $374,000. Or if you took it all the way out, it's almost $2 million. If you would increase the homestead exemption from 5% to 10%, and if you increased the over 65 from 5,000, or from 75,000 out to 100,000, it would be a $1.2 million or $2 million decrease in property tax revenue. So this next slide shows, this is kind of the seesaw effect that we're talking about. So again, as we're estimating that your tax rate for fiscal year 23 is going to be 54 cents, 0.542202. That's coming down from 58 cents. Part of the reason is because your debt rate is declining about 2% because of the defeasance of the North Lake property. The other piece is if your values go up, the 5.521, then, and we're limited to only being able to increase revenue by 3.499, this is the tax rate that allows us to just generate an increase in revenue of 3.499%. So taking it from about $41 million on the M&O rate to about $42 million, a little over $42 million. And so what happens is as you increase your exemptions, if you remember, as you increase your exemptions, your taxable value comes down. So exemptions go up, tax value comes down, which means that your tax rate's going to go up if your values are lower from the seesaw. Values down, tax rate goes up.
Unless
So
you
this
cut
is
the
what you're
budget.
showing.
Unless you cut the budget at
Unless-
1.9 million.
Correct. Well, unless you decide to not increase your property tax revenue by 3.499. So if you don't want to take, currently property tax revenue for the M&O is about 41 million. Taking that, because it's on the properties in place last year for this budget, you can only increase the revenue on those properties by 3.499, so you'd have to decrease that. And so the increase in revenue is about it's a little over $1 million. That's what that 3.499 gets you, is a little over $1 million. So thinking about inflation, thinking about increase in fuel, thinking about, all of those things, that's what that 3.499 is going to need to be used to cover for operations.
Does a change in homestead exemption, let's just, for instance, say from 5% to 10%, so the change, that extra 5%, does that have any impact on the huge calculation for the 3.499? Like, does it change that calculation at all? Like, does it shield any value that you would have?
So we already take into consideration exemptions in all the calculations, because all the tax rate calculations, whether it's the no new revenue rate or the voter approved rate, you start with the assessed value, basically market value, and then we reduce that by the exemptions to get what that taxable value is.
So, okay, so in that case, so the 3.499% increase is based on the taxable value from the previous year, the base, is that your base?
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
So if you shield more, or if you reduce your taxable value more next year because you increase the exemption, I'm trying to think if that puts you in a bigger hole or a...
Well, we'll get to that.
Okay.
I think I have some future
Okay.
slides that are going to help you with that.
Okay.
So, this next slide, what we took a look at was if we only increase the over 65 in $5,000 increments, what does that do to the tax bill of somebody who's over 65? And so, comparing that to what would it do to somebody who's only receiving a homestead exemption? And so it's going to, as you can see where it says over 65 incremental savings, as we increase the exemption for over 65, it's going to provide a savings to people who are receiving the over 65. But if we're keeping our revenue at the 3.499, we're keeping our revenue flat, it's going to cause the tax rate to go up, and it's going to have the homestead, people paying only homestead, it's going to cause their bill to go up. Because we're still generating the same amount of revenue, but now you're just shifting who's paying the taxes on, who's generating that revenue. Okay? We also took a look at what is the impact of just increasing the homestead exemption on the bill. And so this shows based on 1% increasing at 1%, 2%, 3%, all the way up to 5%, which would increase it to 10. somebody receiving a homestead exemption, their bill would be $7.31 for the year less if you increased it to 6%. Or it would be $37.67 less if you increased it to 10%. Keeping in mind that everyone gets the homestead exemption that's a resident. Over 65 gets the homestead exemption. So then this next slide shows the increase in the over 65 and disabled parcels. So back in 2012, we had 1,163 parcels that had over 65 exemptions. In 2022, that number had grown to 2,526. The other piece of this is it's showing what has been the increase in the value that's being exempted. So homes over 65 attributed to removing about $79 million from our assessed values in 2012, and that number has grown to 190 million now. So the amount being removed is $110 million more in fiscal year 2022 than it was in 2012.
Kim?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to one of your first comments on the blue graph. Did I hear you correctly that in 10 years the number of over 65 exemptions has nearly doubled? So
more than doubled.
More than doubled. So is it reasonable? That's not consistent with our belief that our seniors are leaving town.
That was something that I found interesting too, is that if they were leaving, that you would think that that number is going to be going down. And something I wanted to show you because I was like, this is interesting. In 2012, this is just people receiving the homestead, the number of parcels, it's 9,605. In 2021, it went to 9,754. In 2022, it dropped to 9,731. So is that going to be a trend? Are we giving, I don't know, are we having more people needing to rent?
Yeah.
So I just thought this was really interesting to see that. It's a slight drop, but just to notice that drop. Over 65 is continuing up, but the number getting homestead dropped slightly. I'm curious to what it's going to be this year.
Value of property goes up, you can't afford to leave.
I just have a question. Are we trying to solve a problem that may only exist anecdotally with the Ford board?
Kind of what I was, I need to think about that a little bit more.
Yeah, me too.
And
wow.
I wanted to, looking back at this, you can see that the over 65, the value that they're removing from the tax rolls has increased 110 million. The value that's being removed by homestead has only increased 79 million.
I guess what's bothering me here is if that trend continues with the senior exemptions, it's not the amount of the exemption, but it's the quantity of them. Then it's good for the seniors that are taking advantage of it, but revenue-wise, it's not particularly great for our future there.
And we did, the school district has shared with us the impact of not having families move into the district and what that, so you don't have children entering the schools, and so that impacts the school district. So it's kind of a balancing act, right? We want to make sure that we're supporting our school district, but also.
Could we get at least this data to the Ford board folks?
Oh, absolutely. We'll be sharing all this with y'all as well. It'll be available to the public as well, so they can take a look at it.
I'd like to give it to the chairman of the board to hear.
Think through what they're.
So I think that I'm happy to answer any questions. This was really the last slide that I had. And then it's question time, because I know I threw a lot of math. I know I threw a lot of graphs at you.
One of the things we talked about time frame wise is, as y'all continue to contemplate this, our desire is whatever decision you are going to make, if we could have that done in May, because when we go to our May retreat and we're working on our budget, if you make some decisions that reduces our revenues, we have to take that into account as we make our recommendation for the budget. I think it's important to note, if you'll go back to the tax, just to the one that Don was kind of hanging on just a little bit, the tax rate. So just to be clear, and make sure I say it clearly, based on the fact that we defeased the North Lake debt, we know that the tax rate's coming down there. Based on the information that we've received to date on the appraised values that they're coming through, the overall appraised value in the community is going up 5.52, whatever percentage point that she gave. You put those things together, and then you take the 3.499 as far as to be able to accommodate that roughly additional $1 million. That's what's generating the tax rate of 54.2. So unless something changes when we present the budget, that looks like that's going to be about the tax rate that we'll be suggesting. And obviously along the way, we'll be letting you know, because we'll be getting information from the appraisal district, and that influences that number directly. So as you contemplate what you're thinking about doing on exemptions, think of the seesaw and the way that it works. And let's just say that you do decide to do something on homestead exemptions, whether it's over 65 or straight up with folks as far as their homestead. When we talk about the tax rate going up, I do not want to confuse anybody that we're talking about at the 58 cents. We're talking about the projected tax rate for next year is going to be lower, and under those scenarios that you can see there, they're all lower than our current tax rate. When we say it's going up over the projected lower tax rate. So the question we have for you is, yes, it's a lot of information. We'll get this to you so that you'll have it. And I know that y'all want to contemplate it and think about it some more, knowing that we have a target for May for making whatever decision it is you're going to make. What we'd like to hear from you, and we can do this in a work session a little bit later, but what we'd like to hear from you, is there some target? I mean, is there something that you specifically want us to run a model on? Because she gave you different options that showed 1%, 5,000, 2%, 10,000, and those types of things. So you've got different things to look at.
Can we give the feedback now?
Oh, sure, you can.
Can I what?
He just asked if he'd give the feedback now. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
So there was the chart that you had, with the 1%, 5,000. Yeah, not the numbers, the pictures.
You like the pictures.
There we go. Can you go one more? I think it was like that joint chart. Oh, we went to. Oh, it's back. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I get the right numbers. There it is. I would love to see those two graphs separated, basically. Like, what would it look like with just the the homestead exemption, and then what would it separately be with the? I've got it kind of written out there, but I would even love to see like the graph with the tax rates charted out with that line, that 3 point, that line right there, like what that would look like as well, just separate from the exemption and the over 65.
So seeing what
See
the
'em broken
impact of
apart.
the tax rate
Broken
would
apart.
be.
Broken
So
apart.
here's what the tax rate would be if we only did these scenarios for over 65. Here's what the tax rate would be if we did.
That's exactly right.
these different
Yes,
scenarios.
thank you.
And so all of this was taken into consideration that we're currently operating as if State Rule 3.334 is in effect.
Correct.
That's how the 5-year forecast was done. That's how our budget's been done for the last year and a half, going on 2 years and a half. And that's how we are planning on going forward with next year's budget.
So what I heard Mike ask for was prior to May, we collectively need to come up with a desired outcome for the city in terms of services and our tax rate. And we need that. And then, anyway, that's what we need to give him in May.
When we go away at the end of May, that's our major purpose, is to do nothing but get the budget balanced, however that is.
Don?
Based on the projections, make sure I heard right, based on the projections you have so far on assessed values, the M&O rate could not stay at its current level, correct? And be within the statute?
Correct. That's correct. And we showed that to the council, sorry Don, but I can't see you talking, but we showed that 3 years ago when SB2, if y'all remember, we went through, for those that were here, I'm just saying, we went through a whole presentation that actually showed how this SB2 works, that the M&O rate will be coming down. And we've showed what the deficits, this was before we knew about 334, we showed what the deficits would look like because of the M&O.
So SB2 really, if you're a growing community and you have lots of new value property coming on, SB2 doesn't impact you like it impacts Coppell, which is transitioning from, I mean, we're not growing like we were, right? We're a maintenance. We're in a maintenance stage.
Right.
And so it impacts us differently than a community that's growing.
Yeah. And, well, this, I guess, to still be, we had the INS tax rate coming down a couple of pennies, but potentially that would go back up a couple of pennies 2 or 3 years from now, is that right? Because there potentially is
So if we
the idea of...
Well, yeah, this is where the Beckelager.
Oh, okay.
This is where we'll sit down with you and talk about when we talk about Royal. We know, I think on April 12th, there'll be a reimbursement resolution. And that, for those that, if you remember what that's all about, a reimbursement resolution basically says, for example, we'll go to design on Royal, and should you choose to issue debt for Royal, you could pay yourself back for the design, or you can just use fund balance or streets IMF, for it. So you have different options. All it does is set you up. What we'll do then is start running through the model to show you Fire Station 1 relocation as an example, Royal as an example, and we're also talking about some work at the service center, just because of some space needs that we have over there. From what we can see, that's the last three, I'll call them major projects. And then you just have really on the water and sewer side from there forward, because as Kent mentioned, you had Royal, Freeport, and Denton Tap all get built at the same time, so we don't really have another huge major street project that's hanging out there that's in the teens or 20s of millions of dollars. So to your point, there is a potential that the IMS rate can go up, but it's totally dependent on different ways that you may want to approach. Right? You may want to pay cash for the Fire Station 1. You may want to pay down what you're going to spend on oil. You may want to pay cash for the service center.
Yep.
So you're going to have options. The great thing is you're in financial position that you're going to have options, and then you can look at the tax rate and say, okay, this is what I want to do, or this is what I don't want to do.
That's what we were playing with on that model at the last retreat, was where you space that out and where that kind of hump, that secondary hump kind of came in later on.
Mark?
I'd like to ask a question of Bijou and John, since you guys are proponents for increasing the homestead exemption. Is there anything else that you need from the financial team to make your decision?
I have a question. Last time, I think we talked about one-time, I guess, give to the residents with the fund that we. Where are we on that? Because you were going to look into it, I think, and then.
Yeah, we did look into it. We thought it would come up this evening in terms of the presentation. So First of all, you asked us to research other cities if anybody's done it. So far, we haven't found anybody that's done it in the last 20-something, 23 years. The one city that we did find that did it was Farmers Branch in 1997 and 1996, I guess it was. They called it a dividend back then because there's some legal ramifications if you were to do something. And this is if you use the property tax revenue. There's a whole other question about the ARP funds.
Right.
But if you use the property tax revenue, it goes into a series of questions for y'all to decide. It's who does it go to? How much? What's the date that you want to use as the trigger, right? Understanding from an equity standpoint that commercial properties pay a greater property tax. So if you don't do it as a fixed number and you do it as a percentage, that the vast majority of the dollars are going to go to commercial businesses, not to residential. So those are all the discussions that y'all get to have. Is there a way to do it? It appears that there is a way to do it. We would also say that we would need to get help because it's a pretty major lift, because the Central Appraisal District, tax assessor, collector will not do this for us. It has to be generated out of our operation. So if that is something that you have an interest in doing, there's a lot of questions that you have to answer. We can't answer.
Okay. Because I think that was the alternative that we were going to look at, since we were talking about how it might be difficult in increasing the homestead exemption, rather than having a fixed exemption that's going to be perpetual. We were going to try to do a one-time, and if for whatever reason next year something like this came along, then we would go ahead and consider, or 2 years from now, whatever it is, that we would consider that at that moment,
So
because we had the fund now.
So a guide that you could use, we just talked about this, a guide that you could use if that is something that you particularly are interested in or someone else is interested in, is you saw what the increase, so let's just say that you go back to one of the ones that had the, well, that's fine. It shows you what the savings, so do you want to write a check for $72? Do you want to write a check for $55? I mean,
But you also have to remember that you can not only write this check to residents, you have to write it to the business owners also. And they're going to get, and you have to do it equitably. So what I read in Farmers Branch is they had a dollar amount that they were going to refund, or dividend, give that back as a dividend to the community, to the property owners. And so if my portion of my tax bill was 0.0005% of the total property tax revenue, that is the portion of whatever you're giving back I'm going to get. So I may get $10 or $3, and the business could get $1,000. So is that wasn't my understanding of what council was trying to accomplish?
That is correct.
So,
It has to be equally spread. The tax rate is the tax rate. So to give that refund, it's got to be done equitably and equally, based on that rate and the percentage. That's why you get this anomaly. I can't favor the residents over the businesses and reasons.
and the Farmers Branch did it, the majority of the money that they did went to the businesses.
So that's even with the consideration of using that fund for, I mean, we were talking about just the other, I guess, meeting, specifically using that fund to help the businesses. And you're saying that we can't use that fund specifically to help the residents.
Different funds now.
Is it?
Yeah, we're talking
What about
about, we're talking here about the revenues that we've collected in reserve,
property taxes.
property tax reserve.
I think maybe
Well,
John
the-
was talking
the-
about
I was talking about ARP.
He was talking about ARP
Well,
specifically.
if we talk ARP, then we've got
So, on the ARP funds, I mean, I'm looking to Kim because we briefly talked about that as well. On the ARP funds, I don't know, and Bob, I don't know that there's that same kind of restriction.
It's whatever the federal government restrictions are.
So I mean, under revenue loss, we can use the money for government services. So if it qualifies as a government service, then we can use it. And so I would have to ask Bob if giving money to residents would be considered a government service. I know some of the stuff that we've been doing for businesses has been economic development, which is a government service. That's how I was kind of differentiating it in my mind.
We'd have to come up with a program that would qualify under ARC to give that money back. And so if you give the money back and you have to use it to beautify your house or to help the neighbor, I'm saying conceptually it could be done. But it's not going to be just, here's $100 and you can go to Burger Biscuit and spend it all. It would have to be for a program that would be expendable under qualification for ARC. We can give a direct grant to you, but you got to use it to paint the house. You've got to use it for an ARC project. I could make a direct payment to the citizen, but they would have to use it for that program. And of course, you would have to track it all, because if we ever got it audited, you better be able to show that that's what it was used for.
I was going to ask about auditing, and do you get taxed?
Well, that was another question we talked about, is the IRS. So you paid your taxes and you got a tax, you filed your form, you got a tax.
Yeah.
They call it a dividend, so that's treated differently.
Yeah, you get a
So now you get a 1098, and who gets to issue those? Oh, Kim, that'd be you. So there's a cost involved in that as well.
Not the water bill. Yeah, Kim, can you please go back to the exemptions slide, just one.
All the way back at the beginning?
Yeah.
This is where it's.
So, total parcels we have is 15,572. I'm just going to read it from here, so it's on the spreadsheet that you sent us earlier. And we have 12,723 households, right? And 2,849 commercial buildings. Is that about right?
Those numbers sound reasonable.
And over 65 is 2,277, disabled is 106, vets 143, total is 2526 what we have on your other slide.
On the other.
Yeah, but this is where I have questions.
Okay, so you're talking about the slide where we talk about over 65.
Yeah, 2,500, so my math is right, yeah. Go back to the other slide.
Back to
the previous, exemptions.
Okay.
So, right there. So you're taking 5% homestead exemptions from, in this map, from how many households?
Well, this is just one household. Is that?
This is the average that's provided to us from the appraisal district.
Right.
From the appraisal district.
Yeah, but my question is, not everybody is getting the 65 exception.
Correct.
But the average value you're calculating is 336.
That's for the over 65 only.
So this is the average value for somebody who's only getting the homestead exemption, and this is the average value for somebody who's getting the over 65.
Oh, okay, I missed that.
In the current year.
Right, in the current year. Because the over 65, we've got to go ahead and take out so it brings theirs down a little bit more.
Right, okay. Yeah, that was my question.
Does that help you?
Yeah.
So do we have to John's point, what do we have direction for Kim to follow on, and maybe what's more Bob, on what we want to do to see if it is even possible to go through and do some type of dividend, rebate, or whatever you want to call it?
Using ARC, is that what, or?
Yeah.
Well, I think it was pretty clear.
Right. If we use ARC, then how much? What's our number? What's our target? Is it, and maybe you're not ready for that tonight, but what we don't want to do is set up an expectation that is, what's a valuable number for you to consider? I mean, is it I'm not being flippant with this, is it $100? Is it $200? Is it, what is it that you think you want to do? So we can put a budget number to it so that we can figure out how that works. I just don't want to guess at what you think your number is.
I think it might be an okay exercise to go through. I guess I have some concerns on the administrative burden. Administrative burden and expense to do it. I'm not trying to kill the idea to look into it, but I think there will be a little bit of a burden on staff, and there will be some expense associated with it to make it happen. So I guess I just want to keep that in mind as we go through that. Maybe that needs to be part of the analysis. What kind of burden would it be?
We would need to include that because we aren't equipped to do that. I mean, there's going to be, depending on what you're looking at, how we have to allocate it, there's going to need to be a system that's created, and we would probably ask to have a consultant help us, because then if it's being based on property taxes, even though you're using ARPA, we have to get that data from the appraisal district. We have to find out if from the county, when were they paid, who's the owner, what is the address that we send it to. We don't have that information in our system. So there's going to be some additional cost to doing that. It's a big lift to do it. I'm not saying we can't, I'm just saying I'll be coming to you for a budget amendment to be able to pay for it.
I guess one of the things I keep thinking about is this was not part of our prioritization matrix that we put together back in January for the ARP funds. So all of the programs that we put together that we prioritized are going to slip if we decide to do this.
It may make sense to we need to put a number to it. I mean, we've had a discussion on it. Maybe it makes sense to, what's it going to cost? What's going to be the impact if we do it? Or what's involved? I mean, maybe, I'm just talking at this point.
John, did you have a number in mind?
I think last time I thought we had talked about possibly starting with whether it's 100, because I think we were talking about the numbers in 100 or 200. I could be wrong, but I thought we were talking about somewhere.
You mean dollars?
Yeah.
Per person or
per household?
200,000 total?
No.
Okay.
Per household, I thought we were looking at something close to that. I could be making it up, but. And again, I have no idea what the cost will be or what the process and what it's going to take to make that happen. But without knowing that, but I think that the reason why we all talked about that was because, yes, so a lot of the people have asked about the homestead exemption, but when we looked at the number, we saw that it might be very difficult. But at the same time, we talked about there's an additional fund that we were trying to use it for the business owners, but if there was a possibility of using that for the residents, we want to provide that relief. When we have the money, that's really not doing our money, right? So that's what we talked about at the time. Just trying to see if there's a possibility of giving some sort of relief during this time.
So in round numbers, a $100 rebate is going to be about $1 million, because we've got about 9,800 houses paying that have homestead exemptions.
Well, I think that's part of the questions that we're asking is because, and again, we're going to do what you'd like us to do, so let's be real clear about that. You have people that are paying taxes across the board from a residential standpoint. You have rental property owners, you have homestead exemption. What criteria do you want to use? That helps to determine the number of parcels that you want to do. Then once you have the number of parcels, yeah, you can multiply times 100 or 200. I mean, they're just some base questions that only y'all can answer.
And then are you going to people who've deferred their taxes and they haven't really paid them, but they're a property owner? Are we going to include them? The owner at what point in time?
Yeah, we're not being obstructionist, but these are all the kind of questions that you will get in the marketplace as you're out there talking. Well, why did they get a $100 check and I didn't? Those kind of things, or a $200 check and I didn't. So just things to think about right now. What's the dollar amount? Who's the check issued to? What's the date of ownership? Right? In terms of Is it December 31st? Is it January 1st? Is it July 7th? I don't know. And then, if we're using ARP funds, to the mayor's point, there's a reallocation of the dollars. We had already planned on coming back to you with the work session on the ARP dollars because of the decision y'all made on the ambulances, right? Because it, basically they captured more of the prioritization that you had already provided. So these are your decisions, right?
I've lived here for 20 years, and Jim Bob moved in next door last year. We both got $100.
There's a parable about that.
Going in the field?
Well, Jim Bob could start a business next month, and if we provide that fund to the businesses, he could have benefited the same thing like the person that had business for 10 years. And we're just talking the same concept. But we're just talking about residents versus businesses.
And one of the pieces that would also be helpful, so in the context of the comparison on the business program we had initially presented, in the context of this conversation, and I know we were asking businesses to submit an application. We did talk about a discussion around need. So I don't know if that is also a parameter that the council would like us to consider when we're talking about this conversation.
I wasn't thinking about having residents apply to get that fund. Obviously, business, we have a reason why we want to have them apply for it, but not, not for the resident models.
I would just want to know at the end of the day, whether it's $100, $200, $50, whatever that amount is. Maybe we start with 100, right, and kind of calculate that, but I just want to know what the impact is on the resident at the end of the day. And I know there's also there's a lot on the city as well and administrative, so I see that in mind as well, but I just want to be thoughtful too of what does that mean? What does that mean to them, right? If it is a dividend, how it's looked at, and at the end of the day, while they thought they got 100 and it really ends up being 50, was it more trouble, right? It's like when you get a check for 5 cents somewhere and you know that it costs more to print that check than it did to give you those 5 cents. But at the same time, I want to be able to help the residents. So, right, what are the pros and cons?
You look like you're...
Yeah, you want to say something, Kevin.
Well, I want to make sure that we are being respectful of staff's time. So just the thoughts in my head tend to lean towards, are we asking to give staff direction tonight to look into these things? And is that something that the entire council is interested in, whether it's making the decision tonight or maybe at the next work session or whatever that looks like? But is that, do we need to decide as a council to give them the direction to go look into that stuff tonight? If the council, the majority, wants to do that. That's kind of that's just where my head is. Because I do hear the questions and the stuff and the uncertainty, and I definitely respect John for wanting to help, get money in people's hands. I definitely understand that, but we already did have the prioritization. It seems like there's a couple balls juggling in the air, and I want to make sure that staff's not trying to pick up all those balls, because we want to have like 8 different ways to figure out how to help. I just want to make sure that we're being effective with staff's time.
Can I just say also that the very first thing we have to do is find out if it's an eligible expense. I don't know.
We can even do it
with ARPA.
So maybe that...
The very first thing
maybe let's start with that.
Maybe that's
where... Yes, we do have to do that. Bob's already indicated, though, that there's probably a way, based on his opinion as your city attorney, for us to do this using ARPA funds. So we're going under the premise that we can. If we find out we can't, obviously we'll let you know immediately that we can't. So we're under the premise that you want us to continue to do this. My issue is, we'll have the same discussion again until the council decides what is the valid dollar amount that you want to do.
And who to?
And who to.
Or do we want to?
Well, I mean, that ultimately, still, these are all your decisions, but those are questions only the council can answer. I can't answer those for you, Kim can't answer them for you.
But, you know, it would help, right? I mean, obviously, if it's gonna cost more to try to implement it than actually giving the money back, then that doesn't make sense to do it.
Are you thinking it's gonna cost us more than?
No, I don't know. I just heard about.
Oh, no,
what we
there's
have to do.
there's gonna be a
But-
cost, and
So-
it could be, you know, whatever it is, but I can't imagine. If you used your math and it was $2 million that you were gonna give it $100 a household, what I wanna know is that what your instructions are? Is it $100 a household? Then I can calculate based on the number of parcels that you just read through and say, okay, this is how much it's gonna cost. And then we can get somebody to give us a cost estimate to how much it's gonna administer the program to get it kicked out to the residents. I can do all that, but I need you to say, I want it run at $100, I want it run at $200. I don't want to guess at what the council.
Let's do it 100 and 200 and see where we go.
Well, it's just
That's
incremental.
100.
I mean, it
That's
doesn't
100
change.
based upon the average cost of the assessed value of 432.
It's just flat 100.
No,
It's just a flat.
what we're saying is we're getting away
Just that dollar
from,
amount.
That's
yeah, we're getting away from, to the city attorney's point earlier, from an equity standpoint, he's saying legally, that's why Kim gave you that .0002, if that's how much my contribution was.
Right, but I'm saying if we're targeting for $100 at the average, obviously it's going to be less for a $100,000 house.
Okay, I can tell you, we aren't hearing that. We aren't hearing
I-
that we're
I-
sliding
I
this
wasn't-
$100 up and down.
Because
It's
it's
a hard
because
dollar.
of the 100.
It's a
It's
hard
because
dollar.
of our
Yeah.
values.
$100 per house.
it's a flat dollar
Right.
from the art fund.
Right.
It can be flat, like $100 to
It
each
can be?
household
It's sort of-
based on
it's
our.
sort of unleashed from the
program
tax
that $100 has to be used for an
So there's-
art project, and once we make that, then we get the $100.
And there's going to be reporting
And then
because if
somebody from your department's gonna have to do a spot check to make sure that the citizens are spending the money for the program, because if they're not, then we get in trouble.
I'm sure they will.
So there's going to have to be reporting because we have to show that to the auditors. And if we get audited by the federal government, we're going to have to show them,
Right.
we gave this money, this was the program, and this, they
Right.
used it.
So I'll just give you a creative solution.
So let me ask,
Okay.
sorry. If we're doing the same thing for the businesses, right?
What would you,
Are we talking about doing the same thing that you're just now talking about doing for the residents, which we have to find out exactly what they
No.
use it for?
What,
And
what she said earlier is there, in art funds, there's economic development nexus. So there is a relationship between the art funds and for supporting businesses.
Okay,
So you don't have to do a follow-up. Y'all were the ones that were creating the mechanisms to say, to demonstrate a need, then that, how do we know that they actually followed through with the need? That was being created around this table, not by art.
but you're saying if it was a residential,
That's what the city attorney's saying. He's saying that you're gonna have to design a program, because it doesn't fall under the economic development. What I was going to say from a creative standpoint, and boy, this is dangerous to say, from a creative standpoint, do I go out and get $100 gift cards from XYZ restaurants, and we pass those out to the residents, and so that $100 has to be spent on businesses in the community? Does that accomplish what you want?
possibly?
No, I know.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's income.
what's the end goal? What was the end goal to start with the homestead exemption conversation?
The end goal is to provide some sort of a relief if we can, without, since it's going to be difficult to, or looking at the tax exemption, it might be difficult to implement that. So the end goal was, at this moment in time, when we have the fund, if we are able to provide some sort of what, yeah, I had no dollar value at the time.
Right.
If we could provide some sort of one-time relief and just to, help them out, what would that be? Is that possible with that art fund? That's what the end goal was.
Okay. And if that end goal is met, and again, I'm just using creative, if that end goal is met, that you were to get a check, a gift card from XYZ businesses in Coppell.
Is that the same you're saying?
Yeah, would that meet the end goal? Because if it doesn't, then I don't want to explore it.
Possibly.
Oh, it could.
Yeah, I mean, it's a relief in one form. It might not be the relief that, the best relief of giving the fund for them to use what that fits within the parameter.
Right.
But it is some, I guess, relief.
Okay. The reason I'm asking these questions is because, Kim, go to the 1%. Kind of the, yeah.
This one?
Yeah, that's the one, the 5,000. So we talked about the revenue impact, right, in the seesaw in terms of what's going on. What Kevin asked us to do was to break those out separately so that you can get a clearer picture. What I would ask then is that we run the clearer picture so that, yeah, you've got this potential $100, right?
Mm-hmm.
But over here, if you see what's happening if you go from 5 to 6%, and then some council members in the past have talked about a stagger, right? Let's see how this goes so that you can evaluate it each year, possibly building up to say the 10%. Right? I'd rather you have a strategy that we can manage and we can have discussions about each year, I'm just giving you my opinion, as opposed to this one-time hit that, yeah, that'd be nice for homeowners. Renters aren't getting it because it's going to the homeowner, so it's not even getting all the residents of Coppell, right? I would suggest we run the number so you can see what it looks like, do what you ask, but I would rather you look to this information and have a strategy. I'm just, again, my 2 cents of you have the goals that you laid out to say, hey, to provide that relief in terms of time. You know, on the over 65, when we showed it, the one that was, it hit our revenues by about 68,000 on the 5,000.
That was going from 75 to 80.
Going from 75 to 80. I can tell you that's a manageable number. Now, to the mayor's point, the fastest growing portion of it compounds itself over time, right? But those are things that are more strategic than just, hey, let's cut it one time. You know, this gives us, your discussion about homestead is really important because it gives us direction. Having the one time, that's great if that's what you'd like to do, but that doesn't, you'll be having a very similar conversation, I presume, next year about.
That's only if we have the additional funds that we didn't expect to get.
But that's it. But I'm parking art to the side. I'm saying that we're going to bring you that information, and we'll run it at $102 because you put your hand down.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, if you don't have any art fund next year, I'm not going to be saying let's just go and do another one again. It's because we had that art fund in hand that we were also considering for the relief of the businesses. I thought, okay, what about for the residents? And we have that fund. If we don't have that fund, I would think I'd be saying let's look into one-time relief or dividend fund or something to that effect.
From a strategy standpoint, you got to consider and I know that we talked about the seniors or the over 65, but traditionally we've had a problem finding some way to incentivize seniors in Coppell. So that senior exemption is particularly attractive to me. When we start talking about an exemption, to me that you know, yes, it helps out a segment of the population. It certainly helps out the discussions that we've had about aging in place and all the rest of the things that we've struggled with. So I see that as a strategic component that I could easily get hold of. I think that we do need to run the numbers with $100 and $200 just to see where we stand. I'm agreeing with Don. I could see a burden that could be pretty big, but let's find out. Let's find out what that's gonna be. Mark?
So I'm just trying to figure out how this all works in with the prioritizations we've already set for that money. Is this extra money that's left over that we didn't account for?
No, you did establish priority, and we talked a little bit about this a couple of weeks ago. When you kind of look at the priority list and you take the ambulance, because we paid for it, because that's how we funded for it, it moved further down the list, like to the Creekview street work, right? And I think, what was the other one, Tracy, it picked up?
Fiber optic.
The fiber project.
The fiber project, okay, so it picked up those projects, and then basically only left the LTV,
Yes, we do have, we'll have 2 other projects, the LTE and the other one escapes me.
well, but anyway, so it picked those up, right? So based on your prioritization, and when we first did this, we had this kind of blank other. What other things would you like to consider for y'all to kind of rate and everything along those lines? So you've gone through that exercise once. You could just as easily go through the exercise again. If you remember, it's dynamic. It's it's whatever circumstances change allows you the flexibility to be able to do that. So you could take this information and you could re-rate and see where it falls in terms of the priority for the council, if you'd like. Or you can just make the decision, do it, and it just drops those, it covers whatever those particular projects are. It's a paper exercise. And to John's point, and much like we talked about last time, it was money that we hadn't initially asked for, and so how you decide to spend it is in your court.
You only really have to run it $100, right? Everything else is just a factor of that.
That'd be an increment, but yeah,
I mean, there's no incremental.
Yeah, once you do $100 and you double it, it's $200.
Yeah, it's the same for every, regardless of what you want to do.
Right, yeah.
I'll probably, there was new data tonight that you showed about the senior people taking senior exemption has doubled in basically the last decade. That was a little bit eye-opening. I probably am still centered around what, like Mayor was saying, I would actually say like a $25,000 increase on the homestead exemption, not homestead, on the senior exemption. That would put us up with Richardson, put us up with Dallas, put us sort of at the top of the list as far as senior exemption, which sort of goes to one of our points in Vision 2040 and addressing something with the seniors. We're gonna come down on the tax rate no matter what this year, right?
Yeah. Yes, that is correct.
We're gonna be forced to, right?
Yes.
We do have additional ARPA funds that is paying for some things that potentially would have been budgeted items otherwise. So I guess I say all that just to say I think this might be an opportune time to look at the impact of it's about a $350,000 impact to revenue, which is what, $25,000. Is that right?
Well, if you took it from 75,000 to 105,000, it's...
We'll go to 100.
Oh, or
I was just
100,
going to
yeah,
100.
it's...
A little over 300,000.
350, 360 or something. So I guess I can see this being potentially a time to do. And the other thing I quite frankly like about the senior exemption versus the homestead is it's not a percentage. So future dollars, it will be less impact, if that makes sense.
It does.
Kevin?
I tend to agree with Don with focusing on the senior exemption. And even I will say that the data point about the increase in the amount of seniors, I would kind of like what Mike suggested. If we wanted to go and do, go for $5,000 on an annual basis and constantly look at it. I know, the 68,000 wouldn't be a giant drop in the bucket, but maybe we could get that started, and then we could keep a close eye on how senior exemptions, people that are taking advantage of those, how that increases. And then if we get to a point where we start to feel uncomfortable or something, we can always pull that back. But I do like the idea of having a strategic plan. I mean, if council likes the idea and wants to do that, I'd be fine going from 75 to 100,000, but if we want to try to provide that senior relief and stair step it, I would be all for that as well, just so it can be predictable. We can kind of keep an eye on it. So those are my thoughts on this piece that we looked at.
Mark and then Bijou.
So, the senior exemption's at 75 now. What if we increased it yearly according to how much the increase was in the average home value, which, I don't know, was 5.5% the number you're using?
Yes. I mean, you saw the number went from 423 to 456.
To cover that gap, so it's, you know, they're not being hit with, because of the increase in the value of their home.
So you're basically freezing their rate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Precisely. Which is something that I mentioned previously, you know, freezing their rate. How do you do that? What kind of impact does that have long term? Now we're all just guessing what the market's going to do in these models anyway.
So in that case, just doing the quick math, the 75,000 over 65 would change by roughly 20,000, so it'd be 95,000.
This year it would have changed 21 to 6.
Roughly. Right.
Yep. Bijou?
Yeah, Kim. Right.
Yeah,
No, I was just going to, Mark, I was just saying, you're looking at me, I was just saying, because what you're trying to do is match the 336. It went to 358, you're trying to make it match the 336.
Right.
On the bottom.
Right.
I just wanted to make sure I was tracking what your comment was.
Yeah.
And so each year you'd get to figure this out, we'd get to figure it out. You'd try to have us take a look at, okay, here's what that impact would be. So if we increased it, so that would, let's just round the number to 20,000. So go back to if you go back to that chart, and we can show, okay, so you went from 75,000 to about 90, basically, right? And so if you go look at our revenues, if you change it to 90,000, it'd impact the revenues by, see, this is what I was talking about. This is where it's helpful because we can run the model. So then it would impact us by about
Less than 200,000?
about 190,000. And then what we could do is then show, if we want to keep the revenues where they are, instead of the tax rate being 54.2, the tax rate would need to be 55. I don't know that.
Right?
Yeah,
20,000?
but it'd be a little bit less than that because you're doing you've got the.
Oh, I have both of them.
You have both of them on the same one. So we can run that kind of model. See, this is where it's helpful in the discussion. That's what I'm looking for. I can grab hold of it and I can run that calculation and I can give you a more concrete answer, which is what you want. And I want to give it to you.
Okay. Bijou, did you?
Bijou was
Yeah.
next.
Yeah, thank you. Kim, did you, out of the 2,526 households taking the senior exemption, do you have any specific numbers, the seniors averaging or home value? They are not 400,000, I know that.
So, the appraisal districts for 2022, they gave us just the average home value for residents. They don't break it out between over 65 and just homestead. They just give us the average residential value.
But do we have the names of the people or the residents who's taking the senior?
So we can get that information and look at it.
Right.
Yes, I can get that
Then
information.
we
That's
will
just,
know
over
the actual
65
average.
isn't shared publicly because over 65 property owners are supposed to be not shown in the property tax records. Like if you go out to the appraisal district, you can look at people's property.
Yes.
If you're over 65, that's not supposed to be out there. Because they don't want people targeting senior citizens. So I'll get it from the appraisal districts.
Right,
and
so
see.
then we will know the actual average of the people who are taking the rest. It's not 411, I know that. then we will know exact number. That's what I'm looking for.
So you want to know the average home value of.
For the people who are taking
The over
65 and
65.
older exemptions, yes.
Okay.
And just so, help us understand how that information informs this decision. I just want to understand.
Right, so if we have that number, I was thinking about, we were talked about helping seniors, right? Kevin talked about, Don talked about, so
Right.
then we will know if we can, how we can help them. It's not the average value of their home. So if we want to do some rebate or some kind of exemption increasing for them, you know, from 75 to 80,000 or 90,000, we will know more impact, how much impact we will have in the city on the revenue side.
The shortfall of the revenue.
Well,
She can tell you that.
well, I was going to say,
Yeah.
maybe, we're not going to do this tonight, but we know what the assessed value of seniors are. We know the number of parcels. The simple math is you can take the number of parcels, divide it into the assessed value, that will give you the value per parcel. And then we can calculate so I don't have to get this from anybody else, then we can calculate based on a 58-cent tax rate, what they're paying in taxes, right? And so, at the end of the day, that's gonna give you that information. Do you follow me?
Okay.
You're figuring out how much you could really raise that exemption based on a true value versus an average value
That's what I was looking
home.
Okay. I think it's helping me understand how we're gonna use the numbers, because if I can understand how to use the number, I know how to try to figure them.
Yeah, because at a $400,000 house, I mean, that gets to be a pretty big number, but if it's realistically only $250,000, I mean, it's not such a big number.
Yeah, we just don't have very many of those.
Yeah, but I'm just,
because if it's 200,000, your example, 75,000 is taken out because they are over 65. Then 21 is taken. Then they're only paying taxes for what? $110,000.
So would that impact your decision as far as how much?
Well, I'm trying to see how we can help that group of people, seniors.
Not tax control.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm going to provide you the information that you're asking for. I'm just trying to figure out how you're. So if they're only being taxed on 110, what's that mean? What's that mean to you?
Versus 300.
Then we can say, okay, if we can go instead of 5,000 to 15,000 exemptions, just for those group of people.
So now you're.
Are you thinking that you're segmenting even in the seniors?
I find that to be kind of.
Because once you're above 65, it's so a $200,000 valued home versus a $600,000 home. The way that the equation works is a fixed number.
And you'd want to help all of them, regardless if they live in a $200,000 home or $600,000 home, right? You want to, I would think, if we're going to do something, we're going to do it, I'm sorry, I'm speaking out of turn. But we want to do it for everybody over 65 and those who fall under disability, right? And not necessarily segregate them out based on the value of their home.
Yeah, I mean, that's a
Because
good point.
I wouldn't be okay with that.
I don't think the reason why it's important to understand the question, because it's part of the answer. The way the law is set up, it's 65 and above. There's no segmentation in value. So we can get you the information, everything. I just want you to be cognizant of, as you're thinking about it, it's 65 and above.
Yeah, I just thought maybe he was thinking maybe if it is, average is lower, how that impacts the city as well as how the
Well,
exemption would affect.
yeah, well, the impact is, we're showing you based on the assessed valuation. That is for the 65 and older. That's however many parcels at that assessed value, that's the impact. So the information you're asking for, we can figure out how to calculate that. At the end of the day, it's the same impact above 65 as far as the value.
So you had 65 and over.
Yeah, that's
average,
all
right?
of them.
Okay.
I know.
No, not to Biju's question. So we don't, that's just the average home value, right? But it's not for persons 65 and older segmented.
Yeah. Kevin?
I was just trying to make sure I understood. So, I mean, every senior is going to get that same
Yeah,
reduction.
the way the law works,
Yeah.
every
But they'll pay
senior
the
above
difference.
65 gets 75,000
Yeah.
now.
Right.
And I'm just using Mark's example, just because it's kind of a straightforward example. It's about let's just say it's a $20,000 difference between the 336 and the 358, that's $22,000. So that means the 75 would go up to 95,000.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's why I was asking your question as it relates to his. So every senior over 65 and older would get the $95,000 reduction, no matter what the value of the house is. no matter-
That's what we have today.
Yeah, and then they would pay the difference
And that-
based on the remaining value of the
Whatever
tax.
the remaining value is.
That's what I just want to make sure. that
Right, right.
That remaining value, that's going to be your difference in
Right, and then,
taxes.
and what we talked about the reason I went to the other slide, just to reiterate, is because if we were to do that this year, for example, that would hit us by that X amount of dollars. And so then therefore, in the equation, we would say to keep the revenue neutral, then the tax rate would go from the potential of 54.2 to, in this case, it looked like 55.5 or 55, whatever, right? So that's how the equations start working.
Yeah,
Which is a tax
you're
rate
right,
reduction.
but the equation is factoring the average value of 411, not the actual or true value of the 65 and older's true value.
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it is based on the
Right.
average.
Of
At the end of the day, that's why I was asking why it was, how you were going to, that's why I'm trying to understand how you're going to, because you're going to maybe generate some other questions, so I'm trying to anticipate the data that's going to come across.
On the flip side, it could come up higher than average, and we may say, whoa, we definitely can't afford to do that because of the effect on the bottom line.
Yeah, that's why I don't want you to lose track. The number is what the number is. It's a constant.
That will be an eye-opener.
Right,
Right.
yeah, it's not.
If you were going to bump the 75 up to 95.
Right.
But if you found out that the true value of those homes is much higher than the average,
It doesn't matter.
Why wouldn't it? It doesn't
Because
impact.
Because it's
Doesn't impact
since it's a fixed amount, you're paying that 58 cents on that 95,000, no matter what the value of the house is. So since it's a fixed amount, the cost or the value of the house doesn't matter.
On this side of the equation, to the taxpayer,
It does.
absolutely.
I mean, the individual
I mean, for the
taxpayer
individual,
does.
it does.
City.
I'm not gonna, it absolutely does.
But to the city,
That's what we're trying, that's why we're
but-
discussing this, right? We're trying to help the individuals.
well,
But to the city.
It doesn't matter
as-
because, yeah.
To the city, it's a
Right.
constant. So for revenue neutral in the equation, that's the reason why I'm saying I want to run the formula, right? I understand what you're saying, but I just want to make sure you connect the dot to the impact on the city. So having that information is great. It doesn't change anything on this side of the equation,
You say this side, you're talking about the city side.
on the city side of the equation.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah.
so, can I give an analogy? $200,000 house and a $600,000 house?
yeah, it's not
A $100,000 senior exemption is going to cut the tax paid by the $200,000 homeowner by 50%.
Mhm.
It's gonna it's gonna make a huge change to their tax burden. The $600,000 house is gonna pay taxes on a $500,000. So you've only impacted their tax bill by 1/6, 16%.
Sure.
But they're both paying the same amount less. It's just percentage-wise, it's much greater for the lower cost of the house.
And on the city side, it doesn't matter.
On the city side,
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't,
Right.
doesn't have an impact.
Brianna?
Well, I want to make sure this part, everybody's good with it before I actually want to go back to your $100
Drop a
piece.
bomb.
Sorry, I have a random question.
Okay, hey, are we
Okay, that's what I'm
okay
saying,
to
yeah.
move on?
Yeah.
Okay,
I actually have a random question, it's something just to look into while we're looking into all the other stuff. But,
My staff's all looking at me like, okay, what are we looking at?
I'm just curious, if there's a way for us to, instead of handing everybody $100, $200, whatever that amount is, if we could apply it, so that way we know where it goes, like apply it to their water bill.
We did that once. We said, don't have to pay or reduce some water bill during COVID or something? Or when
No,
we
after
got a
the,
leak?
after the freeze,
Yeah.
we looked at the average, and so we just did a one-time.
Right.
Yeah, because other cities had done it, so that way we know where it's going, we know how it's being used, and it's a credit that's put on their account.
I like
I don't
that.
know if it does.
Just an idea. Anyways, I don't know if that's even possible, but I don't know from a use and all of that, it's just a thought that might be less administrative for the staff.
And even with that, I
And in
mean,
that case, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
In that case, your renters would be getting, whoever's
Right.
bill, name the bill is in is who would
Agreed.
get the credit. So you would be getting your renters and
It's just
property
everybody
owners,
across the board.
everybody, whoever is actually living here.
Right. I don't get it, just an idea. Okay, that's all I have.
unless you stay with the 65 and older, right? 'Cause
Unless you stay with the 65 and older,
Right,
then you know it's all.
Because you know they're residents.
Exactly, yeah, so then that would be the other piece, but all that to say is, could we do something like that versus giving everybody a check, ending up in a situation that would
Because then
provide more.
you would give them relief on 65 and older.
Right.
To create a
If it's legal, okay, if Bob says it's okay. I mean, I think from a
Where's Bob?
program.
He had to go to the bathroom over there.
He ran off.
He's asleep on the bench down there.
Anyway,
Pragmatically, it's an easier to apply it to the water bill because
Agreed.
we've done it before, so we kind of know that process.
And just to clarify, because I heard, I want to make sure I heard that correctly, where you weren't saying that was isolated to 65 and older, or were you?
No, I said if we did that to 65 and
Okay,
older, then we know for sure
Right. I
that
just-
they're the residents
There were lots of
there.
conversations
Yes.
going
Yeah.
on, there were lots of conversations going on.
And
sorry.
even with that other $100,
Bob, we had a
you know, we were trying to give relief for 65 and older.
So that was the initial target.
Right, so if it's not, if we stay within that parameter, that's fine, that's who we were talking about giving relief.
It's a way to help,
Yeah,
it's still a way to help.
so it's the same thing, if we could do that for even water bill, that's.
But you're saying across the board, not just 65 and older.
No, I was,
That's why I try to get clear.
I'm saying, if we stay with we were initially talking about 65 and older.
Uh-huh.
I'm okay with staying with 65 and older.
For their water bill,
For their water bill.
if that's legal.
Yeah.
Well,
Or
and so,
even with the $100, if we're talking about giving.
so
You
over
want me to give
65.
legal advice?
Over, in our water system, if we were pulling the data from our water system, the over 65 could be renters. Because we don't differentiate for the senior discount, they
Mhm.
just have to provide proof that they're over 65. So if we're pulling the data from our system, it would be anybody that's getting the senior discount, whether a renter or a property owner.
See,
Because we
okay.
wouldn't know.
Okay,
If we
I mean,
I'm all for it. We
those
can
are,
help
they are the ones that
People who are
need
currently
help,
living in
yeah.
Coppell.
And can we do that, Bob? That was my other question.
So Bob doesn't know what we asked, so Bob, we were wondering, Bob, we were wondering if,
Yeah, they're
remember we were
answering
talking
for you.
about issuing $100 checks? Instead of issuing $100 checks, could we apply a $100 credit to everybody's water
Yeah, as
bill?
long as the rate is not being affected. If the rate's the same, then you can do a rebate, or you could do the payment to pay for the water.
So Bob, we could do it to over 65 only, not to every.
That's all I got tonight.
Can we
That's
differentiate?
the question we're trying to,
Wait, what is
because
it?
Brianna said all, John said 65 and older. I don't have.
I'm good with wherever y'all land, but it would be a way
If
for
it-
me.
if it's a rebate, that's fine, but you can't have a different rate for over 65 and a different rate for under 65, because your bonds require, because you got bond indebtedness, and the rate has to be uniform. It's the bond requirement. So what we do is we give we call it a discount,
kind of
but it's
discount?
an
It's
actually,
a discount, yeah.
Right.
Instead of a dividend, it's a discount.
Yeah, but technically the rate has
Right?
to be the
Right.
same.
So
Credit.
in answer to the question,
$50 credit this month.
65 and over that we give discount to,
Disabled.
if that's all we were to do the increased discount for the one time, would that be okay?
Yes, as long as you don't change the rate.
Okay.
We're not changing the rate.
Okay.
And then the other question is,
Credit the
if they're,
Yeah.
within our
Me
system,
too.
if they're over 65, they're a renter or a property owner, we would need to give it to all over 65 regardless of their
My
property
brain wakes up
status.
after
Just the cost of the services, we have
I'm
to
serious,
include
my
the
mind
non-resident.
works after
Okay.
10.
And would we give this to the disabled also? Because
Yes.
the disabled are still on.
Yes, disabled too,
Yes.
yes, when you say over 65, I'm
Here.
saying disabled
Yeah.
as well, yes, I kind of
And
look at them as
that's-
a group.
Yeah, it's only 106 disabled and 143 vets.
That's on the home.
2,500.
owner list.
Yeah, 25,
Households.
26 households.
I feel like we're conflating the two objectives a little bit.
I do
We got relief from ARPA funds, and then we also have property tax relief, or a proxy for it. Am I thinking about this too simplistically? I mean, I think the idea, the water bill idea is actually a great idea, but is it for property tax relief, or is it just for ARPA funds, COVID relief, whatever you want to call it?
Well, to some extent, you can't do the tax relief because the dividend thing is difficult. So you come up with this other way to supplant that by giving the citizens back some fund out of ARPA
Yeah.
that you were considering to do as a dividend.
To Kim's point, though, you're gonna get renters all picked up in
Right. And-
the
and-
water,
and-
which is
and-
fine, it's
Right.
citizens.
Right.
I mean, they're
Yeah.
citizens, which is fine.
I want to be clear, in this instance, by doing the discount, it's not actually a check being written to over 65.
It'll show it as,
I
it'll show it
know,
as
but
credit.
we know
Shows
how it
credit.
gets reported.
It's a credit.
It's a
Right,
credit
from an
on the
auditing
bill.
perspective, but I just wondered if that might help relieve some of the administrative burden that we were
Well, the
looking,
credit is just a software.
and all of that, so, and that would, my
We
thought,
didn't you do a credit last year for?
Yeah, we
your-
did.
We did it for everyone, so we need to pull out the
and so if that was a potential solve, maybe we look at that versus having you go down several paths of research.
So are we talking about this being the relief rather than homestead exemption relief? Is that what we're talking about?
I think there's two.
I like your idea about the other part too, so.
Yeah.
About what?
I'm not just.
Yeah, we
kinda
like your
yeah,
idea,
okay.
too.
No, I'm not getting offended. I'm just.
Yeah, going from
I'm not-
75 to
I don't care.
100.
I'm just trying to get straight in my mind.
We're not offended.
What are we talking about? Is this replacing the homestead exemption relief?
No, I
No,
actually think that's a
I think
great
there's
idea.
both.
I'm
I
hearing
mean-
two different conversations.
Yeah.
There are
two,
different
and we still
conversations.
haven't, I'm probably, I can be
But they're
talking to
tangling
one of them,
together.
but I just want to, I thought we were crossing over with ideas
So
here.
here's what we're going to come back with you with. We're going to come back with your report on the discount concept for the utility bill. So we'll give you a firm, here's the number, and here's the credit. And then we're going to be able to look at the ARPA and say, okay, here's what the impact on that list is. Time to reprioritize, right? Because you've given us this specific instruction. So that's part of that, that's done. And on the homestead exemption, you asked for us to break the two apart so you could analyze those individually. And you asked us, Bijou, to take a look at what the average over 65 homeowner is, so we can have that information and calculate it. And then you asked us to take a look at if we do a stair-stepped approach, and we had a strategy that got us to either 100,000 or 10%. I don't know which one, in terms of what's going on, because it's easy to calculate the both. And then you'll have that data that you can mull over and be able
And have
to.
this conversation all over again.
Right, but we can, at that point, you will have concrete data, so then you can say, I like that one, and then y'all can debate it amongst yourself, whether or not that's the one you want to do.
I'm excited about everything you just said.
Me too. Are we done?
No.
Cliff has
It's just a factoid, it's just a fact.
And this is a whole big
Before you just need to know, think about the fact, on Bijou's deal, if we're gonna spend, it's gonna take some time to get that information as far as those houses are concerned. The facts of the matter are that the folks probably that have nice sized houses are not gonna get this, they're not gonna care about this, and so to do that, you're really not reaching the group that you need to reach. The ones that have got the smaller houses, the widows that live alone, are the ones that are they're what you're going to give them by doing that. You've got to weigh the staff time it's going to take to make that particular assessment, because it's not really going to get to the folks that need it.
Okay.
I mean, they'll get some money, but it's not going to be.
The impact.
Yeah.
You're gonna give up your money, that's what you're
Yeah, I tell you, I don't know about the city, but over on my side of town, the problem is going to be the appraisals on even their small houses, because those things are just,
School districts are so hard.
All right, let's go home.
We're done.
Are we done?
We got 2 slides now.
Come on, we got this, guys.
Oh, now we gotta talk about water.
Oh, we gotta talk about water. Oh my gosh, I forgot, yes.
You were gonna propose that Kim not get to talk about
No,
water?
no, I can't do that to Kim.
But can we change the rate on the water?
For 65
You can change it, but it has to be uniform.
Oh, okay.
Kim is gonna give us an update on the water and sewer.
Oh, yes.
I am gonna update you.
It's not the
Oh,
where we
that's right.
switch. I just wanna know where I can submit a written check for water. I didn't know that was a thing.
You can go down to the kiosk down Water Building and give them a check.
Go into the utility bill.
I did it.
there's a hole you stick it in if you're 65 or over. You don't have to, oh, yeah,
This is just for you.
Right.
The procedures are in the
Write the check, put it in
1995
an envelope, and stick it in the
manual.
hole.
It's gonna be.
Brianna,
I didn't.
you're not listening. Those procedures are in the 1995 manual.
Cliff was talking.
Hey, Cliff.
E.F. Hudson was talking.
Kim, just
Are we
start.
ready? Water and sewer. So this evening, I'm going to give you an update on the utility billing system upgrade and talk about the kiosk, winter averaging, and the tiered rate structure. So to begin, I know that Mr. Land has been including an update on the progress of this project during his city manager report to council. So I'll just be updating, providing just an update to his last update. And as the slide shows, both the February 15th and 28th bills were mailed, and we are receiving payments, limited phone calls. The March 15th billing was mailed on Monday, and we're taking one more month to run the billing in both test and live. So that's why the 15th billings didn't go out until Monday. The end of the month, it'll probably take a little longer to get that second billing cycle out also. I just want to remind everyone that we are not incurring, posting penalties to any of the customer accounts for non-payment, and we're also not just doing any disconnections right now. We are sending out late payment notices though, but we are not doing late notice phone calls. We have 3,662 customers signed up for the customer self-serve portal, and we have 5,190 customers signed up for bank drafting. This is an increase in bank drafts of about 720 customers. So that's helping us create some efficiencies. And I did want to take a moment just to recognize the success of this project. We were told that the utility billing module is the most complex of all the modules to implement, and Tyler has shared that this project has been one of the most smoothest implementations that they've performed. This is my personal 4th software module that I've been involved in, and the city team responsible for this implementing this module is just, they're the best. And I attribute the success of this project to the city's culture and to how we work together across departments. In fact, the team that's responsible for the success of this project consists of members of utility billing, of the enterprise solutions department, of the city, the communication information office, and then a group called Peer Pilots, which is a group of employees from across city departments. For example, people from the library and public works helped implement this software. We also had a wonderful project manager that guided us every step of the way. And so the diversity of the team and their dedication to this project are just 2 factors contributing to this smooth, successful implementation. I wanted to give you an update on the kiosk. So first I just wanted to remind everyone of why we added the kiosk. And the kiosk was added in response to COVID. It was added to provide customers with a way to pay without in-person contact. The CARES Act funding was used to pay for the kiosk. The kiosk was placed into service at the end of May of last year. For the usage for the month of February was 3,668 transactions. Since implementation, there's been 4,973 transactions, and for March 1st through the 16th, we've had 217 transactions. The fastest time is still 33 seconds. However, the longest time is 11 minutes and 48 seconds, and we are guessing that somebody got distracted by their phone and that it wasn't.
No, that was me.
That
He didn't want to say it all.
We were hoping you'd fess up.
So next I wanted to provide just an overview of the winter averaging timeline. The winter averaging implementation schedule, it does reflect the feedback that we've received from council during the budget process last year. So during the June budget workshops, you'll be provided the impact on sewer rates of implementing the winter averaging for sewer. At this time, we will recommend to council a move to winter averaging and confirm that this is still the direction that council would like us to take. If that is the direction, we'll begin implementing a communication plan in September to notify customers of the change and how the change in how they will be billed for sewer charges, and we'll start encouraging them to reduce their outside watering during November through March. And we're using November through March because based on that, cities usually either use November through February or December through March, and so we'll take a look at the usage and be able to provide you, is there a significant difference and how will that impact rates, okay? Because we still need to generate the same amount of revenue to cover the system. So we'll collect the usage data, and then beginning in November, December of this year, we'll bring forward recommendations concerning the winter averaging along with the proposed sewer rates. We wait until then because we need to get the rates that Dallas Water Utilities and TRA are going to charge us, because those factor into what we need to charge for rates also. Again, assuming this is the direction council wants to go, the April or May of 2023 would be the first utility bills that would be calculated using winter averaging. Next, I wanted to provide an update on the tiered rate structure. If you recall, the use of the tiered rate structure was recommended as a way to impact the region's water sustainability and for Coppell's future water needs, to have an impact on that. We are as you can see from this slide, we're seeing a shift. During the rate study, the 5-year average was in this higher range. We were seeing 14% of our customers were falling in this range, and so far we're seeing about 11%. So we're making some improvement from implementing the tier rate structure. This is only based through February, so we have a few more months before we have a full 12 months to compare it to. And then I just thought you might want to see the average from prior year to see how we're comparing to prior year. And I think that was all for that. And just to continue to move these numbers, we'll continue to work with the CIO to make sure that we're putting information out to encourage people to conserve water, to monitor their usage, to use the customer portal so that they're aware of their water usage. And now questions. Do you have any questions?
Are you able to see if the drop in the, I guess the percentage of the 25,000 gallons and over, right? If it went from 14 to 13 to 11.
So this was the average for a 5-year, and then this was for the period June 2020 to February 2021. And so it just depends on rain a lot too. I mean, this is a 5-year average. This is only a partial year, and then this is current.
Okay, partial.
Yeah, it's June 20th so it's comparing the same time frame, but the prior to implementation of the tier rate structure.
Is that, so you saw quite a bit of, I guess, some decline once the tier rate was implemented, tier structure?
We did the first month.
Okay, but that's it?
We did the first month, and then that was June, then you had July and August.
Okay.
And so temperatures, rain is going to vary and impact people's watering habits too. So.
Okay. I was just wondering if the tier structure actually had a positive effect on that end.
Other questions?
Originally, you were actually saying that the winter rate might be like 2 years down the road, right? But you're coming back a little earlier, I think?
No, we've always said that we wanted to get the software implemented, and that was the beginning of this year, and then take kind of the summer months and the fall to start advertising that we're moving to winter averaging and then doing in 2023. I think you may be thinking about the original, when we brought the last rate study to you, it talked about taking time and slowly reducing that cap from 14 to 13 to 12 and doing that over a number of years before we went to winter averaging.
Okay.
But we did, based on your feedback, we did make a different recommendation.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody have anything else for him? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. You now have to talk about water.
Now it's code of conduct. Oh, boy.
Item last is our discussion.
I want to know what I
of the
did
draft
that
code of conduct.
Sunday. Sit here and answer those. All right, Mayor and Council, back in February, we had a discussion involving code of conduct, and at that time, there were several suggestions that you all made about wanting to revisit this and how we had it set up. And in keeping with that, we repealed the old ordinance, and I promised you I'd bring you back something quickly. And so I have proposed a draft, and we'll start off. One of the things you wanted separated is you wanted to be able to find how the Conduct Review Board was appointed, what the process would be for those appointments, and that you wanted that with the rest of your boards and commissions. So what I did is I took it out of the old 1-13 article and then moved it to Article 2, which is where you all suggested that you would want that. And so that's the first ordinance that you have, which now will be Article 2-10. and it provides for the appointment of a special ethics legal counsel and then the ethics review panel. I took some suggestions. You talked about making 9 panel members as a pool. I left the actual constitution of a board that would actually hear a conduct or ethics violation case to be the mayor pro tem, and then 3 randomly chosen members of the panel. And I took 9 just because it was 3, 3, 3. We've never had 3 within a 12-month period, and we can obviously talk about that, but I didn't make any really changes except for you indicated that you wanted to limit on the number. I just chose 9 because I heard you talk in random about that, so I just chose that. Those numbers could change either tonight or in a later version of this document. So that's one thing that's different from the old ordinance. So that there's a special section for the legal counsel, there's a special section for the panel members. So, Kevin's got a question.
That's a question.
Absolutely.
I noticed on section 2-10-1 about the special ethics legal counsel, the first line is, the special legal counsel shall be appointed to serve at the pleasure of the city council. I did not see that in section 2-10.2, where it basically establishes the ethics review panel. I know that Bijou was very, adamant about that.
It's done. I'll change
It's
it.
done. There it is.
Yeah,
See,
that was the intent.
effective government right there.
That was the intent.
You
That was the
you were
intent.
so authoritative there, did you?
Thank you, sir.
Bob, I had a question.
Yep.
I think part of the thing that we wanted to do was try to make it, I guess, consistent, even with other boards and commissions that actually did not have this sort of language in there. We are making that correction on the other part of the
You
board.
tell me you want me to bring those changes, I'll bring them.
Because I thought we wanted to be consistent throughout the entire boards and
You
commissions.
did speak about that, but I was only tonight addressing the ethics ordinance. But I hear what you're saying, you want those brought forward too. And
Yeah,
I'll make those changes.
Yeah, consistency is important, yes.
But this isn't a board or commission, this is the ethics panel, but
Right,
we
right.
put it-
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
putting this
Yeah.
appointed body in
Sure.
that same section where those other appointed boards and commissions
I
are.
do agree that they ought to be all consistent. Anybody opposed to that?
But I'll bring back, that'll be a separate ordinance. So you okay with this portion of what we've changed? Is that? I've got Kevin's change.
The 3 to 9 is just at our discretion, right? If we just,
I'm sorry?
the 3 to 9 people on the panel is just at our discretion, right?
Yeah, because
Just
you had
whoever-
3 that you're going to choose by lot,
Right.
so we would take those 9 members. The question is, if you serve, can you serve 2 consecutive? I mean, we could
But at the end of the
talk about
day,
this
it's,
all night,
I mean,
right?
whoever, council gets to decide how many are actually on the panel, right?
Yep.
So we,
You can have
of
3,
whoever is
you can have
eligible in our
9.
opinion. Yeah.
And so that you, when you appoint those people, when you go through that cycle, you would appoint those 9 people to serve for the next year. And then during that year, if we have 2 panels, then the 9 names go in the hat and we draw them out, and those are the 3 that serve for the mayor pro tem.
So you mentioned for a year, are any of the boards and commissions, do they spell out a term in,
Some do, some
I
don't.
think it's staggered.
Yeah.
is it some do, some don't?
Initial is
It is
1 year and then,
I didn't know
You
if they
want
all
these-
said that.
These have never been staggered,
Yeah.
and they've been annual appointments, and I didn't
They have
change
that.
that because I wasn't
What-
instructed to, so.
Does it actually have annual in here? Did I miss it?
is it yearly? Or-
Doesn't
Well,
say, it doesn't say in the.
Current, I mean, the old
But
one
you-
didn't have any term because it was
Yep,
real vague, right?
yes. So if you want a term, I can add term.
Do we need to add a term? Do we need to have a,
The other ones
To
are
be on the
consistent
panel?
that they're staggered.
On the
And-
panel, or,
and-
yeah, the
Well, the actual board actually
It
only
is a
comes out
board.
if there's an incident,
Right.
right?
The board's only
Right.
constituted once the complaint process
Yeah.
is
So
instigated. The
it's
panel
on a
is the pool of people that get chosen for a conduct
So
review.
the pool, I guess I would assume we would want, I always think it's always good to
I think-
time-bound things,
I think so too.
have an expiration date on things.
Well, I would suggest that maybe we pick up along, maybe like a 2-year for everyone, because it doesn't meet regularly, you know what I mean? So it may go 2 years and they're not.
I think it's always good, just good to have a reset.
Yep, I agree.
I'm good with that.
2 years, 2-year terms?
2-year,
Yeah.
and all done all at the same time? Like,
Same
so
for
we
the
just do it every other year?
ethics, same for the ethics
Do you
legal
want to stagger?
counsel?
it,
Yeah.
or do you want-
Do we need to stagger it if?
It may not
if
be
it's just a
worth it.
pool of people
Since they don't
that
have-
constitute, you know, like.
Since
Yeah.
it's a pull, it
Since they
doesn't
don't
matter.
meet,
I would do it for special counsel as well.
2 years for both?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think it would make
That was
sense.
just consistent.
Is that,
Yeah.
did you say legal?
Legal, yeah, special counsel,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Consistency, I think, is important.
thank you, thank you.
And you just say we could change that point of 3. to
Yeah, they
whatever
serve at
number
the
we want.
pleasure. Yes, sir.
Right. But I mean, I'm talking about appointing 3, we could change that, or have that to 5 if we wanted to.
under,
Yeah, yes.
Right.
You can change the numbers of the panel members to whatever you want. And the whole idea is, last time you all mentioned, there's no limit,
Sure.
so. And then you talked about 3, 6, and 9,
So we
but you can change it to whatever.
we would have 5 because you would have mayor and mayor pro tem.
Well,
plus
No,
the-
but that's
That's
the
the
board,
board.
it's the panel
Oh, the-
that he's talking
Yeah.
about.
Sorry,
The pool.
yeah.
The
Sorry.
pool.
but the way you have it written, it is 3 to, I mean, it's just open, a range.
Well, you
3 to
need
9, right?
3, because
Right, right,
if you don't
agreed.
appoint at least 3, then it can't constitute
I'm not saying,
a
but
panel.
we don't need to choose an actual number for the panel.
No.
For these words, for the words on this page, we don't have to have a number. It could be just a range, right?
Oh, that's how the way it's
The way
written.
you're written.
Yes.
You're not
Right.
asking us for a number.
No, well, if you want a number.
No, I don't want a number.
I'm
I
saying
I
you
love
at
3
least
to
have to
9.
have 3. Do you need more? Quite candidly, you don't need probably every 2 years more than 6,
Yeah,
but
no, I think 3 to 9 is good. I
Who
guess I
knows?
was
You
making
know-
sure we,
you know, the board members may go on an ethics rampage a year from now.
So what about the 2-10-3, where there's going to be 3 members of the review panel selected at random? That could be also changed to 5 if we wanted to.
If you
Correct.
want to change the panel's size, then you would have to change the next part of the section on ethics code, because it says it should be 3 members of the review panel plus the mayor and mayor pro tem. So if you want to say 5 members plus the mayor and mayor pro tem, you could do that. You should,
Right.
please make it an odd number, because you don't want to.
Right.
Right, you always want an odd number.
And I think I mentioned this before, and part of the reason why I was thinking that is because if you're gonna have mayor and, mayor pro tem in there, I don't wanna have a scene where it only takes one more to have the majority, where we're not really giving the citizens that are the panel the option to, or they can't even overrule them, I guess. Or outvote.
One of the things I want you to be cognizant of.
What I'm saying is,
I just wanna make sure I
they
understand.
only if only one person sided with, or you already have 2 mayor and mayor pro tem.
You think if they're going to
So
line?
But you're
Well,
assuming.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying you 2 are gonna.
But it's not always gonna be her, and it's not always gonna be him.
I know, I'm just,
Yeah.
I'm talking about mayor and pro tem. I would rather prefer that it would have been just from the panel itself, but if we're gonna have, and I think last time you talked about because you want to make sure the procedure is, I guess just the order of the procedures is maintained, and that's why you want mayor and mayor pro tem. But my initial thought was, this is the citizen panel, why do we want mayor and mayor pro tem taking the lead on this one, rather than just like any other board having chair of the board and vice chair taking the lead and actually conducting this, right? But if we're gonna have this, I think that maybe we should increase the members of the ethic review panel, in my opinion. Just.
Kevin?
Honestly, I like the way it's written, just because I like the idea of having the mayor and the mayor pro tem on there because they do kind of represent the council, and I think I like the fact that there are more, the review panel members. There's 3 of them to 2 members of the council, so I like that balance there. It makes sense to me. I want to make sure that the council is represented well in any kind of review board hearing, and I like the fact there's 2 people, so if there's a discrepancy in reporting back to us about what's going on, there can be discussion on that, so it's not just taking one person's bias coming back to the council. So I like having the 2 people on there, so just make sure that, I'm not saying that anybody would do anything, but just make sure that there's balance there and there's multiple viewpoints from the council as well, and to report to us.
Bijou?
Yeah, so my question is this, Bob, the mayor pro tem is a council member. They have to vote in regular meeting to expel the person through this process. Are there any conflict because they are recommending from the committee to the main council?
Well, if, really, the Board of Review is a fact finder, and then they make a recommendation as to what is sanctioned. The way I've written the ordinance is the council can remove somebody.
Got it.
Because they're your appointees. That's the only thing that makes sense. And then I went through and suggested other sanctions, is what I called them. Slap on the hand, you gotta go to training, you have to stand in the corner and put a dunce cap on, those kind of things, letter reprimand. They can make those recommendations and impose those sanctions, but only the council. So to me, they're just making a fact finder.
Okay, hold on. You just said they can slap sanctions as a recommendation
Yes.
and send it to us for final determination?
No, not on the facts, only on the punishment. You don't hear the whole case over again, otherwise there's no reason to have this. The whole idea of the review panel to begin with, when they instituted this thing, was we want someone to decide what the facts are. A did this, B did that, they did A, B, and C. And as a result of that, the panel can make a recommendation as to what should happen to the board member, and then the council has to impose that sanction.
Yeah, but isn't that partially also conflict? Because you're making the recommendation and also voting on it?
Right.
That's the way you set it up. You're looking at it that this is a constitutional
Well, I'm just saying that.
separation of powers. These are all your these are all your appointees. You have jurisdiction over everybody that's subject to this, except
No,
for
not the
employees.
mayor and the,
The mayor can't vote.
no, here you can, right?
Right. For
No, but you're saying
recommendation.
the recommendation then goes to council
Right.
Right. So Mayor Pro Tem can go.
when they get there. It's the mayor pro
Right,
tem, right?
right.
But that's one
But-
person,
But
and
even if it's one, I'm saying, isn't that,
Well, if you have a bench trial, judge finds you guilty and he sentences you, so.
well, that's the judge. But-
Yeah, I know, but these are the judges. You set this up to do whatever you want. It's not a constitutional separation of powers. It's an administrative body. They have an adjudicative function to be a fact finder, and then they get to impose a penalty. So I don't think there's a constitutional problem, if that's what you're asking.
So
You
you're
set it up
saying there's
any way
no
you want to.
conflict?
Yeah, there's no constitutional conflict. It's not illegal. You may not like it, and you may want to change it, that's fine, but there's no legal implication.
The way I look at it is, we created the position, we've created the function, we've selected the people, we've appointed them. They're operating and functioning at our pleasure. If they do something wrong, it's then our responsibility to address the
Yeah,
action.
but that's not comprised of just the people that are serving at your pleasure, because you're part of the mayor and council that's actually going to be part of the panel.
But the council is the ultimate authority, the 7 of you are.
I understand that, but I'm saying you're still part of the panel that you're saying that they're serving.
Sean, you're making the assumption that the mayor and
No,
Mayor Pro
I'm just
Tem
saying.
are actually
No.
in agreement with
No.
them going
Wait, he
to
just,
the ethics.
no, wait, he just talked about they're serving at the pleasure of the council.
Yes.
Mayor and pro tem is not.
No, I'm talking about the person that's being
Accused.
accused.
That they're serving at the pleasure of the mayor and the council?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's accused?
Yes.
Oh, okay, you talk about, okay. Yeah, okay.
This only governs I even wrote myself, and we'll get to that, but it only has to do with appointees of this body are subject to the process. Employees are not subject to the process. Employees are handled through the employee handbook. Okay? So these are we only have you ultimately in this code of conduct for the purposes of function only applies to the people that you appoint. It applies to Mike, it applies to me, it applies to the municipal judge, and all the boards and commissions and other appointees.
Did you say it does not it does not apply to the council, correct?
Well, it applies to council too.
Oh, it does, okay. Because I saw in there the council, we remove each other, I guess.
You can't remove each other.
Can't.
I put it in there, I put it in there, but I said our charter doesn't allow us to.
Oh, yeah, I did read that, yes, that's right. Clip, I remember that now.
I think, we've talked about this enough. We're paying this guy to give us legal advice, and he's giving us legal advice, and I think we need to move on. Either take a nap or do something.
You just woke up.
2-2-10, okay.
Do you
So
have
how many
enough?
members?
Do you have enough?
I have enough for that, now we need to get to this guy.
And what?
Well, I did two things. I did the ordinance to move that portion of the panel and the appointees to where you wanted it to, and then I rewrote the actual do's and don'ts and reorganized it. I really didn't change very much. I took old 1-13, and then I put specific and organized it so it was easier to read, because y'all not complain, you expressed your concern that it was difficult to read, and I agree with you. So what I did is I tried to organize everything that was in 1-13-3 and 4 and put it in, I had a statement of purpose, which is all good and well. Then I said the employees are handled by the city manager and HR. And then I have definitions which are very similar, if not exactly the same as the old definitions. And then I separated code of conduct versus ethics, and I told you what the standards of behavior and civility are, and that's from your current rules, but I tried to organize so it was easier for you to read, so that boards and commission members could easily understand what they could do and not do. I put an anti-discrimination thing in there. I have since read that, and I jumbled it together, so I'm going to do A, B, and C, because you were all concerned about one of our members may have done something untoward in their personal emails to say discriminatory and not nice things about people because of their gender or their racial makeup or their ethnicity. So I spelled that out right off in terms of what their discriminatory conduct that we would not tolerate from our boards and commission and each other, and from Mike and me and the municipal judge. I put in their ethics training for the boards and commission members, so that we could tell them what they could do and not do, which was something that had some concern. You said about notice. I didn't have notice of what I could do and not do. So I put the ethics training in the ordinance. Is something that you may want to do. If you don't want to do that, I can take it out. How we disseminate the information to our boards and commissions. So they'll get a copy of this ordinance, and I put this ordinance as a separate chapter in our Code of Ordinances. So they would get a printed copy of this ordinance from the city secretary when they get appointed, and they have to sign for it, and they take my ethics pledge that I put in there. They promise that, you know, 3 fingers, Scouts honor and that kind of thing, that they'll behave themselves so that they can be held accountable. You sign the pledge, you got a copy of the rules, you violated them, now there's a consequence. Then I went through and took and did the what I call the traditional ethics things about voting for a matter of which you have an economic interest, all those things that are in the ordinance. Tried to give you actual things that you would do and see that, based on my experience, that you've done and seen and asked me about over the years. Can I get a ticket to go to the... Let me give you some examples. I had a councilman one time call me and tell me that the waste company, who was our vendor, had given him 5 free tickets to go to Ford Field to take the cowboy tour of when they opened the Star. And those were $50 a pop. Jerry always making a buck. So they go, can I take those? And I go, absolutely not. They're a vendor, you're taking a gift, the value of which is almost $300, no. So I try to put those kinds of things in there, donations or gifts from vendors, or inadvertent, you go to TML and one of your vendors wants to take you to dinner and then buy something for you, no. And it says that in here. So I tried to get specific, not because you're going to do those things. It's already in the ordinance, but it's not as clear. And I want to try to give you a guide so that boards and commissions and council members know what they can do and not do. You know, but you can take an honorarium, or you can get reimbursed, or you can, you know, when we go to TML and you all go to dinner together for that commonality and collegial exercise, that's okay. That's not a violation. So I wrote exceptions for things that we do and that are appropriate. I also made it that you can't facilitate a violation by getting someone to do your bidding for you. That I can't take the gift, but you know, my daughter, my wife, my friend, they could take the gift. So what you're doing there is trying to circumvent the ordinance. So if you solicit others to help circumvent the ordinance, you can be held liable. I did leave something out that I will put back in, and it was just a mistake on my part, is that under zoning cases, you cannot participate in a zoning case if you live within 200 feet of the property currently sought to be zoned, because it's presumed that you have a conflict of interest because of the value of your own property and house. The old ordinance was written for 200 feet. We've since changed the notification distance to 800 feet, but it's discretionary as a courtesy. We call it a courtesy notice. If you want to keep it at just 200 feet for the conflict, or if you want it extended to the 800 feet. I needed to ask that question.
I've had both of those. It didn't feel any different to me whether it was 200 or 800 feet.
And the answer is 200 or 800?
200.
200 seems fine.
200.
200. Okay. Very good, thank you. I did put something in here about board of directors or reinvestment zones, and I realize that we really don't have that, but I put it in here for discussion purpose only because we do have other kinds of boards and commissions that are miscellaneous from time to time. If you don't want it in there, I'll just remove it.
If you don't need it.
We don't need it, I don't think. I was doing anticipation that you might appoint another board that's not named somewhere else, but I think it's covered, so I'll remove that. Talked about nepotism, talked about donations. You can't hire your son and your daughter. So, for you guys.
They don't pay me anything.
I did add something specifically about confidential information, which has been in your rules, but I made it part of the ordinance about disclosing information that's given to you in executive session or confidential information that's given to you as council members gets disseminated. I think, I get a lot of questions about what I can disclose and not disclose. Now, one of the things that the council 25 years ago asked me to put in is about whether you could represent clients before the council or the P&Z or other boards and commissions if you've previously been on the council. I can't remember what the cause of that was way back then. I think there was a couple of controversial zoning cases, and they actually had an ex-council member actually make a presentation before the council to infer that there was influence on that person would be able to lobby or influence the council. And that, I remember Mayor Sheehan was very upset about that, and that's what caused me to write that provision. You've had Aaron Duncan, who was a member of the, actually made presentations, but it was only a year after you've left. It's not a permanent bar to appear before the council. It was only a bar to appear before the council for a period of time. Dallas has, I think, 2 years in their ordinance. You can't represent anybody. If you're a former council member, you can't represent anybody before the council or P&Z for 2 years after you leave office.
I thought a year seemed reasonable.
If you still want to continue that.
I think it's prudent.
I think it's prudent for not only you, but for that person too, so that there's no expectation.
I thought we had that conflict of interest in there 2 years previously, from back in 2015.
When I read it, I thought it was a year.
I've got the old ordinance here.
Maybe misremembering it.
12 months.
12 months, okay. Keep it 12 months.
I did have, city officials should not use, request, permit the use of city facilities, personnel, equipment, supplies. That's a little more specific than we've had in the past. I admit to you that I miswrote that, and there should be an exception that persons may lease or reserve or use city facilities the same as any other member of the public. For example, you can't get free rent and rent the community center just because you're a council member. If you want to rent it, that's fine, but you have to do so at the same rate that everybody else in town.
How are you going to get paid?
I wrote a recusal process before you went in there, so that you know what the process is. It's not, I know all of you know because you fuss at me and say I need to get that filled out, or the city secretary does, but the boards and commission members, I wrote this more this for them because I don't have very much exposure to them, and they a lot of times have meetings and have problems, and it's better if we put something in writing to them so that they know what the expectations are.
Is that recusal process, is that basically what we have in place now? Yeah. Okay, it's just.
They remove yourself from the room, you don't try to influence members of the board, you have, if you have a statutory conflict, you have to fill out the right document.
It rubbed me off, but
no interest in contract. No interest. I call these discretionary contracts versus bid contracts, so anything under 50 is discretionary, or by state law that doesn't have to be bid for like an engineering contract. I have an interest in the engineering firm that Kent is hiring, or Mike hires. So, now, I do want to talk about this sanction thing, and I need your input for this. I said that all disciplinary actions have to be with you. So you're the only person that can either suspend or remove somebody. Okay, for boards and commissions, and for yourselves. There's nothing in your charter that allows you to remove a member of the council. You must remember that members of the council are elected, and that if we were to suspend or remove those persons without that charter authority, then I've deprived the citizens of your representation during that period of time. Boards, commissions, I'm not concerned about. Just so you know, there's really, other than the public ridicule you might get if you were deemed to have violated the rules, there's really no sanction that the council can do. I do have cities that I represent where it says in the charter that if you do violate the rules, that you can be removed, and have done so. And let me tell you how unpleasant that is. It was, I mean, it's really hard for me to remove my boss. And what we did in that case is I told them that they had to hire outside counsel. I mean, I'm in a no-win proposition at that point. So we would, if that were the case, we might want to revisit this, but we don't have that authority. So, and then the sanctions that the board can recommend are more training, a letter of notification, a letter of admonishment, a reprimand, a resolution of the council to censure that person for their conduct, void any prior actions where they make a recommendation if they use their authority in an inappropriate manner, that recommendation would not be considered by y'all. You could suspend them, you could remove them, you can refer the matter for if they've cost us money because they've done something inappropriate or they're continuing to act, we can enjoin them, or we can refer them for criminal prosecution if they've done something to violate state law. And so look at those. If you have questions about those, and don't like any of those, we can certainly take them out.
Are you going to remove number 8?
Yeah, I'll remove number 8 because we can't, you can remove boards and commissions, but you can't remove council members. But I only wanted to put it in there to show you that I hadn't forgotten about it.
Okay. So are the sanctions limited to this list, or is it but not limited to this list?
I just made it limited to this list. Under the old ordinance, they didn't have any sanctions. We just kind of make them up as we go along.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, if there was,
And
does there need to be flexibility for?
You can do one or more. You could send them to training and give them a reprimand. I mean, I can't think of anything else you could do to them. You could suspend them, you could spank them, hit them with a ruler, you know. Like, I think the nuns cracked my nose a few times. Yes, sir.
He's busy. Bob, you said this is actually taken from our current ordinance?
Which part?
Well, I was looking at section 1A3-3-10, the political activity.
Political activity is new.
It's new, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't think I saw that in the other, but
It would have to be in context. He did something that would fall within those kind of vague categories that you guys didn't like, so I tried to pull all these things and to make them specific.
So, can you explain this to me so that I'm looking at it like if I'm reading this correctly?
Okay.
Can you explain?
Yeah, he said okay.
Oh.
In any election, a city official shall not use the prestige of their office on behalf of a candidate. So you can go around and say, Councilman Place 5 endorses X, Y, and Z. That's always been a no-no here. You can't use your office in a
But then it says, except the city officials own, right? So are we just talking about just this city? This applies to this city only if there's an election, or are we talking about in any election, because it says any election in general, no matter where they are?
We traditionally have not allowed you to use you can say Bob Hager endorses X for state senator.
Yeah.
But I can't say Bob Hager as councilman for city of Coppell endorses Senator so-and-so.
Just you as an individual.
You as an individual, you have that First Amendment right.
And that's always just been the tradition, or Or that's been a rule that's been set?
Well, we have an obligation under state law that city elections are nonpartisan. And if you openly place your seat in a partisan election, I think that you have acted, and I've held the opinion with the council that you have acted in a partisan manner, and you've made your office a partisan office, which violates that state law.
What if it's for another nonpartisan election?
Such as what?
Another city election?
It's up to y'all.
No, I'm just wondering what the rules
The
are.
rule was you didn't use your office to endorse anybody.
And that's what I remember from it.
And that's,
No, it was just a conversation.
It's just, it's custom.
It's just been.
It's just been a custom that you all wouldn't endorse other people and use your office.
Sorry, just real quick. I think
So
there's
it's
some
just
of that-
been a custom.
I think it's been a custom, and then I think there's been some conversation even at the TML level on occasion at the ethics, but every city can choose what they just decide, how they want to do that. I think it's always been customized, or that's always been our custom. To just
Your
not do
custom is to not use
Based
your
on
office, your position to endorse a candidate for any election, any election.
So just an example, if Mark is running for city council in Coppell, I'm a sitting member, I cannot endorse him.
You can do whatever you want to in your individual
As
capacity, but you
BU.
can't use your office to identify the endorsement.
Can you distinguish that?
Yeah, it says Bijou Matthew endorses Mark Hill. Bijou Matthew, council member, place 6, you can't do that.
You can't use your
Okay.
title.
That's the
what
difference.
I wanted to hear that specific language, that's what I wanted.
Yeah. You can't use your office to endorse another candidate. You can do it in your individual capacity. But it's up to y'all.
no, I just wondered what the rules were.
And then you can't serve as a campaign treasurer in a state election with your,
Yeah, Mayor, I would like to see a thumbs up and thumbs down on the ethics panel having a mayor and mayor pro. The reason is this, a city council member can be accused of something and will come in front of the panel, and that mayor pro term is a council member have to vote in the regular session to remove that person. So I feel like there's a conflict there. So I'd like to know what's up and down if a mayor pro term should be in that panel. So right now, the way it's written, mayor and mayor pro tem is on the panel of 5.
So, yes, that's correct.
So I like to know how we all are thinking about it. I'm in opposition having mayor pro term in that panel.
Because you're thinking in the sense that you're proposing it and then she's going to vote on it, or I'm not just picking on her, I'm just saying because she is, but that she could also vote on that same proposal that or recommendation that they made.
Right.
So what happens if she was opposed to that impaneling this panel? And
she was the no vote instead of the yes vote.
Yeah, she was a no vote, and she comes and sits on the panel.
I think she's.
Yeah, that we don't know.
I think she's going to be in a much better position. I think the mayor pro tem will be in a much better position to understand the case than anybody else. They're going to have sat through all the testimony, all the deliberations, all the questions, all the answers.
But that is anyway public, right? We can attend, anybody can attend.
The way that the rules have always been enforced and written, that the hearing before the panel is subject to personnel exemption under 074 of the Texas Open Meetings Act, which only the accused has the right to have it held in public.
So it's up to the person that's being investigated or accused whether they want it public or private.
Right, so if the mayor pro term is accused, what happens?
She would not be part of it.
She couldn't be part of it.
Or she. Let's just be clear.
Then Mayor Pro Tem.
He or she.
If the mayor or the mayor pro tem is the accused, they can't sit on the panel at all.
Not on it.
Right.
Right. They get replaced.
So
No,
that's,
I get what he's saying, because if he or she is making the recommendation, and then he or she is on the council to vote on that matter,
I'd have to
then...
recuse I would think they'd have to recuse themselves.
No.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's not the way it's written, so
Oh, gotcha.
that's why I'm saying that I agree
Now,
in a
wait,
sense.
there's two different things on the table here. The first one was whether the mayor pro tem should be part of the panel.
Right, that's my,
Good.
so do we have thumbs up and down on that?
Well, if we want to do it that way, Don, did you?
Well, I was just gonna, I guess I don't mind having the crossover, quite frankly. I mean, because ultimately the council is the one who's gonna decide whether they're removed regardless. I mean, I guess, and they're not a majority of the panel still. It's still, you still have citizens involved, but I think having someone who is connected to the city or has some insight into
Well, that we have a mayor.
things. Okay, well, I mean, I guess, but I guess what's the difference in having one or two of them?
Well, he
now?
doesn't vote.
So the community.
But why does it matter if they
members
vote,
will have
though?
More say.
Well, you're making the recommendation, and then you're gonna vote to remove, or versus if someone else make the recommendation, and you're gonna independently decide on that recommendation, not the one that you just made the recommendation yourself, and you're gonna vote.
going to be sentenced by the judge or the jury?
That's
But
what
if you
it's
were
on.
not in favor of the recommendation, I guess, that's the opposite, that's what you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, that's what he's
wasn't it?
saying, yeah,
Right.
I agree
Right.
with him. But,
Well, so you're saying not have them included either, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying to go ahead and include them. I mean, it could,
I don't know that
the
it
person could
matters.
go either way,
Yeah.
based
So the
upon the
mayor pro
facts that are
tem, what
presented.
he's saying, the mayor pro tem recommends no punishment.
But the
Or
board,
they,
but the panel,
the board, the panel recommends the death penalty.
Well, it's not outlined as a punishment.
That's a little.
Well, that's removal. Removal's the death penalty. And then the mayor pro tem, for example, says, I don't think they ought to be removed, but they need to be suspended. So the recommendation comes forward for removal. It's up to the 7.
but she's a no vote.
Well, she's actually a no vote, so you need to convince 5 of you or 4 of you then to,
Well, I don't know if it's, you know, angels on the head of a pin a little bit, but I don't know that it matters ultimately, because the decision still resides with this body. At the
but
end of
one
the day.
person, the
And
mayor
even-
pro tem will have more advantage of with the information coming in, where other council members don't have that knowledge.
And don't you
but
think
don't
that's
you
a
need
good?
that?
That would
actually,
be-
yeah,
that would be a
good
good
tie.
tie, that'd be a good tie-in, I guess.
I think the other thing too is the mayor pro tem's a rotating position, right? So you don't have the same person the whole time, which also helps with.
So,
It wasn't because of their permanent, it's just the fact that they're part of
Because
it.
But in this
Part of the
conflict,
council.
that's what I'm
I'm
in
just
my
saying.
head, that's all.
I think that's why it gives me confidence.
I guess I'm saying it's just one vote.
I think the only conflict was if the mayor pro tem were the accused, and in that case, it had to
They wouldn't be
recuse
on
That's
himself.
solved, yeah, that would be.
He or she.
I said mayor pro tem.
I'm kidding.
When she violates something, she
Oh
will.
my
So-
gosh.
I'd be happy to take a vote on that.
You can't vote in work session.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not
I'm sorry, I'm
It's
sorry.
just a thumbs up.
You're giving him direction on what to write.
You're right. I'd be happy to ask for a direction from the council to give Mr. Hager direction on how to write it. How's that? Is that? Yes?
Can we, I would recommend that we keep it as written. All in favor?
You can't vote.
Can't
All
vote.
right,
Stick your
all
thumb
right,
there.
keep as is versus change to have the mayor, only the mayor, and you're saying the mayor and 4
It'll be
panel
seven, I
members?
guess.
For
Is that
other
what you want?
citizens, yeah.
Yeah.
But what does that accomplish? I guess I would like to know
Keep
what
it
that
as is.
accomplishes, though. What's
Assuming we even have
different than
more
what we have
citizens.
now?
So, I just explained 2 times. I
It's
don't know
it's
what
the
else.
voting.
It's a voting
It's the
conflict.
voting
The
of
mayor pro tem will be voting in the general session or the regular session.
Just the
Therefore, I
voting.
feel it's a conflict.
Because mayor's not gonna vote, but the mayor pro tem does get to vote.
That's
But
That's
and my thought is you have
He's
six
saying
other
that
council
they get to
members.
vote on their own recommendation.
But I guess I don't see the.
But
I'm
you're
failing to
assuming that
see
there-
the
that
issue
the-
in that.
You're assuming there's some nefarious activity going
It's
on.
not that, it's just, you're making your own recommendation, or whether you're against it, or you're actually voting on the same thing that you're either recommending or not recommending on, it's just that in itself. It's not saying that, oh, you're gonna intentionally do it because of somebody. It's just not that, it's just the process of recommending and then voting on what you either recommend or don't recommend.
But you're presupposing that the mayor pro tem is going to be in the majority.
No, I just said whether you vote or against it.
Yeah, right.
You're doing the same thing, whatever that you're actually, I guess, processing, and you're bringing it up, pushing it up to the council, you're actually being in there to vote on it as well. Whereas if the panel and you submit it, there's nobody that's part of that group is going to be voting on that. It'll be all independent. See, that's that's the point. I think you're.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
But what happens when there's a conflict and then the mayor, or say the mayor's sick? Mayor can't be on. Now who's gonna be on?
He better be there.
Well, he better not. Well, I'm saying,
Or she.
he or she, if the mayor cannot serve for whatever, maybe he knows the accused and needs to recuse himself.
Can we vote first and then cross that bridge?
We're not
You can't
gonna
change
vote.
the rate.
Can we
express an opinion?
Can we express an opinion about
And
what
then the mayor
option
pro
right this
tem
thing,
has to
or
serve.
leave it?
Now you got the same problem.
Voting member.
So, let's.
That's assuming you even have enough panel
Hey.
members too, because in the
Yeah,
past, we
why
haven't even had enough panel members.
Why don't I leave it and we have this discussion for the night you pass this?
Fair enough.
Wait, what?
So let's- I think
I'll just
we
leave it the
close
way it
the-
is, and this is a debate that's not gonna end without a vote. So I'll write it the way it is, and then the night of the ordinance, you get to choose
That's
whether or
fine.
not,
You can make a motion, you can make a motion or a pin.
because it
amend the
can get
motion.
resolved.
Yeah.
Because there's three people, or at least
We
two
just give
people that
direction.
feel this way, there's others that don't care and wanna go home, and there's others that are dead set against it. So it's not gonna get resolved tonight. And so, instead of writing two clauses, I'll write it because that's the way it is now. And then if you want to change it the night we pass the ordinance, that's fair, too.
You good?
Is that good?
I'm sorry, I would rather just settle it tonight.
The can be settled, he said.
I don't know how you
Can be
settle
settled.
I think if we ask everybody what they would recommend tonight, we could maybe put this to bed now, and just go from there.
What about the water rates?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So,
Well, and quite honestly, even if we came to consensus now, when the motion's
There's still a
made
vote.
during the meeting,
you can still amend.
you can still amend it.
Absolutely.
So, I mean,
So Bob is actually correct. It's not, the decision's not going to be made
Yeah.
until it's out on the dais and we're actually voting on it. Because you could say, we could agree to not put the mayor pro tem on it tonight, and someone can make a motion, have a second, and vote on it to add the mayor pro tem back in. So we really do need to defer this to
That's
when we
fine.
vote on it.
That's fine.
Okay, John?
Sorry, I'm gonna go back to this one, the 1A-3-10, the political activity. Could you have that in there, it says, except the city officials own, right?
Yeah, your own election. I can run for re-election, place 4.
No, but I'm saying, except the city officials own, so like this election, let's just say, am I reading this too much? Like, in the city of Coppell, if someone is running, this gives you exception that you can go ahead and endorse them with your official name on it?
I think he
No,
said
it's your own election.
race.
You can
So
endorse
it's just your
yourself.
own, but not,
Own race, not.
okay, not as in your own city election.
I'll make sure, if it's
But that's what you're
confusing,
meaning,
I'll-
like just place 3.
Right.
Kevin Nevels endorses Kevin Nevels.
I can endorse myself.
Kevin Nevels place
that's what I'm
4
saying.
endorses Kevin Nevels.
Right, so
Place
that's
four.
just kind of,
Yeah, I think that's what they're saying.
What I'm saying is you can
Kevin Neville's,
use
I'm
your
running
own
Yeah,
endorsement
I'm
in your
Councilmember Kevin
own
Neville's, I'm running
election.
for
You
place.
can identify yourself
Okay.
as a current sitting council member
Okay.
without violating the ordinance.
Attorneys are good and bad. You gotta understand.
Yeah.
I'm
We
feeling
are.
attacked.
I did put something in here, this is the last thing, and I'll shut up because I want to go into it. I put a thing in here about what I call vexatious complaints, and that's where someone's been falsely accused and there's no basis for it.
I
In
saw
order
that.
to keep people from just generating complaints for the purpose of generating complaints, that there has to be some substance to it. That may be an overreach on my part, but I just put it in here.
So what does that mean?
That means that
Somebody
I'm
make a
just
written
making something
complaint.
up. I heard Bijou say racist things at Tom Thumb. And it's not true, I didn't. And if I file that complaint, and there's no basis, that no one else can corroborate that, that's just something they made up to harm you, there ought to be a sanction for that.
Sanction for the person filing the complaint?
Yes.
Okay.
And it could be a crime if they signed it under oath.
Right, that's what they have to do, right? They
Yeah,
have to
they
go to
have
the
to sign
notary
the
public.
So I just put that process in there. I'm not suggesting we do it. I just put it in there so you could see what that, if it was something that you're interested in.
Who would be responsible for validating the complaint?
Special legal counsel.
Okay.
But, I mean, if it's just too much, we don't have a systemic problem, so I would recommend we take it out, because I think it's more than you need. But if you want me to leave it in, I gave you the Bentley, you don't have to, Cadillac will do just fine. Lawyers. I know what you're thinking, I can see it's written all over. I know you do, I understand, so do I. So does John.
I'm gonna reread it.
Okay. I will take it out unless there's a groundswell of support to leave it in there, if you'll let Mike know.
Sorry, and I'm having computer issues, which is why I don't have it pulled up. I'm gonna have to read it again as well, just my IT was here, but. I
This is
probably
why,
need to just
this is why
process
classes
it.
at school only last 2 hours and there's always an hour break in between.
Indeed, it's a lot to take in, and that's where I'm like, this particular conversation really warrants its own time, Jimmy, and.
But I promised you that I would bring it back to you.
No, and I appreciate it, and you did
I
it in a very timely fashion, and you did a great job, and I appreciate that.
Hey, Bob, once again on that political activity, so can I endorse Brianna or not?
You can.
Yes.
But I'm not sure I read it that way, the way it's written. Now, under B, it says that a council member can lend your name to a proposition, but not the office. But I don't see a similar, and I'm not following that it's a similar language, because the city official that it refers to is only a city official that is appointed. So I'm not reading the city council members.
City official is also defined as a council member in the definitions.
Well, the parenthetical here.
Well, but,
I'll
so you're
clean it
referring
up.
to.
What do you
Read
want
that.
to do? And I'll
Well,
clean it up.
I was clarifying that I could endorse Brianna as long as I don't say.
Yes,
Is
yes,
city-
yes.
city
I
official
do. John
is-
Carroll
Yeah.
loves Mark
I
Hill,
know, but
and I
I don't
endorse
think
it.
it's written that way.
City
But
official is a
it's not
defined
really
term.
written.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's the other
But
thing, is that it's not
It's not
capitalized.
capitalized.
It's not capitalized as a defined term.
And it's got a parenthetical that further defines it.
Right. It says,
I said I'd
yeah,
clean
it's
it
a,
up. Tell me what you want to do, I'll clean it up.
Okay,
Your intent was fine.
We'll go ahead and
The intent was
look at it
fine.
again
a
and
board
talk about it.
commission or a body, yeah.
I just,
He wants to make sure he can endorse Mark next time he runs,
I understand.
without saying his place.
Don Carroll individually.
So when,
just put
when
Don
is
Carroll.
this, when is this coming up for,
Would you like to
for
make a
a
motion to
vote?
adjourn?
When,
Yes. I move to adjourn.
sometime in April? I don't get to do the agenda, that's Mr. Delan's.
It's your time.
Oh, it's
You
my
tell us when
time.
it's ready.
Yeah, is it the first or the second meeting?
Do you want more time to read it? I'll do a revision, send it out to you all, and then I'll just say the 22nd meeting in April.
That's fine. Sounds good.
That gives us time
Does that
to
give you
read it
enough
again.
time?
Do you second?
I'll second.
Hey,
I'll second the motion on the
by the
floor.
way, yeah,
Question?
Thank you all.
got an amendment. We need to apologize to the staff.
For keeping them so late.
For this circus.
They're your monkeys, and it's our circus.
Can't you? didn't know the
Sorry.
speaking part.
But we heard about the water,
You're
it was
here
amazing.
You're here just for
Oh, he
fun.
was here for entertainment.
All in favor?
All right.
We're adjourned.
Happy birthday, Fiona.
The time
Thank you.
Happy
is
birthday,
11:25.
when's your birthday?
In 40 minutes.